This is 8 hours and 39 minutes of stacked Elder Scrolls lore. This video is perfect for falling asleep, studying, or just chilling. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. And let's start with ranking the strongest Elder Scrolls weapons. Based on lore, Tamriel is a land of towering gods, forgotten realms, and mortals caught somewhere in between. Across its vast provinces, stories echo through time. Stories of great battles, lost heroes, and weapons so powerful they shaped the fate of nations. Some were forged in the heart of volcanoes, others gifted by Daedric princes, or ripped from the fabric of creation itself. But not all weapons are created equal. Some are simply tools, others are legends. And then there are a rare few that become something even greater, a force that transcends the person wielding it. So that brings us to the question, what is the strongest weapon in all of Elder Scrolls lore? To figure that out, I've prepared a list of weapons that are top contenders. These aren't just items you swing around in combat. They're relics with deep, rich histories tied to divine beings, ancient wars, or the very laws of existence. Each one has a story, and each one changed the world in some way. Over the course of this video, we're going to take a closer look at each of them. We'll explore where they came from, what they're capable of, and what kind of power they represent, not just in damage, but in lore significance. And by the end, we'll weigh it all up and figure out which one truly deserves the title of the strongest weapon in the Elder Scrolls universe. Because when you think about strength in a world like this, it's not always about the most damage per second. Sometimes it's about what the weapon means. Can it bend reality? Can it silence the gods? Can it destroy a soul, not just a body? That's the kind of scale we're talking about. And the truth is, there are several weapons that could make a serious claim to that throne. From the tools of Kagrenac, used to tap into the power of a dead god's heart, to the Staff of Magnus, a weapon designed to absorb and negate pure magic. These aren't just artifacts. They're pieces of history, anchors of power, weapons that defined eras. Then there's Volendrung, the Hammer of Might, known for its brutal strength and connection to Malakath, or Auriel's Bow, a weapon that predates mortal memory, said to have helped shape the cosmos during the Dawn era. We'll look at Mehrunes' Razor, infamous for its ability to kill with a single strike, and the Ebony Blade, a cursed weapon that feeds on betrayal and grows stronger the more it's used to destroy those closest to you. Each of these has its own terrifying potential, and each is backed by legends that stretch across time. So in the end, once we've gone through them all, we'll compare not just which one can do the most damage, but which one matters the most. Which weapon has the clearest claim to being not just strong, but the strongest. This isn't about gameplay stats or what hits hardest in Skyrim or Morrowind. This is about what these weapons represent in the lore, how far their influence reaches, what they were created to do, and what they've already done. Because in the Elder Scrolls universe, a sword is never just a sword. Sometimes it's a god's voice. Sometimes it's a world-ending secret. And sometimes it's a mirror showing you who you really are. So let's begin. First, we need to talk about the tools of Kagrenac: Keening, Sunder, and Wraithguard. While technically 3 different artifacts, it's almost impossible to talk about one without the others. These weren't ordinary weapons or relics of war. They were instruments of godhood, crafted by the Dwemer tonal architect Kagrenac to tap directly into the heart of Lorkhan. This heart wasn't just some ancient power source. It was literally the divine spark ripped from a god during the creation of the world. And Kagrenac believed that with the right tonal manipulations, achieved through these tools, the Dwemer could transcend mortality itself. Wraithguard was the protective gauntlet, a buffer to shield its wearer from the raw, overwhelming divine energy of the heart. Without it, using the other tools would mean death. Sunder, a massive hammer, was designed to strike the heart with a very specific tonal vibration, one that would allow for the extraction and manipulation of its power. And Keening, a seemingly delicate blade, was used to fine-tune the energy once it was released. Alone, each artifact is dangerous. But together, in the hands of someone who understands their purpose, they become the closest thing mortals have ever come to rewriting the laws of reality. The thing is, this wasn't just theoretical. These tools were used. Kagrenac activated them at the climax of the Dwemer's greatest project, the construction of Numidium, a massive golem intended to serve as a new god. And then, in an instant, the entire Dwemer race vanished, disappeared from the face of Nirn. No bodies, no screams, just gone. To this day, scholars argue about what exactly happened. Did Kagrenac succeed? Did he ascend his people beyond the mortal plane? Or did the tools fail, erasing their very existence? Whatever the truth, the tools were left behind, and they didn't vanish with their creators. Centuries later, they would be rediscovered in the hands of the Tribunal, three powerful Chimer who would become living gods. Vivec, Almalexia, and Sotasil used the tools to tap into the heart and achieve apotheosis. They became divine rulers of Morrowind, reshaping their society around their newfound power. But the tools were never meant to be used indefinitely. Over time, the Tribunal's connection to the heart became unstable. They had to return again and again to Red Mountain to recharge their divinity, a cycle that eventually led to Dagoth Ur's rise. Dagoth, once a mortal friend of the Tribunal, seized control of the heart and the tools after they left him for dead. He became a god in his own right, mad, powerful, and fanatically devoted to reshaping Morrowind in his own image. When the Nerevarine enters the scene in Morrowind, the final chapter of the Tools of Kagrenac plays out. The player must retrieve Wraithguard, strike the heart with Sunder, and finish it off with Keening, just like Kagrenac once tried. But this time, the result is the destruction of the heart's connection to Mundus. Dagoth Ur is defeated, the Tribunal loses their power, and the tools become little more than ancient relics, still dangerous, but no longer god-making instruments. What makes these tools stand out isn't just their raw strength or the lore around them, it's what they represent. They are the ultimate example of Dwemer ingenuity, an attempt to seize divinity through science and sound rather than worship or fate. They were used to both make and unmake gods. They caused the extinction of an entire race, gave birth to an empire ruled by living deities, and ultimately reshaped the political and spiritual landscape of Morrowind forever. So while they might not shoot fireballs or summon Daedra, the tools of Kagrenac have done more to influence the fate of Tamriel than almost any other weapon in the Elder Scrolls universe. You can't call them anything less than contenders for the strongest tools ever forged. Another weapon worth mentioning is the Staff of Magnus. The Staff of Magnus is one of the most enigmatic and powerful artifacts in all of Elder Scrolls lore, and its importance stretches far beyond what we see in the games. It's more than just a weapon. It's a divine relic tied directly to the god Magnus, the architect of reality itself. When the Aedra were shaping Mundus, Magnus was the one who designed the structure of the mortal plane. But when he saw the cost of creation, he fled, tearing a hole in the fabric of reality that became the sun. His departure didn't mean the end of his influence, though, because from his absence came one of the most potent artifacts ever left behind, the Staff of Magnus. The legends say it's the only object capable of draining Magnus's own divine energy, and considering Magnus is the source of all magic in the mortal world, that puts this staff in a category of its own. While it might look like a simple wooden rod, the staff is essentially an anti-magic device of cosmic proportions. It doesn't just counter spells or absorb magicka in a basic sense, it feeds on the very source of magic itself. It's been described as a tool that could undo spells woven into the fabric of Mundus, and in the wrong hands, that kind of power could unravel entire realms. We see its effects firsthand during the events of Skyrim, where the staff becomes the central artifact in the College of Winterhold questline. The Eye of Magnus, a mysterious orb of seemingly infinite magical potential, is discovered beneath Sartall, and when its power begins to destabilize the world around it, only the Staff of Magnus can suppress and contain it. Even then, its influence is overwhelming, requiring precise timing and incredible strength to keep it in check. But that's just the surface level. In the metaphysical history of Tamriel, the Staff of Magnus is a relic that represents control over the uncontrollable. It's not just a tool of mages, it's a key to locking and unlocking the very forces that hold reality together. And unlike other artifacts that are tied to Daedric princes or mortal champions, this one is rooted in the very act of creation. Magnus wasn't just another Aedra, He was the one who knew how the universe worked and chose to leave before he became trapped in it. So the staff is what remains of that knowledge and power, a sort of divine blueprint turned weapon. Over the eras, it has passed through countless hands, always showing up when the stakes are impossibly high. Some say it was used during the early conflicts between Mer and men, while others claim it was hidden away by Magnus himself to prevent it from being misused. There are even theories that the staff doesn't just suppress magic, it stores it, feeding on it like a well that could eventually overflow. That would make it not only a weapon of anti-magic, but a potential bomb of raw arcane force, waiting to be unleashed by someone who truly understands its inner workings. Compared to other magical weapons, the Staff of Magnus stands apart, because it doesn't rely on flashy enchantments or brute force. Its strength lies in what it negates. Every spell, every barrier, every magical defense becomes useless in the face of this staff. And in a world like Tamriel, where so many threats are rooted in sorcery and divine manipulation, having a tool that can shut all of that down is nothing short of terrifying. Whether wielded by a scholar seeking balance or a warlord looking to silence the gods, the Staff of Magnus remains one of the most dangerous and significant relics in Elder Scrolls history. It's the kind of artifact that doesn't just change battles, it changes the rules of existence. And as we move through this list of contenders for the strongest weapon, it's clear that the Staff of Magnus belongs in the conversation, not just for its raw capability, but for what it represents: the ability to shut off the tap of magic itself, and in doing so, potentially collapse the very fabric of the world. Another worthy contender is the Volendrung. Volendrung is one of those weapons that feels like it was born from contradiction, a hammer forged by the Dwemer, the most logical and scientific race in Tamriel's history. Yet over time, it became a Daedric artifact associated with Malakath, the Prince of Outcasts, rage and vengeance. It's this strange duality that makes Volendrung so interesting, not just in its raw strength, but in the story it tells across eras. At first glance, it's a massive warhammer, larger than most mortals should be able to wield, but that's part of its magic. It grants the wielder immense physical strength, far beyond what their body would normally allow. In battle, it's known for its ability to drain stamina from enemies, letting its user stay standing while others collapse from exhaustion. But Volendrung's true legacy goes deeper than its combat prowess. Originally crafted by the Dwemer of Rorken clan, it was meant to be a symbol, even a message of defiance. According to legend, when the Dwemer of Hammerfell refused to join their kin in Resdayn under a unified cause, Clan Rorken rebelled. In an act of symbolic rejection, one of their chieftains hurled Volendrung across Tamriel, vowing to settle wherever the hammer landed. It eventually landed in what would become Volenfell, Hammerfell's ancient Dwemer ruin, giving the hammer its name. That alone would have secured its place in the mythos of Tamriel. But Volendrung didn't stay in the hands of mortals. Over time, it somehow became a tool of Malakath, shifting from Dwemer technology to Daedric artifact, a rare and puzzling transformation. No one knows exactly how that happened, and that uncertainty adds to its mystique. It's now firmly connected to the Daedric realm of the Ashpit, Malakath's domain, and he grants it to champions who prove themselves through violence and resolve. Unlike artifacts like the Ebony Blade or Merun's Razor, Volendrung doesn't whisper or manipulate. It's not subtle. It's a hammer made for crushing skulls and breaking through whatever stands in your way. But it also comes with the unpredictability of Daedric magic. Sometimes it shows up in the world, sometimes it disappears for centuries. Malakath seems to enjoy watching mortals fight over it, or perhaps he's just testing who deserves to carry such power. In Elder Scrolls Online, during the events of the Alliance War, Volendrung appears in Cyrodiil as a world-altering siege weapon. Players can wield it temporarily, gaining devastating abilities that can shift the tide of war, but it demands constant use, feeding on energy to stay active. This appearance paints Volendrung not just as a relic of the past, but as a living weapon, one that still influences the fate of Tamriel in the present day. It's also notable that even among the Daedric artifacts, Volendrung is different. It doesn't corrupt in the same way. It doesn't beg for blood or whisper lies. Its danger comes from the power it grants and the decisions the wielder makes with it. It's easy to lose yourself in that strength, to stop seeing enemies as people and start seeing them as obstacles to be flattened. That's where Malakat's influence shows, not in temptation, but in fury. What sets Volendrung apart in the race for the strongest weapon isn't just its raw force, though that can't be denied. It's the fact that it bridges two entirely different origins, Dwemer logic and Daedric chaos. It represents a blend of science and divine madness, which gives it a presence few other weapons can match. It's a relic of lost knowledge, stolen and reshaped by a being who hates everything the Dwemer stood for, and somehow that tension only makes it stronger. Whether you see it as a tool of engineering or an instrument of divine rage, Volendrung has a history soaked in rebellion, exile, and sheer brute power. It doesn't ask for permission, it just hits harder than anything else, and it keeps doing so across centuries. That's what makes it a serious contender for the strongest weapon in Elder Scrolls lore. It's not just what it can do, but how it has endured and evolved through the ages. We also have to mention Auriel's bow. Auriel's bow stands out as one of the most iconic and legendary weapons in Elder Scrolls lore, closely tied to Auriel, the elven aspect of Akatosh, the dragon god of time. This bow isn't just a tool for archery. It's a relic that embodies the very essence of time and creation, which instantly places it among the most powerful artifacts in Tamriel's history. According to the legends, Auriel's bow played a critical role during the Dawn era, the time when the universe itself was being shaped. It's said that the bow was wielded by Auriel to help reshape reality, fighting against forces of destruction and helping to stabilize the fabric of time. This makes the weapon unique, not just for its combat potential, but for its cosmic significance. One of the most fascinating aspects of Auriel's bow is its reputed ability to reverse the flow of time. While this sounds like high fantasy, the implications in lore suggest that the bow can influence the past and future in subtle ways. In Skyrim, players encounter Auriel's bow as a powerful Daedric artifact, capable of firing sun-hallowed or blood-cursed arrows. These enchanted arrows show its deep connection to light and life, with sun-hallowed arrows bringing destruction to undead enemies, and blood-cursed arrows dealing damage to living foes, adding layers of complexity and power. The bow's design and symbolism are steeped in Auriel's mythology. Crafted with ethereal materials and inscribed with ancient elven runes, Auriel's bow symbolizes divine authority over time and fate. Unlike typical weapons forged for brute force, it's elegant and precise, channeling Auriel's will to maintain order and counter chaos. Throughout Elder Scrolls history, Auriel's bow also represents a direct link to the ancient Aldmeri, especially the High Elves, who revere Auriel as the chief god and protector. This connection highlights the bow's importance beyond mere combat. It is a sacred artifact, a symbol of divine justice and protection. In the famous Battle of Red Mountain, which was a pivotal event shaping Morrowind's history, the power of Auriel and his artifacts, like Auriel's bow, is often referenced as part of the mythic backdrop that shaped the Dunmer people and the Tribunal. Though the bow itself wasn't wielded directly during that battle in the recorded history, its influence on the gods and mortals involved was profound. Another notable feature is the bow's influence on time-related magic and rituals. In some lore, wielding Auriel's bow or its arrows can affect time distortion fields or break enchantments linked to temporal manipulation. This makes it an invaluable asset against enemies or situations involving time magic, further distinguishing it from typical weapons. Auriel's bow is not just about raw damage, but about precision and purpose. The bow requires a skilled wielder, one who respects the balance of time and fate, as misuse could lead to disastrous consequences. This adds a layer of mystique and responsibility to the weapon's legacy. Only those chosen or worthy can unlock its true potential. When comparing Auriel's bow to other legendary weapons, its power lies less in brute strength and more in its unique divine essence and temporal abilities. Unlike artifacts such as Volendrung or the tools of Kagurnak, which manipulate physical or metaphysical forces directly, Auriel's bow operates on a more subtle and cosmic level, controlling time's flow and reality's fabric. This makes it a formidable contender for the title of the strongest weapon in Elder Scrolls lore, because its abilities transcend mere physical combat and delve into the manipulation of existence itself. In summary, Auriel's bow is a weapon of legend, forged by divine hands, tied intrinsically to the dragon god of time, Auriel. Its role in reshaping reality during the Dawn era and its unique ability to influence time set it apart from nearly all other artifacts in Tamriel. Elegant yet devastating, precise yet cosmically powerful, Auriel's bow embodies the harmony between divine order and mortal fate, making it one of the most awe-inspiring weapons ever to exist in the Elder Scrolls universe. The fifth weapon on our list is Mehrunes' Razor. Mehrunes' Razor is one of the most infamous and feared weapons in the Elder Scrolls universe, known far and wide as a Daedric dagger of unmatched lethality. Crafted by Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Prince of Destruction and Change, this dagger embodies chaos, sudden violence, and absolute precision. What sets Mehrunes' Razor apart from virtually every other weapon is its unique ability, the chance to instantly kill any target, regardless of their strength, armor, or magical defenses. This effect makes it a weapon of terrifying unpredictability and deadly potential. No matter how powerful or well-protected an enemy might be, a single strike from Mehrunes' Razor could end their life in an instant, cutting through defenses like they were nothing. This characteristic places it in a category of its own, especially among stealthy characters and assassins who prize efficiency and lethality above all else. The dagger's origin story is deeply rooted in the lore surrounding Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric prince associated with destruction, revolution, and change. Mehrunes' Razor serves as an extension of the prince's will, a tool meant to bring swift and decisive ends to those who cross him or stand in the way of his ambitions. Its very existence is a symbol of the sudden upheaval and chaos that Mehrunes Dagon represents. Beyond its mechanics, the razor has a storied history within Tamriel's mortal realms. It is considered a rare and dangerous artifact, coveted by assassins, warriors, and even royalty. Stories abound of its appearance in critical moments of history, turning the tide of battles or ending powerful lives with a single fatal strike. In Morrowind, Mehrunes' Razor is tied to a Daedric quest, where the player must retrieve it from the depths of a dangerous dungeon. The quest itself emphasizes the weapon's deadly reputation and connection to Mehrunes Dagon's destructive nature. Its rarity and power make it a prize sought by many but obtained by few, adding to its legendary status. What also adds to the Razor's mystique is the fear it instills, not only in mortals but even among Daedra themselves. This fear comes from its ability to cut down even the mightiest foes with a single blow, an attribute that few other weapons possess. While many Daedric artifacts grant power or destructive magic, Mehrunes' Razor's claim to fame is its deadly precision and the finality it brings. The dagger's physical appearance is as striking as its reputation, typically depicted as a sleek, sharp blade with a dark, metallic sheen, often adorned with Daedric runes or symbols. Its compact size makes it ideal for stealth, assassination, or surprise attacks, perfectly matching its role as a weapon of sudden death. Despite its incredible power, Mehrunes' Razor is not without limitations. The chance for an instant kill means it is not guaranteed every strike will be fatal, introducing an element of risk and unpredictability to its use. This aspect balances its overwhelming lethality and adds strategic depth to wielding the weapon. In the broader context of Elder Scrolls lore, Mehrunes' Razor represents the theme of destruction through swift and decisive action. Unlike weapons tied to gods or creation, the Razor is about endings, upheaval, and the power to abruptly change the course of events with a single, well-placed strike. This quality places it in contrast with other legendary weapons that rely on raw power or divine intervention. In summary, Mehrunes' Razor is a Daedric dagger forged by the Prince of Destruction himself, embodying lethal precision and the terrifying ability to instantly kill any foe. Its connection to Mehrunes Dagon and its storied history across Tamriel make it one of the most feared and respected weapons in the Elder Scrolls universe. The combination of divine origin, deadly mechanics, and the aura of chaos it brings makes Mehrunes' Razor a formidable contender when discussing the strongest weapons in Elder Scrolls lore. We obviously have to mention the Ebony Blade. The Ebony Blade stands as one of the most intriguing and sinister weapons in Elder Scrolls lore, a cursed greatsword forged under the dark influence of Mephala, the Daedric Prince of Secrets, Lies, and Murder. Unlike many legendary weapons that draw their power from raw might or divine energy, the Ebony Blade's strength is deeply tied to the shadowy nature of betrayal and manipulation. This weapon is unique in that it grows stronger not through simple use, but specifically through acts of treachery committed by its wielder against those closest to them. Each betrayal, each broken trust feeds the blade's dark power, making it a weapon that thrives on emotional corruption and the erosion of loyalty. This characteristic makes the Ebony Blade far more than just a tool for battle. It is a symbol of the poisonous consequences of deceit and the dangers of ambition, unbound by honor. The sword's origin story ties directly to Mephala's sphere of influence, as the prince's domain encompasses secrets, hidden knowledge, and the deadly web of assassination and intrigue. By creating a weapon that rewards betrayal, Mephala ensured the Ebony Blade would act as an extension of their will, tempting wielders to embrace darkness in pursuit of power. This link to a Daedric prince alone sets the Ebony Blade apart from many other legendary weapons, but its curse adds a layer of complexity that makes it both powerful and dangerous to its owner. The blade's physical form is imposing, a large black greatsword forged from ebony, a rare and magical material that symbolizes both strength and shadow. Its dark surface often carries faint glowing runes or markings that hint at its unnatural origin, reinforcing the idea that this is not a weapon meant for the faint of heart. In Skyrim, the Ebony Blade is found as a unique weapon, with special enchantments that increase its damage the more the wielder betrays friends or allies, encouraging a playstyle steeped in deception and moral ambiguity. This gameplay mechanic mirrors its lore perfectly, making it a favorite among players who enjoy dark and twisted narratives. The sword's association with betrayal extends beyond mere gameplay. In the lore, the Ebony Blade has a storied history involving various wielders who succumbed to its corrupting influence. Many tales describe how the blade's hunger for betrayal led to the downfall of powerful warriors and nobles, each act of treachery binding their souls further to the weapon's dark legacy. This cycle of power and corruption makes the Ebony Blade a cautionary tale about the price of ambition and the seductive nature of power gained through deceit. Despite its dark origins, the Ebony Blade has found a place of reverence among certain groups in Tamriel, who see it as a tool of ultimate influence, a way to manipulate political and personal power by turning trusted allies into enemies. The sword embodies Mephala's teachings that true power often lies in secrets and shadows, and that control over others can be wielded as effectively as any blade. Its cursed nature means that wielders are often caught in a tragic struggle. The blade demands betrayal to grow stronger, but each act distances the wielder further from honor and trust, potentially isolating them from all allies and leaving them vulnerable despite their increased might. This paradox adds depth to the weapon's story, making it a symbol of the destructive consequences of moral compromise. Compared to other legendary weapons that focus on raw, destructive power or divine intervention, the Ebony Blade stands out as a weapon of subtlety and psychological warfare. It is not just about dealing damage in combat, but about shaping the fate of relationships and altering the course of events through deception. This makes it a weapon that influences the world not just through force, but through the unraveling of trust and loyalty. In the wider context of Elder Scrolls lore, the Ebony Blade reflects the complex nature of power and the multifaceted roles that Daedric princes play in the lives of mortals. Mephala's influence is often overlooked compared to other princes, but through the Ebony Blade, their reach is undeniable, touching on the darkest aspects of human nature and ambition. This connection enriches the tapestry of Tamriel's mythology and underscores the theme that power rarely comes without a price. To sum it up, the Ebony Blade is a cursed Daedric greatsword, forged by Mephala, that grows stronger with each act of betrayal by its wielder. It embodies the dark themes of manipulation, secrecy, and emotional corruption, making it a weapon both powerful and tragically dangerous. Its lore, mechanics, and symbolic weight place it firmly among the strongest and most fascinating weapons in the Elder Scrolls universe. Another worthy contender are Goldbrand and Eltonbrand. Goldbrand and Eltonbrand stand out as two of the most fascinating and legendary weapons in Elder Scrolls lore, both connected to the powerful Daedric prince Boethiah, a figure associated with deceit, treachery, and the testing of warriors. Goldbrand is often described as a katana or curved sword, a weapon bestowed by Boethiah to champions and warriors who prove themselves worthy through combat, cunning, or sheer force of will. Its name alone carries weight across Tamriel, signaling not just a powerful blade, but a symbol of divine favor and deadly skill. This weapon appears in multiple Elder Scrolls games, most notably in Oblivion and Skyrim, where it is prized for both its elegance and its formidable combat abilities. The lore surrounding Goldbrand ties it to the themes of challenge and trial that Boethiah embodies, making it a weapon for those who are tested and rise above their peers. It is not merely a tool of destruction, but a sign of a warrior's status as a chosen champion. Eltonbrand, on the other hand, is far more mysterious and elusive. It is sometimes described as a hidden or variant form of Goldbrand, shrouded in myth and often sought after by those who desire the pinnacle of power and prestige. This weapon is considered exceedingly rare, and its origins and true nature are less clearly defined than Goldbrand's, adding an air of mystique that only enhances its legendary status. Eltonbrand is often seen as an even greater prize, perhaps a secret gift from Boethiah to only the most worthy or those who have delved into the deepest secrets of the Daedric prince's influence. Both weapons carry with them a narrative of chosen champions, warriors marked by Boethiah's favor, who walk a path of power gained through trials and conflict. Their association with Boethiah ties them to themes of ambition, the testing of strength and honor, and the sometimes brutal nature of divine favor. The blades are as much symbols of status as they are deadly weapons, marking their wielders as formidable figures destined for greatness or destruction. Goldbrand's presence in Tamrielic tales is widespread, often appearing as a reward for defeating challenging foes or completing difficult quests, reinforcing its role as a weapon for those who prove themselves in battle. Its design, often depicted with a golden blade or accents, reflects not just its power but the high esteem in which it is held. The weapon's abilities in-game reflect its lore, often dealing fire damage or having enchantments that mark it as a blade of both elegance and deadly force. Eltonbrand, though less frequently encountered, is surrounded by whispers and legends of secret chambers, hidden quests, and rare encounters, making it a tantalizing prize for lore enthusiasts and adventurers alike. Its rarity only adds to the allure, making the search for Eltonbrand a legendary pursuit that echoes the themes of mystery and divine favor that Boethiah embodies. In the broader Elder Scrolls universe, Goldbrand and Eltonbrand illustrate the complex relationship between mortals and the Daedric princes. These weapons are not mere tools, but extensions of Boethiah's will, instruments that test the mettle of warriors, and serve as markers of divine interaction with the mortal world. Their stories are intertwined with the struggles for power, honor, and survival that define much of Tamriel's history. The fact that these weapons come as a pair, one well-known and one shrouded in mystery, adds depth to their legend, inviting speculation and storytelling that enriches the lore. Ultimately, Goldbrand and Eltonbrand stand as powerful symbols of Boethiah's influence and the enduring legacy of champions, chosen by fate and divine challenge. They are weapons that carry with them not only strength and skill, but the weight of myth and the ongoing narrative of Tamriel's eternal struggles. For fans of Elder Scrolls lore, these blades offer a glimpse into the intricate dance between power, ambition, and destiny that shapes the world and its heroes. Next is Umbra. Umbra is one of the most iconic and intriguing weapons in the Elder Scrolls universe, known primarily as a soul-trapping sword with a dark and mysterious history. Unlike many Daedric artifacts that serve their creators without question, Umbra is often described as having a will of its own, making it a unique and unpredictable force within Tamriel's arsenal of legendary weapons. Its connection to the Daedric prince Clavicus Vile adds layers of complexity, as the sword is said to have once belonged to or been claimed by this prince of bargains and wishes, yet at times it seems to defy even his control. This rebellious nature distinguishes Umbra from other Daedric weapons, positioning it as a living entity rather than just a tool of destruction. The soul-trapping aspect of Umbra is central to its identity and power. It has the ability to capture the souls of those it slays, imprisoning them within the blade itself. This feature not only replenishes the weapon's strength, but also ties it to the very essence of life and death. The souls caught within Umbra add to its dark aura and may even influence its behavior, hinting at the possibility of consciousness or a form of sentience tied to the souls it contains. Across the Elder Scrolls games, Umbra has appeared in multiple incarnations, each adding to its layered mythology. In Morrowind, it was introduced as a powerful Daedric sword, but it was in Oblivion and Skyrim that Umbra's legend truly flourished. In Skyrim, the quest to obtain Umbra involves confronting the sword's past and its connection to a tragic story of betrayal and ambition, enhancing its narrative depth. This questline invites players to explore themes of loyalty, power, and the consequences of obsession. The sword's presence in the games is often tied to themes of corruption and the cost of power, reflecting how weapons of great strength in Tamriel frequently come with hidden dangers or moral dilemmas. Its soul-trapping capabilities make it a weapon of both utility and menace, capable of turning the tide of battle by continuously drawing strength from defeated foes. Umbra's design and in-game effects emphasize its dark nature. It often glows with an eerie light, signifying the souls it holds and its supernatural origins. This visual presence adds to its mystique and appeal, marking it as a weapon not just of physical power but of metaphysical significance. The sword's long history across Elder Scrolls titles has made it a fan favorite, inspiring speculation about its true nature and origins. Some lore interpretations suggest that Umbra is more than a mere weapon. It may be a vessel for a trapped soul or spirit, perhaps even an extension of Clavicus Vile's will or a cursed relic born of a broken bargain. This ambiguity fuels the sword's legend, encouraging players and lore enthusiasts to delve deeper into Tamriel's complex mythology. Umbra exemplifies the blend of narrative and gameplay that defines Elder Scrolls weapons. It is both a tool for combat and a storytelling device that enriches the world's lore. The sword embodies the dangerous allure of power obtained through questionable means, the struggle between control and autonomy, and the haunting consequences of dark bargains with supernatural forces. In the end, Umbra stands as a symbol of Tamriel's rich tapestry of myths, where weapons are more than steel and magic. They are carriers of stories, souls, and the eternal struggle between mortal ambition and otherworldly influence. For any fan of Elder Scrolls, Umbra represents that perfect balance of thrilling combat power and deep lore significance, making it one of the most memorable and powerful weapons ever to grace the series. We also have to mention Chrysamere, known as the Paladin's Blade, holds a special place among the legendary weapons of Tamriel due to its reputation as a powerful tool of protection and destruction. Unlike many Daedric artifacts or divine weapons steeped in grandiose myth, Chrysamere's lore is more grounded yet no less impressive, marking it as one of the most potent mortal weapons ever crafted. Its power lies in its balanced blend of offense and defense, granting its wielder abilities that make it invaluable in battle and survivability alike. One of the key features of Chrysamere is its ability to regenerate health, a rare and highly coveted trait that allows warriors to sustain themselves through prolonged combat. This regenerative property not only enhances the wielder's endurance, but also underscores the sword's connection to resilience and fortitude, essential qualities for any paladin or champion. Additionally, Chrysamere offers resistance to magic, providing protection against a broad array of spells and magical effects. This dual capability to both heal and defend makes the blade exceptionally versatile, capable of standing against foes who rely on physical strength as well as those who wield arcane power. The sword's origins tie it to the legendary Knights of the Nine, a sacred order devoted to the Nine Divines and dedicated to eradicating evil throughout Tamriel. This historical context adds weight to Chrysamere's legacy, as it symbolizes the ideals of righteousness, justice, and unwavering commitment to the divine cause. Although the lore surrounding Chrysamere is less flashy compared to the Daedric weapons or artifacts of godly origin, its impact in the world of mortals is profound. It represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship and divine blessing channeled into a weapon meant for heroes of flesh and blood rather than gods or Daedra. Its presence in the game Oblivion, particularly in the Knights of the Nine expansion, highlights its importance as a relic tied to epic quests and holy missions. Unlike some weapons that rely on destructive chaos or overwhelming magical power, Chrysamere's strength is more measured but equally formidable. It embodies the virtues of protection and sustained combat, reflecting a philosophy of enduring through trials rather than obliterating foes outright. This approach to power resonates with players who appreciate a weapon that balances offense and defense, offering tactical advantages in a wide range of encounters. The sword's design is also emblematic of its role as a paladin's blade, sturdy, elegant, and imbued with a quiet dignity rather than ostentatious displays of power. This visual representation complements its lore, reinforcing the theme of steadfastness and noble purpose. Chrysamere's reputation as one of the strongest mortal weapons is not just a matter of stats or in-game mechanics, but is deeply rooted in its narrative significance. It stands as a testament to the idea that true power in Tamriel often comes from dedication, faith, and the willingness to uphold justice in the face of darkness. For those who wield Chrysamere, it becomes more than a weapon. It is a symbol of their role as protectors and champions, carrying the weight of divine responsibility. In the grand spectrum of Elder Scrolls weaponry, Chrysamere holds a unique position. While it may not reshape reality like the tools of Khagranach or drain divine energy like the Staff of Magnus, it offers something equally vital: the power to endure, to heal, and to resist, making it indispensable in the hands of those who fight for a just cause. It reminds players that sometimes the strongest weapon is not the one that strikes the hardest or the fastest, but the one that keeps its wielder standing when all odds seem stacked against them. In conclusion, Chrysamere's legacy as the Paladin's blade is a blend of practical power and noble heritage. It shines as a beacon of mortal strength blessed by the divine, a weapon forged not just for destruction, but for protection and perseverance. For fans of the Elder Scrolls series, Chrysamere offers a compelling example of how legend and utility come together to create a weapon that is both formidable and meaningful within Tamriel's rich tapestry of myth and history. And the last one on our list is the Spear of Bitter Mercy. Unlike many Daedric artifacts that are well known or frequently wielded by mortals, the Spear of Bitter Mercy is shrouded in mystery and legend, its power so immense that even other Daedric princes reportedly regard it with caution. This weapon's reputation stems not only from its raw destructive capacity, but also from its association with the primal forces of the hunt, the wild, and the cycle of life and death. As a symbol of Hircine's dominion, the spear embodies the ruthless, unforgiving nature of the chase, and the hunter's relentless pursuit of prey. The lore surrounding the Spear of Bitter Mercy suggests that it is rarely given to mortals, and when it is usually to champions chosen by Hircine himself, those who have proven their worth in the deadly rites of the hunt or who serve his will in other dark ways. Mortals wielding this weapon are often regarded as extensions of Hircine's wrath, feared not just for the spear's lethality, but for the supernatural bond it forges between the hunter and the hunted. In many tales, the spear is said to have the power to strike down even the mightiest of foes with ease, capable of piercing armor and flesh as if they were nothing. Its blows are said to carry a weight beyond mere physical force, often described as delivering judgment or retribution with a finality that leaves no room for mercy, hence its name. What sets the Spear of Bitter Mercy apart from other Daedric weapons is not just its killing power, but the spiritual and mystical aspects tied to its use. It is believed to be a conduit for Hircine's divine essence, allowing the wielder to tap into the primordial forces of nature and the hunt. This connection elevates the spear from a mere weapon to a tool of cosmic significance, a physical manifestation of Hircine's will in the mortal realm. The spear's power is often portrayed as uncontrollable and wild, reflecting the chaotic and untamed nature of the hunt itself. Those who wield it must be prepared to embrace not only its strength, but also its burdens, including the possibility of being consumed by the very forces they seek to command. The rarity of the Spear of Bitter Mercy and the secrecy surrounding it add to its mystique. Unlike other famous artifacts that can be found, wielded, or studied by adventurers and scholars, the spear's appearances in the games and lore are sparse and often veiled in cryptic references. This scarcity only fuels speculation and fascination among fans and scholars of the Elder Scrolls. Despite its fearsome reputation, the spear is not just a weapon of destruction. It represents a complex relationship between predator and prey, life and death, mercy and cruelty. In this sense, the Spear of Bitter Mercy embodies the dual nature of the hunt, both a sacred ritual and a brutal test of survival. Its wielders are often seen as chosen hunters, bound by oath or fate to carry out Hircine's will, serving as arbiters of balance in a world where death is as natural as life. In gameplay terms, while the spear may not be as widely accessible or as prominently featured as other Daedric weapons, its lore makes it a symbol of ultimate hunting prowess and fearsome power. It challenges players and fans alike to consider the deeper themes of predation and survival that run through the Elder Scrolls mythos. To sum up, the Spear of Bitter Mercy stands as a testament to the raw, untamed forces that shape Tamriel's history and legend. It is a weapon that transcends mere mortal craftsmanship, infused with divine power and bound to the will of one of the most primal Daedric princes. Its legend inspires awe and fear in equal measure, reminding us that in the world of the Elder Scrolls, true power often lies not in brute force alone, but in the connection between wielder and cosmic force. For anyone fascinated by the lore of Daedric artifacts and the deeper mysteries of Tamriel, the Spear of Bitter Mercy is a compelling and formidable contender among the strongest weapons ever known. Next up are the Dwemer. The Dwemer are one of the most fascinating and mysterious races in the Elder Scrolls universe, known for their incredible advancements in technology, architecture, and magic, but most famously for their sudden and complete disappearance. Unlike many other ancient peoples of Tamriel, the Dwemer left behind towering cities, intricate machinery, and cryptic ruins filled with automatons. This disappearance occurred during the pivotal event known as the Battle of Red Mountain, a climactic confrontation involving several key factions and figures in Tamriel's history. The sudden vanishing of the entire Dwemer race during this battle remains one of the most enduring puzzles in the lore, sparking countless theories, debates, and quests to uncover the truth. Despite the passage of centuries in the timeline of the games, the Dwemer's fate has never been conclusively revealed, making their story a source of intrigue for both players and scholars within the Elder Scrolls community. The mystery raises a compelling question. Did the Dwemer truly perish that day, or was their disappearance something far stranger? Unlike typical stories of decline or extinction, the Dwemer's vanishing was instantaneous and total, with no bodies left behind and no survivors. Their cities were abandoned, but intact, their machines still running, as if the people had simply stepped out and never returned. This has led many to wonder if the Dwemer might have transcended normal existence, transported or transformed by forces beyond mortal understanding. The event is deeply tied to the complex cosmology of the Elder Scrolls, involving powerful artifacts, divine intervention, and the conflicting ambitions of mortals and gods. The Battle of Red Mountain itself was not just a political or military struggle, but a metaphysical event involving the heart of Lorkhan, an artifact of immense power said to contain the divine spark that created mortal life. The Dwemer's involvement with the heart and their philosophical pursuit of understanding and controlling it may have played a crucial role in their fate. Theories about the Dwemer's disappearance range widely, from the idea that they were obliterated by magical catastrophe to suggestions that they were cast into another dimension or plane of existence. Some even speculate that the Dwemer's own obsession with logic and order, and their rejection of spiritual beliefs, contributed to a paradox or unraveling that caused them to vanish. In game content, the Dwemer remain a constant presence through their ruins, machinery, and the lingering mystery surrounding them, inviting players to explore their lost history and uncover fragments of their culture. While other races and factions have clear narratives and ongoing influence, the Dwemer stand apart as a ghostly enigma, a vanished civilization whose legacy still echoes in the mechanical wonders scattered across Tamriel. This blend of advanced technology, ancient magic, and unresolved mystery makes the Dwemer a uniquely compelling subject in the Elder Scrolls universe. Their story challenges players to look beyond the usual tales of gods and heroes and consider the consequences of knowledge, ambition, and the unknown. Whether the Dwemer are truly gone or merely waiting beyond sight, their disappearance continues to captivate and inspire those who delve into the rich lore of the games. And today we are going to take a look at their lore, look at some popular theories, and discuss why I think they might still be alive. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. The Dwemer, often called the Dwarves by later Tamrielic cultures, were an ancient and highly advanced race whose influence still echoes through the Elder Scrolls universe, centuries after their sudden disappearance. They were known for their remarkable technological achievements, which set them apart from nearly every other race in Tamriel. Dwemer cities were marvels of engineering, filled with complex machinery, automatons, and constructs powered by mysterious sources, blending magic and technology in ways that remain unrivaled. Their architecture featured massive stone structures, intricate metalwork, and vast underground complexes that stretched beneath mountains and across entire regions, a testament to their skill and ambition. What truly distinguished the Dwemer, however, was not just their mechanical ingenuity, but their unique philosophy centered on logic, reason, and the pursuit of knowledge. Unlike many Tamrielic peoples who revered the divine or embraced mystical traditions, the Dwemer were deeply skeptical of gods and spirituality. They sought to understand the universe through observation, science, and rational thought, aiming to uncover the fundamental principles that governed existence. This approach led them to create machines and constructs designed to mimic life or even transcend mortal limitations, such as their iconic steam-powered animunculi and the colossal golem Numidium. The Dwemer's culture prized innovation and intellect, encouraging exploration of both the physical and metaphysical realms through empirical methods. Their pursuit of order extended to their society as well, which was structured around merit and expertise rather than hereditary rule or religious dogma. They developed advanced tools, weapons, and devices that were centuries ahead of their time, influencing the course of Tamriel's history long after their disappearance. Their craftsmanship is evident in the ruins scattered across the continent, which remain some of the most dangerous and fascinating locations in the games. The Dwemer's rejection of the divine and their obsession with logic often put them at odds with other races and powers, including the Chimer, ancestors of the Dunmer, and even the Daedric princes. Their experiments with the heart of Lorkhan, a divine artifact central to the creation myth of Nirn, are believed to have played a role in their fate. The Dwemer's technological achievements were not limited to mere mechanics. They combined magical energies with engineering to produce devices capable of reshaping reality itself. Despite their pride in reason and science, their work often bordered on the arcane, blurring the lines between magic and technology. This blend made their civilization both powerful and enigmatic. Their disappearance during the Battle of Red Mountain has led to much speculation, but what remains undeniable is the lasting impact of their culture. Dwemer ruins continue to challenge adventurers with their deadly traps and mechanical guardians, while their artifacts are prized by collectors and scholars alike. The legacy of the Dwemer is one of brilliance, mystery, and the enduring question of how far the pursuit of knowledge can go before it leads to unexpected consequences. Their philosophy and inventions set them apart in the Elder Scrolls lore, making them a subject of endless fascination and study for those who wish to understand the deeper workings of the world. In sum, the Dwemer were a race of inventors and thinkers whose commitment to logic and innovation crafted a civilization unmatched in technical prowess. Their complex machines and underground cities are monuments to their genius, and their influence continues to resonate throughout Tamriel's history, making their story one of the most compelling and mysterious in the entire Elder Scrolls saga. The disappearance of the Dwemer during the Battle of Red Mountain stands as one of the greatest mysteries in Elder Scrolls history. This event, sometimes simply called the Disappearance, occurred roughly around the First Era, 700, when the Dwemer engaged in a massive and decisive conflict against the Chimer, the ancestors of the Dunmer. The Dwemer, led by the powerful clan rulers and their chief architect Kagrenac, had constructed a massive golem known as Numidium, a towering brass colossus designed to reshape reality itself and give the Dwemer unmatched power. The battle was not just a war over land or political dominance. It was a confrontation charged with cosmic significance because of the involvement of the Heart of Lorkhan, a divine artifact said to be the source of mortal life and the foundation of the mortal plane. Kagrenac's plan was to use the tools he created, special enchanted implements called the Tools of Kagrenac, to strike the heart and harness its power to elevate the Dwemer above mortality and gods alike. According to the in-game texts and various lore sources, during the climactic moments of the Battle of Red Mountain, Kagrenac struck the heart of Lorkhan with his tools, an act that somehow caused the entire Dwemer race to vanish instantaneously. Unlike death, this disappearance was total. No bodies, no remains, just an eerie absence where a whole civilization had once stood. The reasons behind this event are shrouded in mystery and have been debated by scholars, historians, and players for years. One of the most accepted theories is that Kagrenac's use of the tools on the heart triggered a massive metaphysical reaction that removed the Dwemer from the mortal plane, possibly sending them to another dimension or state of existence. This theory fits with the Dwemer's obsession with transcending mortality and manipulating reality, suggesting that their final experiment went far beyond any previous magic or technology. Another explanation comes from the concept of divine punishment or interference. The gods or Daedric princes may have reacted to the Dwemer's hubris in attempting to control the divine heart, erasing them as a result. Some stories suggest that the Dwemer's skepticism of the divine and their scientific approach to godly forces angered higher powers, leading to their removal. In the in-game lore, characters such as the Tribunal and various scholars discuss the event with caution, acknowledging its mystery and avoiding definitive statements. The disappearance is described as sudden and complete, with the remaining survivors of the battle left to deal with the aftermath and the sudden void where the Dwemer had been. What makes the event even more intriguing is that the Dwemer left behind vast underground cities filled with sophisticated machines, automatons, and evidence of their culture. These ruins remain scattered across Tamriel, untouched and locked in time, bearing witness to the vanished race and their technological marvels. Throughout the Elder Scrolls games, players explore these ruins and encounter remnants of Dwemer technology, but they never encounter living Dwemer. Their disappearance also raises questions about what happened to the individuals themselves. Were they transported to another plane? Did they evolve into a new form of existence? Or did the event kill them in a way unknown to mortals? Theories abound, but the truth remains elusive. Additionally, the Dwemer's disappearance profoundly affected Tamriel's history. Their absence created a power vacuum, shifting the balance among the remaining races and political factions. The Chimer, who fought alongside the Nords and others during the battle, went on to establish the Dunmer culture, and the ruins of the Dwemer became sources of mystery, power, and sometimes danger for future generations. The Heart of Lorkhan, central to the event, also became an object of fascination and conflict in later history, its role in creation and mortality forever tied to the Dwemer's fate. The disappearance at Red Mountain remains a defining moment that shapes the lore and world building of the Elder Scrolls. It blends history, magic, and technology into a single event that fuels speculation and storytelling. Despite centuries of study and countless adventures through Dwemer ruins, the secret of what truly happened to the Dwemer has never been fully revealed, preserving their story as one of the most enduring enigmas in the Elder Scrolls universe. The mystery of the Dwemer's disappearance has sparked countless theories among fans and scholars alike, and one of the most captivating ideas is that the Dwemer didn't simply die, but instead transcended mortal death by moving to another plane of existence. These theory fits with what we know about their culture. The Dwemer were obsessed with logic, order, and ultimately overcoming the limits of mortality. They didn't just seek to live, they sought to evolve beyond the physical constraints of Nirn. One popular speculation is that the Dwemer were transported to the Soul Cairn, a realm seen in Skyrim's Dawnguard expansion. The Soul Cairn is a shadowy plane where trapped souls linger, unable to pass on, filled with spectral beings and undead remnants. Some argue that the Dwemer's disappearance could be linked to this realm due to the ghostly echoes and soul remnants sometimes associated with Dwemer ruins. These ruins often feel eerie, with signs that the spirits or souls of the Dwemer might still be trapped inside the mechanical labyrinths they built. Another idea points toward Aetherius, the realm of pure magic and the source of souls and divine power. The Dwemer's experiments with the heart of Lorkhan and their fascination with manipulating divine forces suggest they might have accessed or been pulled into this mystical plane. If so, they may exist there in some form beyond mortal comprehension, intangible, existing as pure thought or energy, continuing their pursuit of knowledge and order in a realm beyond the physical. Some fans speculate that the Dwemer's disappearance could involve planes completely unknown to mortals, realms outside the scope of Tamrielic cosmology. Given the ancient and secretive nature of the Dwemer, their technology might have opened a doorway to alternate dimensions or realities. This theory fits with the strange, almost alien quality of Dwemer machines and constructs, which defy conventional magic and technology alike. In addition to these broader theories, there are in-game clues that fuel speculation about the Dwemer's fate. For example, the Animunculi, the mechanical guardians found in Dwemer ruins, often seem to operate independently, as if powered by something beyond simple machinery. Some texts hint at trapped or fragmented souls within these constructs, suggesting the Dwemer may have attempted to transfer consciousness into their machines, blurring the line between life and artificial existence. The ethereal nature of these guardians contributes to the idea that the Dwemer's presence lingers, even if their physical forms are gone. Ghostly sightings and unexplained phenomena around Dwemer ruins reinforce this sense of a continued, if altered, existence. Another angle is the possibility that the Dwemer achieved a form of collective ascension or fusion with the Numidium, the colossal golem central to their disappearance. Some theories suggest that the Dwemer's minds were absorbed into the Colossus, or merged into a singular entity, effectively erasing individual identity but allowing their consciousness to survive in a new form. While this remains speculative, it aligns with their ambition to transcend mortal limitations and control reality itself. Despite all these ideas, the truth remains elusive. The Elder Scrolls games present the Dwemer disappearance as a definitive event, yet they never fully explain what happened, allowing room for mystery and imagination. This uncertainty keeps the Dwemer a source of intrigue and fascination for players who explore their ruins and piece together the scattered lore. Whether the Dwemer vanished to the Soul Cairn, Aetherius, another unknown plane, or some other fate, the enduring presence of their technology and echoes in Tamrielic history suggests that they are not entirely gone. Their story invites us to consider that death might not be the end for such a clever and determined race, and that beyond mortal death there might be new realms of existence awaiting discovery. Ultimately, the Dwemer remain one of the greatest enigmas of the Elder Scrolls universe, their fate a puzzle that continues to inspire theories and speculation among fans who hope to uncover the truth behind their incredible legacy. Throughout the Elder Scrolls series, the Dwemer's lingering presence is hinted at in subtle and sometimes eerie ways that fuel speculation about their survival beyond mortal death. One of the most striking pieces of evidence comes from the Animunculi, the mechanical constructs that guard Dwemer ruins. These constructs aren't simple machines. They often seem to operate with a level of autonomy that suggests something more mysterious powering them. Their movements and behavior hint that the Dwemer's influence remains active, as if their will or some fragment of their essence continues to animate these guardians long after the race vanished. The sheer complexity and durability of these animunculi suggest advanced technology fused with magic or soul energy, pointing to unfinished Dwemer projects that keep echoing their creator's intent. Another compelling element is the occasional ghostly sightings of Dwemer spirits or apparitions reported by travelers exploring their ancient ruins. While the Dwemer race is believed to have disappeared in an instant, there are scattered accounts and in-game references implying that some of their souls might have been trapped or left behind, manifesting as spectral echoes. These phenomena create an unsettling atmosphere around Dwemer ruins, reinforcing the idea that the Dwemer's disappearance wasn't total annihilation, but a shift into another state of existence. The lore found in various Elder Scrolls games also supports this notion. Texts discovered in libraries, dialogues with NPCs, and enigmatic inscriptions often allude to the Dwemer's knowledge of planes beyond mortal reach and their experiments with soul manipulation. Certain books hint that the Dwemer sought to separate the soul from the body, an ambition that might explain why their souls did not simply fade away. Artifacts recovered from Dwemer ruins, such as the infamous Heart of Lorkhan and pieces of the Numidium, tell stories of grand experiments and powerful magic that might have altered the fate of the entire race. The Numidium itself, a colossal golem, is central to many theories about the Dwemer's disappearance and ongoing influence. It represents the pinnacle of Dwemer technology and ambition, and seems to be a vessel for their power or collective consciousness. The presence of this mechanical titan in multiple games shows that their legacy is far from forgotten, and its potential to reshape reality remains a constant threat or hope, depending on perspective. In Skyrim, the Dawnguard DLC further teases the Dwemer's mysterious persistence. The Soul Cairn is filled with trapped souls and spectral echoes, some of which appear connected to Dwemer experiments. The presence of ghostly Dwemer spheres and remnants throughout this realm hints that parts of their civilization or consciousness might have been pulled into this spectral dimension, supporting the theory of survival beyond physical death. Even the way Dwemer ruins are scattered across Tamriel, with their intricate, machine-like architecture and enigmatic inscriptions, suggests a civilization whose work was left incomplete, still resonating through time. These ruins act as both tombs and monuments to their creators, inviting players to explore and uncover fragments of lost knowledge that might shed light on what really happened to them. All of these clues combined make it clear that the Dwemer story didn't simply end with their disappearance. Instead, it's an ongoing mystery woven into the fabric of Tamriel's history and mythos. The presence of their machines, their ghosts, and their enigmatic artifacts in the world keeps their influence alive, reminding us that the Dwemer's reach might extend far beyond the mortal realm. Whether they are trapped, transformed, or continuing to exist in another form, the Dwemer remain a haunting enigma whose legacy continues to shape the Elder Scrolls universe in subtle but powerful ways. The Numidium stands as one of the most iconic and mysterious relics of the Dwemer civilization, a colossal golem whose very existence is deeply entwined with the fate of this vanished race. To understand its role, we need to look at how the Dwemer saw the world and their place within it. The Dwemer were obsessed with the concept of order, control, and above all, transcendence. They aimed to overcome the limits of mortal existence, and the Numidium was their ultimate expression of that ambition. This massive mechanical construct was not just a weapon or tool, it was a symbol and a mechanism meant to reshape reality itself according to the Dwemer's will. The legend goes that during the Battle of Red Mountain, the Dwemer, led by Kagranak, used the tools of their craft, the Tonal Architect's tools, on the Heart of Lorkhan, a divine source of power. This act activated the Numidium in a way that caused the sudden and mysterious disappearance of the entire Dwemer race. What exactly happened remains shrouded in mystery, but many believe that the Numidium became a conduit or prison that linked the Dwemer to another plane of existence. Some theorize that activating the Numidium's full power transported the Dwemer collectively to a different realm, removing their physical bodies from Nirn, but not erasing their existence entirely. This would mean that the Numidium is not just a machine, but a gateway, or vessel, carrying the Dwemer's essence beyond mortal confines. In this way, the Numidium's activation may have triggered a kind of mass transcendence or displacement, consistent with the Dwemer's desire to conquer death and change their fate. The Numidium's presence throughout the Elder Scrolls games reinforces its importance. It appears not only in Morrowind, but also in later titles like Oblivion and Skyrim, symbolizing the lingering impact of Dwemer ambition. Its massive size and incomprehensible power have influenced the political and magical landscape of Tamriel, as factions seek to harness or control it. The golem's sheer scale and destructive potential make it a force of chaos, ironically contradicting the Dwemer's original intent for perfect order. Moreover, the Numidium is often seen as a paradox, both a symbol of the Dwemer's greatest achievement and the cause of their ultimate downfall. Its activation disrupted the natural order, erasing the Dwemer from existence in a way no other event in Tamrielic history can match. This duality adds to its mystique, as players and lore enthusiasts debate whether the Numidium was a tool of salvation, destruction, or something beyond human comprehension. Some theories suggest that the Dwemer's consciousness, or souls, were absorbed into the Numidium itself, effectively merging them into a singular entity, or spreading them across different realities. This would mean the Dwemer are neither dead nor alive, in the traditional sense, but exist in a new form within or linked to the Numidium. This idea is supported by the fact that the Numidium is not just a machine, but seems to possess a form of awareness or influence over time and space, warping reality around it during significant moments in the lore. The Numidium's ties to the Heart of Lorkhan further deepen its significance. The heart is a divine artifact tied to creation and the mortal experience, and by using it to power the Numidium, the Dwemer tapped into forces far beyond their usual reach. This reckless gamble might have sealed their fate, causing their disappearance while leaving behind an enduring legacy of mystery and power. In the grand scope of Elder Scrolls lore, the Numidium is a reminder of the dangers and wonders of the Dwemer's quest for ultimate control. It represents a bridge between mortal ambition and cosmic forces, a relic that continues to influence the world long after the Dwemer vanished. Its role as both a potential prison and conduit for the Dwemer's essence keeps fans theorizing and searching for answers, making it one of the most compelling pieces of the puzzle surrounding the fate of this lost civilization. Ultimately, the Numidium stands as a testament to the Dwemer's ingenuity, their hubris, and the lasting impact of their disappearance on the history and mythology of Tamriel. If the Dwemer are truly alive somewhere beyond the mortal realm, it opens up some of the most intriguing possibilities in the Elder Scrolls universe, with far-reaching implications for the future of Tamriel. The idea that an entire civilization could have slipped into another plane rather than being wiped out changes everything we thought we knew about their fate. It suggests that the Dwemer might one day return, potentially bringing with them the advanced technology and knowledge that once set them apart from all other races. This prospect alone is enough to stir both excitement and apprehension among scholars, mages, and rulers alike. The Dwemer's technology was revolutionary, combining intricate machinery with arcane forces in ways that even the most powerful wizards have struggled to understand or replicate. If they do come back, their return could shift the balance of power dramatically. They could introduce new inventions or weapons, challenge existing authorities, or reclaim ancient artifacts, like the Numidium. Their return might also disrupt the fragile political order of Tamriel, sparking conflicts between the various races and factions, eager to either ally with or oppose the Dwemer resurgence. Beyond the mortal realm, the Dwemer's existence affects the dynamic between mortals and the Daedric princes. The princes have their own agendas, and the emergence of a race that once defied the gods' authority with cold logic and unyielding order could pose a significant threat to their influence. The Dwemer's obsession with reason and control stands in contrast to the chaotic and often destructive nature of Daedric power. If the Dwemer return, it might trigger a new kind of conflict, one where the very concepts of order and chaos are at stake on a cosmic level. Some theories speculate that the Daedric princes might actively suppress the Dwemer's reappearance because a logical, unyielding force like the Dwemer could undermine their chaotic dominion. This adds another layer of intrigue to the Dwemer's disappearance and the silence surrounding their fate. On a more philosophical level, the Dwemer's survival challenges the idea of death and the afterlife in Tamriel. It raises questions about the nature of existence, the soul, and what it means to transcend mortality. Their disappearance into another plane could represent a unique form of immortality, one born not of divinity but of intellect and invention. For the people of Tamriel, the potential return of the Dwemer carries both hope and danger. It might mean rediscovering lost knowledge that could heal or advance their world, or it could herald a new age of upheaval and war. The Dwemer's legacy is already woven deeply into the fabric of Tamrielic history through their ruins, artifacts, and the ever-present mystery of their fate. The possibility that they still exist somewhere, waiting or rebuilding, keeps the world on edge. Their fate also influences adventurers and explorers who scour the land for clues and treasures, driven by curiosity and the lure of Dwemer secrets. Whether the Dwemer will come back as allies, conquerors, or something entirely unexpected remains unknown. What is clear is that their story is far from over, and their impact on Tamriel's future could be monumental. The idea that a vanished civilization could return from beyond mortal sight challenges everything Tamriel has experienced and could rewrite the history of the continent once again. The fate of the Dwemer remains one of the most enduring and fascinating mysteries in the Elder Scrolls universe. Despite centuries of study, exploration, and countless theories, no definitive answer has emerged to explain what truly happened to this ancient race. Their sudden disappearance during the Battle of Red Mountain left behind vast, intricate ruins and incredible technology that still baffle scholars and adventurers alike. The absence of bodies, the strange condition of their cities, and the lingering presence of their machines have all fueled speculation that the Dwemer might not have died in the traditional sense, but instead vanished into some unknown plane of existence. This theory gains weight when you consider the nature of the events surrounding their disappearance and the mystical forces at play. The Dwemer's obsession with logic, technology, and the pursuit of knowledge set them apart, perhaps even allowing them to transcend death in ways no other mortal race could. Over the years, fans and lore enthusiasts have imagined many scenarios that the Dwemer were pulled into the Soul Cairn, trapped somewhere in Aetherius, or shifted into an entirely different realm beyond mortal comprehension. The clues scattered across Tamriel's landscape, from ghostly echoes to malfunctioning automatons, hint at a fate more complex than simple extinction. What makes the mystery even more compelling is that, while the Dwemer as a civilization seem gone, their influence remains very much alive. Their ruins still stand as monuments to their ingenuity and ambition. Their technology, though ancient, continues to inspire awe and drive new discoveries. The very fabric of Tamriel's history has been shaped in part by their rise and fall, leaving a legacy that no other race has quite matched. The possibility that the Dwemer might still be out there somewhere, patiently waiting or rebuilding in a distant plane, keeps the intrigue alive. It challenges the boundaries of what we understand about life, death, and the nature of existence within this rich universe. For adventurers and historians, it's a mystery that invites endless exploration and wonder. Until more concrete evidence surfaces, the Dwemer's story remains open-ended, a tantalizing enigma that has captured the imaginations of fans for decades. It's a reminder that even in a world as thoroughly chronicled as Tamriel, there are still secrets hidden in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Whether the Dwemer will ever return or remain lost to the mists of time is a question that may never be fully answered, but their enduring presence in lore and legend ensures they will never be forgotten. The mystery of the Dwemer continues to inspire curiosity and speculation, a timeless puzzle in the ever-expanding saga of the Elder Scrolls. Next up is Vivec. Vivec is one of the most fascinating and mysterious figures in Elder Scrolls lore, a god, a warrior, a poet, and a ruler, all wrapped into one complex personality. Known as part of the Tribunal, Vivec helped shape the history and culture of Morrowind, standing as both a divine figure and a political leader for the Dunmer people. What makes Vivec unique isn't just his power or influence, but his very voice, both literally and figuratively. He was known for his eloquence, his teachings, and his ability to inspire through words, as seen in the legendary 36 Lessons of Vivec. But then, something strange happened. Vivec fell silent. He stopped speaking altogether, leaving many to wonder what caused this sudden and tragic silence. It's a mystery that has puzzled fans and scholars of Tamriel alike. This silence isn't just an absence of words, it's a profound moment in the story of Vivek and the wider lore of the Elder Scrolls universe. To understand why Vivek stopped speaking, we need to look at his origins, his rise to godhood, the powers that sustained him, and the events that led to his downfall. Vivek was not born a god. He was once a mortal who achieved divinity through the power of the Heart of Lorkhan, alongside the other members of the Tribunal. Their godhood came with immense responsibility and influence, but it also came at a cost. Over time, as the Tribunal's power waned and threats like Dagoth-Ur rose, Vivek's position became more precarious. The eruption of Red Mountain and the fulfillment of prophecies surrounding the Neteverine challenged the very foundation of Vivek's rule. As his power diminished and his authority was questioned, Vivek's silence can be seen as a symbolic and literal withdrawal from the world he once ruled so vocally. But was this silence a punishment, a choice, or something else entirely? Scholars and fans debate whether Vivek's silence is a form of spiritual transformation, a consequence of losing his connection to the divine source, or perhaps a mysterious new way of existing beyond mortal understanding. His silence raises many questions about power, divinity, and the limits of godhood in Tamriel. For the people of Morrowind, Vivek's silence had a deep impact. The Tribunal Temple, which had long been a pillar of faith and governance, faced uncertainty without his guiding voice. Politically and spiritually, the Dunmer had to navigate a world where one of their gods no longer spoke. Vivek's silence became more than just a personal tragedy. It shifted the balance of faith and power across Morrowind. Despite his silence, Vivek's legacy endures. His influence is felt in the culture, religion, and history of the Dunmer, and his story remains a key part of the Elder Scrolls universe. His silence, paradoxically, continues to speak volumes, reminding us of the complexities of divinity, the fragility of power, and the mysteries that make the Elder Scrolls lore so rich and compelling. This video will dive into the story behind Vivek's silence, exploring what really happened to the warrior poet god, what his silence might mean, and how his story shapes the world of Tamriel even now. Vivek is one of the most intriguing and complex figures in Elder Scrolls lore, a god who walks the line between divine power and mortal experience. Known as the warrior poet, Vivek is a member of the Tribunal, a trio of god kings who ruled over Morrowind for centuries. He is revered by the Dunmer people as both a spiritual leader and a protector, a being who embodies strength and wisdom in equal measure. Vivek's story begins as a mortal born to the Chimer, ancestors of the Dunmer, and through a series of events involving the Heart of Lorkhan, he ascended to godhood alongside Almalexia and Sotha Sil. His rise to divinity was marked by both incredible power and controversy, as the Tribunal's godhood came not from birth, but from the use of the Heart's energy, a source of immense and dangerous power. As a god, Vivek is unique because he doesn't just wield power through force. He's also a master of words, poetry, and philosophy. His teachings, most famously the 36 Lessons of Vivek, blend myth, history, and spiritual guidance in a way that captivates and challenges followers. These lessons reveal a being who is at once confident and cryptic, mixing humor, humility, and divine authority in a poetic form. Vivek's personality is marked by contradictions. He is both fierce and compassionate, a warrior in battle and a teacher in peace. This duality makes him not just a god to be worshipped, but a character with depth and nuance, capable of inspiring devotion and debate. Physically, Vivek is described as striking, often depicted with both masculine and feminine features, embodying a balance of opposites that reflects his complex nature. This androgyny is part of what makes him stand out among the gods and lends him an air of mystery and power. During his rule, Vivek founded the city of Vivec, a sprawling metropolis that became a cultural and political center of Morrowind. His influence extended beyond religion into governance, architecture, and daily life, making him a central figure in Dunmer society. Vivek's story also includes many tales of his exploits, battles, and relationships, especially with his fellow Tribunal members and his followers. He was a protector of his people, but also someone who could be ruthless when needed, a god who was very much involved in the mortal world. However, Vivek's godhood and power were not eternal. The events of the late Third Era, including the rise of the Nerevarine and the fall of the tribunal challenged his divine status and changed the course of Morrowind's history. This shift set the stage for the mysterious silence that would later envelop him, raising questions about his fate and the nature of his divinity. Despite all this, Vivec remains a figure of immense importance in Elder Scrolls lore, symbolizing the intersection of mortal struggle and divine ambition. His legacy is woven into the culture and history of the Dunmer, and his complex character continues to fascinate fans, scholars, and storytellers. Understanding who Vivec is gives us insight into not just a god, but a symbol of the Elder Scrolls' rich storytelling, where gods are flawed, powerful, and deeply human in their stories. The Tribunal, Vivec, Almalexia, and Sota Sil rose to godhood through a power source unlike any other in Tamriel, the heart of Lorkhan. This divine artifact, the core of the missing god, Lorkhan's sacrifice, holds immense and dangerous energy, capable of shaping reality itself. The Tribunal used this power to elevate themselves from mere mortals to living gods, a transformation that changed the course of Morrowind's history forever. Before the Tribunal's ascension, the Dunmer people lived under harsh and unstable conditions, struggling against external threats and internal divisions. The arrival of the Tribunal brought a new era of order, prosperity, and spiritual guidance. They ruled as god kings, revered and feared, combining religious authority with political control. The heart of Lorkhan was central to their power. It was a source they tapped into to perform miracles, sustain their immortality, and enforce their rule. However, this power came with a heavy cost and moral ambiguity. Unlike the traditional Aedra, who sacrificed themselves to create the mortal plane and became diminished in the process, the Tribunal's use of the heart was a more direct and selfish claim to divine power. It set them apart as unique beings, but also sowed seeds of tension and distrust. The Dwemer, ancient and highly advanced elves of Morrowind, were obsessed with the heart and sought to harness its power for themselves. Their attempts culminated in the mysterious and catastrophic event known as the Disappearance, where the entire Dwemer race vanished from Nirn, leaving behind ruins and unanswered questions. Meanwhile, the Tribunal maintained their grip on the heart's power, using it to build their city of Vivec and maintain their divine presence among the Dunmer. Vivec, in particular, was a master of this power, blending it with his poetic wisdom and martial prowess to inspire and rule. Yet, the heart's influence was not without corruption. Dagoth-Ur, a former ally turned enemy, was twisted by the heart's power into a dangerous figure, threatening the very existence of Morrowind. The conflict between the Tribunal and Dagoth-Ur, fueled by the heart's energy, became a defining chapter in Dunmer history. The arrival of the Nerevarine, a prophesied hero, challenged the Tribunal's rule and ultimately led to the destruction of the heart itself. This act ended the Tribunal's immortality and shifted the balance of power in the region. Despite this, the legacy of the heart remains a powerful symbol of ambition, sacrifice, and the complex relationship between mortals and gods in Elder Scrolls lore. The Tribunal's story highlights how power can elevate but also isolate and corrupt, and how the quest for divinity shapes the fate of entire peoples. Their rise and fall are deeply tied to the mystery and magic of the heart of Lorkhan, making it one of the most pivotal elements in the mythology of Tamriel. The path to Vivec's silence is a complex and mysterious chapter in Elder Scrolls lore, one filled with betrayal, divine conflict, and the consequences of wielding godlike power. After the Nerevarine destroyed the heart of Lorkhan, the Tribunal's source of immortality and godhood was shattered, leaving them vulnerable. Almalexia's descent into madness and isolation strained the Tribunal's unity, while Sota Sil withdrew into his clockwork city, distancing himself from the political turmoil of Morrowind. Vivec, once a charismatic leader and warrior poet, faced growing challenges that threatened his role as protector and deity of the Dunmer. The years following the heart's destruction were marked by increasing unrest, with Dagoth-Ur's return stirring conflict and rebellion. Vivec's attempts to maintain order were tested by these rising tensions and by his own changing nature. One significant event was the assassination attempt known as the Battle of Red Mountain, which left deep scars on Morrowind's landscape and its people. Throughout this period, Vivec's relationship with his followers and his own divinity began to fracture. Ancient texts and in-game lore hint at a profound internal struggle within Vivek, caught between his mortal origins and divine status, between duty and doubt. Some scholars and fans interpret his eventual silence as a voluntary withdrawal, a form of penance, or even a mysterious curse inflicted by enemies or fate itself. Others suggest darker possibilities, including divine punishment or a metaphysical transformation that left him unable or unwilling to speak. The symbolic imagery of Vivek's cracked face and sealed mouth appears in various writings and artworks, reinforcing the sense that his silence is more than just physical. It represents a fundamental loss or change in his identity. In the wake of these events, the Dunmer people were left without the guidance and protection of their once vibrant God King. The silence of Vivek created a spiritual and political vacuum, contributing to further instability in Morrowind. Yet, despite this silence, his influence lingers through poetry, architecture, and the enduring legacy of his teachings. The mystery surrounding why Vivek stopped speaking continues to captivate fans and scholars alike, fueling debates and theories about the true nature of gods in the Elder Scrolls universe. Ultimately, the events leading to Vivek's silence reveal the fragility of divine power and the heavy burden of godhood, showing that even gods are not immune to loss, change, or silence. The story of Vivek's prophecy and trial is one of the most enigmatic and intriguing in Elder Scrolls lore, blending divine destiny with harsh judgment. Vivek, the warrior poet god, was not just a leader, but also a prophet whose words carried immense weight for the Dunmer people. Ancient prophecies foretold both his rise and a time of reckoning, hinting that his reign as a god king would eventually face profound challenges. According to the lore, Vivek's prophecy warned of a coming trial, one that would test his divine authority and his very existence. This prophecy is found scattered in cryptic verses throughout the Sermons of Vivek, a collection of poetic texts attributed to him. These writings reveal a god who knew his fate was intertwined with the fragile balance of power in Morrowind, and that his silence and eventual trial were not random events but part of a greater cosmic design. The trial itself, while never fully described in exact detail in-game, is widely interpreted as both a metaphysical and literal confrontation. It is suggested that Vivek was judged by higher powers, whether other gods, the tribunal as a whole, or even his own conscience, over the moral and spiritual costs of his godhood. His use of the Heart of Lorkhan's power, once seen as a blessing that elevated him, became a source of corruption and downfall. This trial questioned whether Vivek's actions were for the good of the Dunmer or a form of selfish ambition disguised as divine guidance. Some texts hint at a courtroom beyond mortal understanding, where Vivek faced accusations that led to his silence, a sealing of his voice as both punishment and protection. The trial can also be seen as symbolic of the internal struggle within Vivek between his mortal self and his divine persona, reflecting the tension between power and humility, hubris and wisdom. During and after this trial, the god's silence became a lasting testament to the cost of divine power and the inevitability of judgment. This moment marked a turning point not just for Vivek, but for the entire tribunal and the people of Morrowind, signaling the end of an era. The prophecy and trial remind us that even gods are subject to fate and consequence, and that the stories of power always carry the risk of downfall. For fans of the Elder Scrolls, this chapter deepens the mystery of Vivek, blending myth, poetry, and history into a rich tapestry that invites endless interpretation. Vivek's silence has sparked countless theories among fans and scholars of Elder Scrolls lore, each trying to explain why this once eloquent god ceased to speak. One popular idea is that Vivek's silence was a direct consequence of his trial, a punishment for overstepping divine boundaries or for the moral compromises he made while wielding the Heart of Lorkhan's power. This theory suggests that his voice was literally sealed, either by other gods or by some higher cosmic force, to prevent him from influencing the world further. Another theory sees his silence as a voluntary act, a kind of self-imposed exile or meditation. After centuries of guiding the Dunmer and shaping Morrowind's destiny, Vivek may have chosen silence to reflect on his actions, to atone, or to prepare for an eventual return. This theory often ties into the idea that Vivek is more than just a god. He's a symbol of change and transformation, and silence represents a pause before a new chapter. Some fans believe Vivek's silence is linked to the fading power of the tribunal itself. With the destruction of the heart of Lorkhan and the rise of new forces, such as the Nerevarine and the Sixth House, the gods of the tribunal lost much of their divine strength, and Vivek's silence reflects that loss. It's as if, without his full power, he cannot, or chooses not to, speak, highlighting the fragile nature of godhood in Tamriel. There are also more mystical explanations, rooted in the complex metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls universe. Some say Vivek's silence is a form of transcendence, where he has moved beyond mortal comprehension and communication. His voice no longer belongs to the physical world, but exists in a higher plane or merged with the very fabric of Nirn. Others speculate that Vivek's silence is connected to his dual nature as both mortal and divine. Having once been a mortal man who ascended to godhood, his silence could symbolize the tension and conflict between these two states. He is trapped in a liminal space, unable to fully express himself in either realm. There are also darker theories, suggesting that Vivek's silence hides a secret too dangerous or powerful for mortals to hear. Perhaps he witnessed or caused something so profound that silence became the only way to contain it. This adds a layer of tragic mystery to his character, making him not just a silent god, but a silent keeper of forbidden knowledge. Whatever the reason, Vivek's silence is one of the most haunting and memorable aspects of his story. It transforms him from a charismatic leader and poet into a figure of quiet enigma, inviting players and lore enthusiasts to wonder about the fate of this god who once spoke so freely. His silence is not just the absence of words, but a powerful symbol of consequence, change, and the unknowable depths of divine power. It leaves a lasting impression on the world of Morrowind and the Elder Scrolls universe as a whole, reminding us that even gods are subject to silence and mystery. Vivek's silence marks a turning point for Morrowind, signaling profound changes in its culture, politics, and spiritual life. As one of the tribunal gods, Vivek was not just a religious figure, but also a unifying force for the Dunmer people. His words once guided their beliefs, shaped laws, and inspired loyalty. Without his voice, Morrowind faces a spiritual void, leaving its people to question their faith and the authority of the tribunal. This silence weakens the divine foundation that held Morrowind together for centuries, contributing to political instability and the decline of the Tribunal Temple's influence. The loss of Vivek's guidance also accelerates the rise of new powers, including the Nerevarine prophecy, and the resurgence of traditional Dunmer beliefs centered around the old ways and ancestral worship. His silence indirectly encourages the Dunmer to rediscover their cultural roots, moving away from the God Kings toward a more fragmented but authentic identity. On a practical level, Vivek's silence reflects the diminished power of the Tribunal after the events of Morrowind's Great War and the Oblivion Crisis. The Tribunal's divine abilities were closely tied to the heart of Lorkhan, and as that power faded, so did their influence. Vivek's quietness is a sign that the era of God Kings is ending, making way for new leaders and new conflicts. This transition influences the political landscape, with rival factions like the Ashlanders, House Redoran, and the emerging Temple vying for control and direction in a world where divine intervention is no longer guaranteed. Culturally, Vivek's silence forces Morrowind to adapt. The Dunmer must learn to face their challenges without relying on a living god's guidance. This leads to a shift towards self-reliance and resilience, as well as increased importance of mortal heroes and legends in their stories. The silence also adds to the mystery and legend surrounding Vivek himself, making him a figure of myth rather than a present deity. On a symbolic level, Vivek's silence embodies the complex relationship between divinity and mortality in the Elder Scrolls universe. His silence is a reminder that gods are not invincible or eternal in the way mortals imagine. They can fall silent, fade, or even disappear, leaving their followers to grapple with uncertainty. This uncertainty affects how the Dunmer understand their world, faith, and destiny. It also influences neighboring regions and peoples, as Morrowind's spiritual crisis creates ripples throughout Tamriel. The weakening of the Tribunal contributes to the power vacuum that the Aldmeri Dominion and other political entities seek to exploit in later eras. In the long term, Vivek's silence may pave the way for new beliefs and gods to rise in Morrowind, shifting the religious landscape away from the tribunal's dominance. The legacy of the warrior poet god becomes less about his spoken teachings and more about the stories, art, and cultural memory that survive him. Ultimately, Vivek's silence is a powerful symbol of change and transition for Morrowind. It marks the end of an era dominated by god kings and the beginning of a more uncertain future where mortals must find their own path. The quiet absence of Vivek's voice challenges the Dunmer to redefine their identity and adapt to a world without the direct presence of their once great god. This silence resonates not only in the spiritual realm, but also in the very fabric of Morrowind society, politics, and culture, making it one of the most significant moments in the region's history. Vivek's legacy in the Elder Scrolls universe is complex, far-reaching, and layered with mystery. As one of the tribunal gods, he was more than just a divine figure. He was a warrior, poet, leader, and symbol of Dunmer identity. His impact stretches beyond Morrowind, influencing lore, culture, and the spiritual landscape of Tamriel in ways that continue to echo long after his silence. Vivek's dual nature, as both mortal and divine, set a unique precedent in the Elder Scrolls mythos. He was born a mortal, but achieved godhood through the power of the Heart of Lorkhan and his own efforts, blending the human and divine in a way that challenged traditional boundaries. This fusion made him a symbol of transcendence, but also of fragility, as seen in his eventual silence. His teachings, often poetic and cryptic, filled with allegory and paradox, contributed to the rich spiritual fabric of Morrowind. The sermons of Vivek are not just religious texts, they are cultural artifacts that reveal his philosophy, history, and vision for his people. These writings have influenced countless scholars, followers, and even outsiders fascinated by his complex character. Politically, Vivek's legacy includes his role in shaping the Tribunal Temple, which dominated Morrowind for centuries. The Tribunal's rule brought stability but also conflict, as their godhood was tied to the Heart of Lorkhan and the power struggles that came with it. Vivek's leadership helped maintain order, but his silence and the eventual fall of the tribunal signaled the end of an era and the beginning of profound changes for Dunmer society. His influence extends to the cultural identity of the Dunmer, who still revere him as a hero and a god despite his silence. His image appears in art, architecture, and festivals, and his story is passed down through generations, mixing history and legend. This cultural memory keeps Vivek alive in the hearts of the Dunmer, shaping how they see themselves and their place in Tamriel. On a broader scale, Vivek's story raises questions about power, divinity, and mortality that resonate throughout the Elder Scrolls universe. He embodies the tension between gods and mortals, the risks of ambition, and the cost of godhood. This makes him one of the most intriguing characters in the lore, inspiring not only fan theories, but also philosophical reflection on the nature of existence within the game world. Vivek's legacy also touches on the idea of change and impermanence. His silence and the decline of the tribunal remind us that even gods are subject to fate and that no power is absolute. This theme echoes in many parts of the Elder Scrolls series, where cycles of rise and fall, creation and destruction are central motifs. Finally, Vivek's legacy influences gameplay and storytelling in Morrowind and beyond. His presence is felt in quests, dialogue, and world building, providing players with a rich, immersive experience that blends history, whether through his writings, his temple, or the lingering questions about his fate. Vivek remains a captivating figure whose legacy invites players to explore, learn, and wonder. In summary, Vivek's legacy is one of paradox and power, silence and speech, mortality and divinity. He shaped Morrowind's past and continues to influence Tamriel's present and future. His story is a testament to the depth and complexity of the Elder Scrolls universe, making him a character that fans keep coming back to, uncovering new layers and meanings with every playthrough. Vivek's silence marks one of the most mysterious and enduring moments in Elder Scrolls lore, leaving a legacy that still reverberates through Morrowind and beyond. His last words may have been lost, but the impact of his existence continues to shape the world around him in subtle and profound ways. As a god who once spoke in riddles, poetry, and prophecy, his sudden silence feels like an unfinished story, inviting endless speculation yet grounding itself firmly in the events that followed. The silence is not just the absence of voice, but a powerful symbol of change. The fall of the tribunal, the shifting of power, and the uncertainty that grips the Dunmer people after centuries of divine guidance. This silence forces mortals to navigate their world without direct divine intervention from one of their greatest heroes, pushing them to take control of their own destinies. Vivek's silence can also be seen as a reflection of the complex nature of power and the cost of divinity. His rise and fall highlight how godhood is not guaranteed permanence. It is fragile and tied to the beliefs, actions, and events that surround it. When the source of the tribunal's power, the heart of Lorkhan, was lost and their secrets revealed, Vivek's silence became part of that unraveling. Yet, despite the loss of his voice, his teachings and influence remain alive. The sermons of Vivek continue to inspire, challenge, and puzzle those who study them, offering wisdom wrapped in mystery. His image, statues, and temples stand as reminders of his presence, and his story is told by scholars, priests, and everyday Dunmer alike. Vivek's silence has also opened space for new interpretations and theories. Some believe he transcended physical form, becoming one with the void or the fabric of Nirn itself. Others see his silence as a form of punishment or penance, while some think it signals a dormant power, waiting to return when the time is right. This ambiguity adds depth to his character and keeps fans engaged in ongoing discussions about his true fate. Beyond Morrowind, Vivek's silence impacts the wider Elder Scrolls universe by symbolizing the fragile balance between gods and mortals. His story is a cautionary tale about ambition, sacrifice, and the limits of divine intervention in a world shaped by mortal actions. It reminds players that the gods in this universe are not infallible, but fallible beings entwined with the fate of the world they influence. Ultimately, Vivek's lasting echo is not just in what he said or did, but in what his silence represents, a turning point where the divine withdrew, leaving room for change, growth, and new stories to unfold. His silence invites players and lore enthusiasts to explore the mysteries of Tamriel, question what it means to be a god or mortal, and appreciate the rich tapestry of history that makes the Elder Scrolls universe so compelling. In the end, Vivek's silence is both an ending and a beginning, a powerful echo that shapes the past, present, and future of the world he once ruled, and the people who still remember him as a god, a leader, and a legend. Next up is Jyggalag. The Elder Scrolls universe is packed with larger-than-life figures, gods, monsters, and Daedric princes, with realms, followers, and deep stories stretching across millennia. Names like Molag Bal, Mehrunes Dagon, and Azura immediately call to mind iconic moments, terrifying powers, and unforgettable quests. Even the more obscure princes like Hermaeus Mora and Vermina have carved out recognizable roles within the mythos. But tucked away in the farthest corners of obscure lore, there's a name most players have never heard, and that even hardcore fans might only know from a passing whisper: Jyggalag. Jyggalag is the anomaly in a pantheon defined by extremes. He doesn't revel in chaos, desire, pain, or knowledge. He represents pure, unyielding order. No trickery, no indulgence, just cold, calculated structure. And that's exactly why he was feared. Before the events of Oblivion, there was no mention of Jyggalag in any Elder Scrolls game. No shrine, no cult, no books outside of a few cryptic lines in obscure texts. His existence was so thoroughly scrubbed from the known world that it wasn't until players stepped into Sheogorath's realm that they even learned he existed at all. And when they did, the revelation was massive. The insane, cheese-loving, mad god of the Shivering Isles, the one whose riddles and madness made him seem almost invincible, wasn't truly who he appeared to be. He was a mask. Jyggalag was the original self, and Sheogorath the curse. The Daedric princes, fearing the spread of his logic and order, had banded together to rewrite Jyggalag's very nature. They couldn't kill a prince, but they could twist him, so they turned the embodiment of order into the god of madness, forcing him to destroy his own realm every era during a cycle known as the Grey March. Every time he returned to his true form, he led an invasion to wipe out the chaos he had unknowingly built. Every time, he was defeated and reverted back into Sheogorath. That was his punishment, for being too powerful, too stable, too different. This cycle continued for ages, with no one the wiser. Jiggalag's name was forgotten, his realm reshaped, and his mind shattered over and over. It took a mortal, the player, to break the cycle by defeating him at the height of his power, ending the Grey March and freeing him from the curse.
Enough! I am beaten. The Grey March is ended. For millennia, this drama has unfolded, and each time, I have conquered this land, only to be transformed back into that gibbering fool, Sheogorath. It was not always so. Once I ruled this realm, a world of perfect order. My dominion expanded across the seas of oblivion with each passing era. The other princes, fearful of my power, cursed me with madness, doomed me to live as Sheogorath, a broken soul reigning in a broken land. Once each era, I was allowed my true form, conquering this world anew. And each time I did, the curse was renewed, damning me to exist as Sheogorath. Now, though, you have ended the cycle. You now hold the mantle of madness, and Jiggalag is free to roam the voids of oblivion once more. I will take my leave, and you will remain here, mortal. Mortal, king, god, it seems uncertain. This realm is yours. Perhaps you will grow to your station. Fare thee well, Sheogorath, Prince of Madness.
And just like that, Jiggalag was gone again. No reward, no sequel, no follow-up appearance in Skyrim. One of the most important moments in Daedric history, and yet his fate remains unknown. His realm of perfect symmetry is empty. His knights, the shining reflections of his will, vanished. His philosophy, the idea that all things should have purpose and place, left to rot in the madness he once ruled. The other princes likely breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Jiggalag represented the one thing they couldn't manipulate. But his silence raises questions. Did he go into hiding? Is he rebuilding his realm somewhere beyond the known planes? Will he return when Oblivion once again begins to spiral into chaos? The Elder Scrolls has never given a clear answer, and maybe it never will. But the mystery only deepens Jiggalag's legacy. He is the prince who should never have existed, the one even gods feared, and the only Daedric lord whose defeat wasn't about power, but about what he stood for. Jiggalag was unlike any other Daedric prince. While the others embraced extremes of passion, destruction, trickery, or indulgence, he represented a force that was fundamentally different: order. Not just discipline or strategy, but the absolute form of logic and precision. To Jiggalag, chaos was an error to be corrected, and every moment, every structure, every being had a proper place. His domain was a mirror of this belief, a realm without randomness, where symmetry ruled and deviation was impossible. Everything within his plane, from the design of its spires to the very paths one could walk, followed a strict set of rules and purpose. Unlike the sprawling madness of the Shivering Isles, or the organic growth of Azura's realm, Jiggalag's world was clean, sharp, metallic, and sterile, a beauty in form that refused to bend or soften. The lines of his fortresses cut through space with brutal elegance, built to intimidate through their perfection, and at the heart of this realm were the Knights of Order, his loyal soldiers. Unlike the chaotic Daedra spawned by other princes, the Knights were formed from the very essence of logic and law. They did not speak, did not question, and had no need for independent thought. Clad in gleaming crystal armor, they were shaped identically and moved as one. Their weapons were as cold and precise as their minds, crafted for efficiency, not flair. When they marched, it was not war, it was correction. Their presence meant the removal of disorder and the reshaping of the world to match Jiggalag's vision. But this vision posed a problem for the rest of the Daedric princes. The realms of oblivion exist in balance through their constant opposition, desire against rejection, fear against curiosity, change against stasis. Jiggalag disrupted that balance by offering an alternative where everything could be predicted and controlled. If order prevailed, there would be no place for madness, deception, ambition, or pain. He wasn't just growing stronger, his influence was spreading. Mortals began to align with him, building cults around the pursuit of truth through reason. His realm didn't consume through war, it absorbed by transforming. Chaos gave way to structure, and the borders between the other realms began to show cracks. For beings defined by their domains, this was a threat to their very nature, and that's why the princes took action. They didn't simply oppose him on the battlefield, they cursed him. They knew they couldn't kill Jiggalag, so they did the unthinkable. They turned the embodiment of unshakable logic into the exact opposite of what he was, Sheogorath, the Mad God. With that transformation, his realm was shattered into mania and dementia, chaotic reflections of his once pristine order. His Knights of Order were imprisoned in crystal, and his name was buried. But before that happened, Jiggalag's rise was terrifyingly methodical. He didn't conquer with fire or illusions. He brought inevitable change by removing randomness, and through that, he showed the other princes a possibility they couldn't allow. In a world ruled by Jiggalag, there would be no Daedric games, no mortal temptations, no champions or quests. There would only be structure. That sterile beauty he built wasn't lifeless, it was purpose given form. But for beings that thrive on unpredictability and power through manipulation, it was the most dangerous beauty of all. Jiggalag's curse is one of the most haunting stories in Elder Scrolls lore, not because it's about defeat, but because it's about a complete loss of self. At his peak, Jiggalag wasn't just powerful, he was unstoppable. He didn't wage war like Mehrunes Dagon or manipulate like Boethia. He reshaped reality through sheer inevitability. His forces didn't surge in waves, they advanced in perfect formation. His realm wasn't defended with traps or illusions, it didn't need to be. It was so logically designed that intruders simply couldn't navigate it. Order was more than a power, it was a principle, and it spread through oblivion like a quiet infection. But the Daedric princes are, at their core, egos given form. Every one of them rules a slice of reality built around their own perception, and Jiggalag was a threat to all of that. His existence suggested there could be one fixed truth, one set structure that would override the rest. If order consumed oblivion, the princes would cease to matter. Their realms would dissolve into harmony, and their endless power plays would become obsolete. So, they did the one thing that all of them, no matter how different, could agree on. They acted together. The exact nature of the curse they placed on Jiggalag is never fully explained in the texts, but the result was unmistakable. They didn't just seal him away or shatter his armies. They turned him into something else entirely, into Sheogorath. It was the perfect punishment. Not a prison, not death, but a forced inversion. Jiggalag, the god of logic, symmetry, and purpose, was reshaped into the Daedric Prince of Madness, chaos, contradiction, and nonsense. Where he once saw clarity, he now babbled riddles. Where he once acted with reason, he now indulged in absurdity. The curse created the Shivering Isles, a realm of fractured thoughts and bipolar domains, mania and dementia, each a mockery of his former ideals. But the tragedy didn't end there. Every era or so, a cosmic timer reset. The curse would lift just long enough for Jiggalag to return in his true form during a phase known as the Grey March. When this happened, he would gather the long-buried remnants of his Knights of Order, rise to full power, and begin purging the Shivering Isles of all madness. It was a violent reset, a purge not just of the realm, but of the identity forced on him. And when he finished, when order had once again triumphed, the curse would snap back into place. He would revert to Sheogorath, forget who he truly was, and begin the cycle all over again. This was the cruelest part of all. Not that he was transformed, but that he was allowed to remember. For a brief moment every few thousand years, Jiggalag would awaken to find his realm perverted, his mind altered, and his own hands responsible. He would clean the madness he never chose, only to be forced to become its architect once more. The Daedric princes hadn't just trapped him, they made him his own jailer. And as Sheogorath, he wasn't dormant. He was one of the most active princes in the mortal world. His artifacts, like the Wabajak and the Staff of Sheogorath, spread chaos across Tamriel. His cult thrived. He played games with mortals, sometimes helping them, other times driving them insane. All of this, every prank and punishment, every nonsensical festival and insane command was carried out by someone who, deep down, was the god of structure and sense. He just didn't know it. Or maybe he did, and that made it worse. That's the heartbreaking brilliance of the curse. The other princes didn't just remove a rival, they shattered the one being who could have brought them all to heel. Jiggalag became the opposite of himself, a cosmic joke designed to repeat forever, and yet it was this cycle that would eventually become his chance at freedom. But before that happened, for countless ages, Jiggalag was trapped in a body and mind that mocked everything he stood for. He wasn't just removed from the world, he was turned into something the world would laugh at. That's why his story matters. It's not just about power, it's about identity stolen, rewritten, and buried under layers of madness that weren't his own. The Grey March was not just a battle, it was an inevitability that haunted the Shivering Isles like a ticking clock. It wasn't whispered in dark corners or feared by hidden cults, it was openly acknowledged by Sheogorath himself, because every so often, Jiggalag would return. The curse that transformed the Daedric Prince of Order into the Prince of Madness wasn't permanent in the traditional sense. It bent time around him, trapping him in a cycle where he would live for centuries as Sheogorath, only to revert to his true form during the Grey March, bringing devastation to everything he had created. The Shivering Isles, split into the bipolar realms of mania and dementia, were shattered by the return of order every time this cycle came to an end. Jiggalag and his army of Knights of Order would sweep across the realm like an unstoppable wave. Their goal wasn't conquest, it was correction. The vibrant chaos, twisted beauty, and unpredictable madness of Sheogorath's realm were all anathema to Jiggalag's nature. The Grey March meant cleansing it all, reducing it to symmetrical ruin, turning it back into something he recognized, and the cruel twist was that he didn't want this destruction. As Sheogorath, Jiggalag grew to understand his people, even if that identity was a mask. But when the time came, the curse reasserted itself, and logic returned with no mercy. Sheogorath tried to delay the inevitable. He would send his worshippers on impossible quests, create senseless distractions, pit mania against dementia, and spin elaborate rituals with no clear purpose. These weren't just the acts of a mad god, they were efforts to buy time. He knew what was coming, and he didn't want it to arrive. But no matter what tricks he pulled, no matter how unpredictable he made the Isles, the Grey March always came. The sky would darken, the land would tremble, and crystal spires would rise from the ground like fangs tearing through flesh. The Knights of Order would march with mechanical precision, not to fight a war, but to fulfill a function. The people of the Isles, golden saints and dark seducers, madmen and prophets, would scramble to defend their twisted home, but they were never enough. It was like fighting a machine with emotion, resisting a tide with screaming. And every time, when the destruction was complete, Sheogorath would vanish, and Jiggalag would walk away alone, his work done, only to vanish back into madness. That cycle seemed eternal, until something changed. That something was the arrival of a mortal, the champion of Cyrodiil. Unlike any previous visitor to the Isles, this mortal didn't just stumble into the realm for a diversion. They were drawn into Sheogorath's game, offered the chance to become a duke or duchess, to rule over mania or dementia. It was all a setup, but not the kind meant to deceive. It was a test. Sheogorath was preparing a successor. He knew the Grey March was coming again, and he believed this mortal might be able to stop it. Through bizarre trials, battles of wit, and twisted challenges, the champion proved themselves. They defeated enemies born from delusion, confronted their own fears, and unraveled the secrets of the Isles. They earned the trust of both the Golden Saints and Dark Seducers, won the favor of the realm's most eccentric figures, and ultimately were chosen by Sheogorath to take his place. As the Grey March began, and the Knights of Order once again rose from the crystal fissures, the champion of Cyrodiil stood in defense of the realm. They didn't just fight back, they rebuilt, rallied, and adapted. They discovered that the key to stopping the Grey March was not brute force, but understanding. They traveled into the depths of the realm, uncovering the power of the Staff of Sheogorath, the very artifact that symbolized the identity of the Mad God. By reforging it, they did more than create a weapon, they claimed the mantle. In the final moments, as Jyggalag appeared in his full form and the final battle unfolded, it wasn't just the fate of the Isles at stake, it was the curse itself. The champion's victory did something that no Daedric prince expected. It broke the cycle. Jyggalag, freed for the first time since his original fall, acknowledged the mortal's success. There was no anger in him, only a quiet resignation. He declared that the curse was lifted and that he would no longer return. The realm, once reset by order again and again, now had a new ruler, a mortal who had become Sheogorath. Not the old one, not the cursed Jyggalag in disguise, but a new incarnation with their own story. That was the end of the Grey March. Not through some divine intervention, not by another prince stepping in, but through the will and action of a single mortal who accepted madness and wielded it with purpose. It changed Oblivion forever. When the Grey March began for the final time, there was one key difference. Sheogorath wasn't planning to run, hide, or delay it anymore. This time, he had a plan that had never been attempted before. He wouldn't face Jyggalag himself. Instead, he handed his mantle to a mortal, the champion of Cyrodiil. The player, caught up in a realm that made no sense, was given the ultimate responsibility. What started as a strange journey through the lands of mania and dementia quickly escalated into a battle for the soul of an entire Daedric realm. The champion had earned the trust of both sides of the Shivering Isles, survived the trials of court politics and mad gods, and built the Staff of Sheogorath, the symbol of power that would make them a true ruler. The Grey March hit the Isles harder than ever. Crystalline spires tore through the ground, Knights of Order poured into every region, and the forces of madness were overrun. But this time, there was resistance with direction. The champion, armed with the staff, wasn't just fighting off invaders, they were rewriting the future of the realm. No one, not even the Daedra, had ever managed to defeat Jyggalag in this final phase of the cycle. He was an avatar of perfect order, cold and calculating, immune to fear or hesitation. The Shivering Isles were chaotic by nature, but that chaos always collapsed under the weight of precision. Yet the champion refused to bend. They fought through the advancing knights, closed the obelisks spawning them, and pushed back against the tide of inevitability. At the climax, the champion faced Jyggalag himself. Towering, armored, and resolute, he declared that the cycle would continue, that the realm would be purified. But the champion wasn't bound by the past. They weren't trying to stall or distract. They were there to end it. In that final battle, it wasn't just strength that won. It was the culmination of everything the player had experienced. Understanding the nature of the Isles, mastering the roles of both mania and dementia, and embracing the madness in a way no one ever had. When Jyggalag fell, something remarkable happened. He didn't rage, he didn't curse the player, and he didn't vanish in a storm of magic. Instead, he spoke plainly, and for the first time, as himself. He admitted the truth of his curse, that the other princes feared his order so much they turned him into Sheogorath, sentencing him to endless madness. He acknowledged that the cycle was over. The champion had done what no one else could, broken the pattern. And with that, Jyggalag was free. It wasn't just the end of a realm-shaking event, it was the undoing of a divine punishment. Jyggalag, once the most feared of the Daedric princes for his power over pure, unyielding order, was no longer imprisoned by the personality of his opposite. He said he would now wander Oblivion freely, unsure of his place after so long in chains, but fully himself for the first time in an age. At the same time, Sheogorath did not vanish. The champion of Cyrodiil became the new mad god, not a puppet, not a mask of Jyggalag, but a true successor. They retained their memories, their choices, and their mortal perspective, now backed by Daedric power. The Shivering Isles, instead of being reset by order, now moved forward under new leadership. The Daedra, who once served the old Sheogorath, now bowed to a new one, someone who had earned the title rather than inherited it by curse. This ending changed more than just one realm. In the hierarchy of Oblivion, Jiggalog's return meant that the balance of power had shifted. A prince, once locked away, had returned, and a mortal had ascended to full Daedric status in a way that was neither apotheosis nor trickery. It was succession. What comes next is unknown. Jiggalog has not appeared again in the series after Shivering Isles, and his plans remain hidden, but his presence alone is a game changer. A prince defined by order and control, now free to operate without being suppressed by the fear of his peers, could reshape how the Daedric princes interact, especially if he chooses to act again. Whether he seeks to build a realm of his own or stay removed from Oblivion's politics, the important part is that the choice is now his. For centuries, he had none. The Grey March wasn't just a curse, it was a loop of destruction and amnesia. Now it's gone, and both Jiggalog and the Isles have moved into a new era. One ruled by a mortal who embraced madness, and one watched from afar by a god who finally remembered what it meant to be himself. After Jiggalog was freed from the curse that bound him to Sheogorath and ended the endless Grey March cycle, one of the biggest mysteries in the Elder Scrolls universe began. Where did he go? At the conclusion of the Shivering Isles expansion in Oblivion, Jiggalog himself says he will not be seen for a long time. He hints that he needs time to recover, to figure out what his place is now, that he is no longer shackled by madness or forced to cycle endlessly through destruction and rebirth. Since then, though, he has not appeared anywhere in any Elder Scrolls game or official lore. No realm of pure order like the Shivering Isles once was for Sheogorath has surfaced. There is no clear sign of Jiggalog's influence anywhere, not in Skyrim, not in any of the realms explored in later titles. This has led fans and lore experts to speculate heavily about what Jiggalog might be doing and what his absence means for the cosmic balance of Oblivion. One popular theory is that Jiggalog is rebuilding. After eons locked in madness, stripped of his domain and forced to exist as another prince's opposite, he might need time to reconstruct his realm of order, something pristine, absolute, and unlike any other Daedric plane. However, no evidence of such a realm has emerged, nor has there been any direct contact with mortals or the other Daedric princes that would indicate his presence. Another theory suggests that Jiggalog might be biding his time. Freed from the cycle, he could be gathering strength, waiting for the right moment to reassert himself and possibly challenge the other Daedric princes. Jiggalog's power over order is unique and absolute, something that once terrified the other princes enough to curse him. If he returns with that power fully restored, it could shake the very foundation of Oblivion's hierarchy. Yet, even this idea has no confirmation. The absence of any sign of Jiggalog may hint at something darker, that the other Daedric princes remain wary of his potential return, and are actively working to suppress or hide him. Their initial fear of his power led them to curse him into becoming Sheogorath, essentially erasing him from existence. It's not unreasonable to imagine they have means to keep him from rising again, or at least to keep his influence minimal. It's also possible that Jiggalog himself has chosen to stay hidden, understanding the threat his return could pose, not only to the other princes, but also to the balance of the universe itself. After being locked in madness for so long, he might be reconsidering how to wield his power, avoiding conflict while he searches for a new path. Interestingly, the lore of Skyrim and later Elder Scrolls titles makes no mention of Jiggalog or his realm. Unlike other Daedric princes who leave marks on Tamriel through artifacts, cults, or Daedric quests, Jiggalog's presence is nearly non-existent. This further fuels the mystery. Some fans suggest that his absence might be deliberate from the developer's side, leaving the door open for future stories or expansions where Jiggalog's fate can be explored more deeply. For now, the Daedric Prince of Order remains a ghost story, one of immense power that once was and may be again, but whose current whereabouts and plans are cloaked in silence. Despite his absence, the legacy of Jiggalog's curse, the Grey March, and the events of Shivering Isles still echo through the Elder Scrolls universe, reminding players that even gods can be bound, broken, and reborn. Whether Jiggalog will return as an ally, adversary, or something entirely unexpected remains an open question, one that keeps fans guessing and the lore rich with potential. Jiggalog's story is one of power, fear, and cosmic tension that runs deep beneath the surface of the Elder Scrolls universe. To understand why the other Daedric princes feared him so much, that they cursed him into madness, and erased his existence for centuries, we have to go back to what made Jygalag fundamentally different from the rest. While most Daedric princes embody chaos, change, ambition, and unpredictability, Jygalag represented order, pure, unyielding, inevitable order. In the chaotic realms of Oblivion, where nothing was stable and everything was driven by caprice and personal agendas, Jygalag's power posed a direct threat to the very nature of the Daedric existence. His realm, the Plane of Order, was a place where everything followed strict laws, precision, and discipline. This wasn't just a personality trait, but an existential principle. Order meant predictability, consistency, and control. Everything the other princes thrived on was thrown into question by this. For the princes who gained strength through chaos, madness, and disruption, Jygalag's approach was terrifying because it suggested an alternative, a world where everything could be controlled, contained, and ultimately made obsolete. His power was the antithesis of everything they stood for. In a way, Jygalag represented inevitability and finality. If order ruled unchecked, then the chaotic powers of the other princes might become irrelevant or powerless. The Daedric realm is one of endless conflict and competition, but Jygalag's vision of absolute order threatened to end that conflict by imposing a universal law that even they would have to obey. The fear wasn't just political, it was existential. The other princes could not allow such a force to dominate because it would undermine their own existence. So, to protect their power and the nature of Oblivion itself, they united against Jygalag in the only way they could, by cursing him. This curse transformed Jygalag into Sheogorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness, chaos, and unpredictability, everything opposite of what he stood for. This was a kind of cosmic imprisonment, forcing Jygalag to live as the embodiment of chaos instead of order. This transformation effectively erased his identity and prevented him from consolidating his power or realm. The cycle of Greymarch, where Jygalag periodically returns to reclaim the Shivering Isles only to be defeated and revert to Sheogorath, was designed to keep him in check indefinitely. This cycle ensured that neither order nor chaos would gain permanent dominance. It kept the balance, but at the cost of Jygalag's freedom. Despite this curse, Jygalag's true nature could not be completely erased. Over time, his essence and will remain strong enough to eventually be freed by the champion of Cyrodiil in the events of Oblivion's Shivering Isles expansion. This showed that order, even when suppressed, could not be destroyed. The fear the other princes had of Jygalag was a fear of the inevitable, that a universe ruled by unchanging law and structure could replace the chaotic and unpredictable nature of Oblivion. Such a shift would have profound implications not just for the princes themselves, but for the very fabric of existence. Jygalag was more than a threat. He was a challenge to the core of what it meant to be a Daedric prince. In the end, the story of Jygalag is a reminder that power in the Elder Scrolls universe is complex and balanced between extremes. The Daedric princes represent many forces, but none is absolute. Jygalag's fate shows that even the mightiest can be bound when their power threatens the cosmic order. It also opens up endless questions about what might happen if order ever truly returned, and whether the other princes' fear was justified or only a reflection of their own desire to hold onto power. Jygalag's story stands apart from all other Daedric princes because he embodies something both simple and profoundly unsettling: absolute order. In a realm ruled largely by chaos, manipulation, ambition, and unpredictability, Jygalag represents the cold certainty that everything must follow a strict, unchanging pattern. The other princes, who thrive on disorder and confusion, feared him deeply, not because he was more powerful in the usual sense, but because he was incorruptible and unwavering. He couldn't be manipulated, tricked, or swayed, and that made him a threat none of them could tolerate. His very existence posed a challenge to the chaotic balance of the Daedric realms, so they cursed him to live as Sheogorath, the embodiment of madness and chaos, forever trapped in a cycle where his true nature was hidden away. When the champion of Cyrodiil finally shattered that cycle, freeing Jygalag from his madness-bound prison, the Daedric Prince of Order vanished, leaving the Elder Scrolls universe with more questions than answers. Where did Jygalag go after his liberation? What is he doing now? Why has he not made his presence known again? The absence of answers is striking and has become a mystery that fans and lore hunters alike speculate about endlessly. The most compelling theory suggests that Jygalag is not gone, but waiting, preparing silently in the background. Unlike other princes who demand attention through spectacle, war, or madness, Jiggalag's approach to power is subtle, patient, and relentless. His strength doesn't come from chaos or sudden upheaval, but from the slow, inevitable advance of order itself. While the other princes squabble and scheme, Jiggalag may be rebuilding his realm or planning to reassert his influence, doing so with a logic and precision that can't be stopped by tricks or distractions. This patient waiting is what makes Jiggalag uniquely dangerous. He represents an unstoppable force, one that cannot be distracted by petty rivalries or manipulated by deception. His power flows from the natural laws of order and certainty, and once set in motion, it moves forward without pause or hesitation. In a universe defined by change and unpredictability, this kind of certainty is terrifying. Chaos allows for surprises, unpredictability, and freedom, but Jiggalag's order threatens to erase that very freedom, imposing rules and patterns that limit and control. For the other Daedric princes, who build their power on chaos and madness, Jiggalag's return would be an existential threat to their dominion. Yet, beyond the fear and uncertainty Jiggalag inspires, his existence also highlights the fundamental balance within the Elder Scrolls universe. Order and chaos are not merely opposites, but necessary forces that coexist, shaping the world through their tension and interaction. Neither can exist in absolute form without ending the cycle of creation and destruction that defines the cosmos. Jiggalag's silence and absence are not signs of defeat, but of balance, a pause before the inevitable tide of order returns. The anticipation of what he represents, an unstoppable force of certainty and logic, adds a profound layer to the already complex Daedric mythology. His story reminds us that the greatest power is not always the loudest or most visible, but can be the quiet, inevitable force shaping everything beneath the surface. So, while the other princes continue their schemes in the shadows, Jiggalag's presence is felt through the calm before the storm. His waiting is not idle. It is a preparation for an eventual return when order will once again challenge the chaos that defines much of the Elder Scrolls cosmos. The dread this inspires is not about destruction, but about the removal of unpredictability itself, the loss of freedom that chaos provides. This makes Jiggalag one of the most fascinating and enigmatic figures in Elder Scrolls lore. He stands as a symbol of a power beyond madness, beyond ambition, order itself, patiently watching, waiting, and poised to reshape the universe in ways none can foresee or resist. In the end, his silence is louder than any shout, a lasting echo that warns all who hear it. No matter how wild or chaotic the world may seem, order is always there, always watching, always inevitable, and perhaps the most terrifying force of all. Next up is Dagoth Ur. Deep beneath the ashen peaks of Vardenfell, something ancient stirs. Whispers ride the sulphurous winds, carried down from the scorched slopes of Red Mountain, and those who dream too deeply wake up screaming. Morrowind is sick. The land groans under the weight of something it cannot name. Blight storms sweep across the ashlands, spreading disease and madness. Creatures mutate into grotesque reflections of themselves, while minds fracture under the weight of nightmares that do not belong to them. Priests speak of omens, of curses long thought, buried, and of voices calling from beneath the mountain. The dreams are not random, they are deliberate, and the name they carry is always the same. In towns and villages, rumors spread like fire. People claim to hear whispers in their sleep, words in an alien tongue, promises of ascension, commands disguised as prophecy. Scholars lock themselves away, trying to trace the source, and inevitably, they all point toward one place, Red Mountain. A great eye that never closes, a wound on the world that never heals. The Dunmer remember stories told in hushed tones of a house that was struck from the record, of a traitor who disappeared into the earth and was never truly seen again. Official histories say he was dead. The tribunal said he was gone. But now, centuries later, his presence bleeds back into the world, and no amount of denial can hold it back. Pilgrims have started vanishing near the ghost fence. The tribunal grows weaker with every passing year. Gods who once walked among the people are fading, their divinity no longer secure. In their absence, another voice grows stronger. A voice not calling for worship, but for rebirth. Cultists speak of the sixth house as if it never fell, only slept. They gather in caverns beneath the soil, worshipping a dream, awaiting a god who claims to be more than myth. There's something uniquely terrifying about power that doesn't want praise. It wants to remake you. And what's worse is that it might not be madness at all. Something real is happening. Something massive. Something unstoppable. And as the land fractures under the pressure of what lies beneath, only one question truly matters. Who is Dagoth-Ur? Is he a forgotten villain clinging to power? A betrayed god seeking revenge? Or something entirely new, a being born of divine machinery, madness, and prophecy? Whatever he is, one truth becomes increasingly clear. The tribunal failed to stop him, and the dream is no longer sleeping. Red Mountain breathes again, and the voice inside it is calling. Long before the name Dagoth-Ur echoed through the dreams of the dying, there was Vorin Dagoth, a proud noble of House Dagoth, born into one of the most ancient and respected lineages of Khmer society. He lived in a time of upheaval, when the Dwemer and the Khmer vied for control of Resdayn, and the future of their people was constantly shifting beneath their feet. Vorin wasn't just another highborn. He was sharp, charismatic, and incredibly ambitious. Even among the Khmer, whose culture prized cunning and resolve, Vorin stood out. He wasn't the kind to chase glory for its own sake, but when he spoke, others listened. When he gave orders, they were followed without hesitation. His house may not have had the same political weight as Indoril or Redoran, but Vorin himself earned a place of influence through sheer presence and ability. His friendship with Lord Indoril Nerevar began not through politics, but through mutual respect. Nerevar, warlord and unifier of the Khmer, saw something in Vorin that others often overlooked, a man with vision, strategy, and unwavering loyalty. Vorin served as both advisor and general to Nerevar, standing at his side during the most critical campaigns of the war against the Dwemer. He was in the thick of every major battle, earning both honor and fear across the land. But behind the battlefield victories and political counsel, Vorin harbored an obsession, a deep curiosity about the nature of power, divinity, and the ancient secrets buried beneath Red Mountain. While the other tribunal members, Vivek, Almalexia, and Sota Sil, were known for their charisma, mysticism, and mechanical brilliance respectively, Vorin preferred to operate in the shadows of knowledge. He would pore over Dwemer texts and delve into ruins that even the most daring avoided. He wasn't just curious, he was driven. He wanted to understand what made the Dwemer tick, what secrets they were hiding beneath their metal cities, and why they were so obsessed with the heart of Lorkhan. Vorin's interest wasn't random. He believed that the heart was the key to something greater, something that could elevate the Khmer beyond their current state. He spoke often, though carefully, of a future where his people would no longer need to bow to fate or the will of capricious gods. In those early years, he never sought to be worshipped or feared. He genuinely thought he could find a path to secure the future of Morrowind. But the deeper he went into the mysteries of the Dwemer, the more distant he became from those around him. Nerevar trusted him, but even he began to question the lengths Vorin was willing to go. The heart of Lorkhan, said to be the literal heart of a dead god, was a thing of legend. The Dwemer claimed to have found it beneath Red Mountain, and Vorin was one of the few who not only believed them, but feared what they might do with it. When Kagrenak, the Dwemer tonal architect, began building his tools to tap into the heart's power, it was Vorin who warned Nerevar first. He didn't trust the Dwemer and believed that their tampering would unravel not just the balance of power in Morrowind, but reality itself. His warnings helped set in motion the events that would lead to the War of the First Council. Through every twist of that war, Vorin remained close to Nerevar. He was not only a strategist, but someone who knew the terrain, the politics, and most importantly, the Dwemer's thinking. And when the Dwemer were finally pushed to the brink, retreating into the deep chambers of Red Mountain, it was Vorin who led the charge to breach their stronghold. What happened next remains debated, wrapped in myth and shadow. What is known is that after Kagrenak used his tools on the heart, the entire Dwemer race vanished in an instant. Gone, as if erased from the world. What role Vorin played in that moment is uncertain, but he was there. And whatever he saw, whatever he experienced in that chamber, it changed him forever. After the battle, he was left to guard the tools and the heart itself. Nerevar trusted him with this enormous responsibility while he went to consult with the tribunal on what should be done. But when Nerevar returned, Vorin had grown defiant. He insisted the heart should be studied and used, not hidden away. The confrontation that followed fractured everything. Nerevar, unwilling to risk the future, demanded the tools be sealed away. Accounts differ on what happened next. Some say Vorin attacked, others claim he simply refused to surrender. Either way, a conflict erupted. Vorin was defeated, mortally wounded, and left to die beneath the mountain. The tribunal took the tools and later used them on the heart to become gods. But Vorin did not die. The bond he had formed with the heart, even if incomplete, was strong enough to sustain him. Slowly, painfully, he began to change. Vorin Dagoth was no more. What rose in his place would become Dagoth-Ur, a figure born not just from ambition or betrayal, but from the very heart of the mountain itself. In the waning years of the First Era, tensions in the land of Resdayn reached a boiling point. The fragile alliance between the Chimer and the Dwemer had always been uneasy, held together by necessity rather than trust. On one side stood the proud and pious Chimer, devoted to their ancestors and the Daedra, and on the other, the brilliant but cold Dwemer, a race of atheistic deep elves who trusted only in logic, reason, and the hidden mechanics of the universe. What truly broke the alliance wasn't politics or pride, it was discovery. Deep beneath Red Mountain, the Dwemer unearthed something ancient and incomprehensibly powerful, the heart of Lorkhan. According to legend, it was the literal heart of the god who helped shape Mundus, torn from his chest by the Aedra in punishment and cast down into Nirn. It was thought lost to myth, but the Dwemer, with their unmatched knowledge of deep earth tunneling and tonal architecture, found it buried in the molten core of Vardenfell. And they didn't just find it, they planned to use it. The Dwemer's high engineer, Kagranak, began designing a series of divine tools, Keening, Sunder, and Wraithguard, to tap into the heart's power. His goal was nothing short of godhood, not through worship or belief, but through mathematics and machine. He intended to bind the heart to a massive brass colossus called Numidium, a golem not just of metal, but of metaphysical dominance. With it, the Dwemer could escape the cycle of mortality and claim their place as supreme beings. When word of this project reached the Chimer, it shook the foundation of their society. To the devout Chimer, meddling with the heart of a god was heresy of the highest order. Lord Nerevar, ever the diplomat and warrior, tried to mediate, but the Dwemer would not yield. Vorin Dagoth, who had been studying the Dwemer's activities more closely than most, warned Nerevar that the Dwemer were playing with forces they didn't fully understand. He argued that their tampering could unravel reality itself or provoke divine retribution. What followed was the War of the First Council, a brutal, wide-ranging conflict that pulled in nearly every major faction in Resdayn. The Chimer, led by Nerevar and supported by Vorin Dagoth and the Tribunal, clashed with the Dwemer in a campaign of attrition that saw both sides pushed to the edge. The Nords, sensing weakness and opportunity, invaded from the west, adding a third front to an already catastrophic war. The land was scarred with battle, entire cities were lost, and alliances frayed. Through it all, Red Mountain loomed at the center of the conflict, not just geographically, but symbolically. Everyone knew the heart was there, and everyone knew that whoever controlled it would decide the future of Morrowind. As the war reached its peak, Nerevar led a final assault on the Dwemer stronghold at Red Mountain. It was during this climactic campaign that Vorin Dagoth, commanding a separate vanguard, managed to breach the inner chambers first. He entered the heart chamber ahead of Nerevar and the Tribunal, and saw what Kagranak had built, Numidium, still incomplete, surrounded by the tools, humming with tonal energy, standing in the presence of the heart. What exactly happened in those moments is shrouded in mystery, but what's certain is that Vorin Dagoth came into contact with the heart before anyone else. Whether he used the tools or simply touched the heart in its raw form, he was changed. Something inside him awakened or began to stir. When Nerevar arrived, he found Vorin altered, conflicted, perhaps already affected by the heart's energy. Vorin claimed the tools should be protected and studied, not sealed away or destroyed. Nerevar, ever cautious, disagreed. Khagranach had already attempted to activate Numidium, and in doing so, caused the total disappearance of the entire Dwemer race. One moment they were there, the next they were gone, every single one across all of Nirn. Nerevar took this as proof that the tools were too dangerous to be left unguarded. But Vorin saw the Dwemer not as destroyed, but as ascended. He believed they had succeeded, even if the cost was beyond mortal comprehension. This disagreement sparked a confrontation. Nerevar insisted the tools be locked away. Vorin resisted. The details are murky, but in the end, Vorin was cast down, left behind as Nerevar and the tribunal took the tools and departed. Some say he died. Others believe he lingered, hidden beneath Red Mountain, drawing strength from the heart. But in that chamber, something fundamental changed. Vorin had been exposed to power beyond understanding, and that exposure would slowly twist him into something else entirely. The seeds of Dagoth had been planted, not through ambition or betrayal alone, but through proximity to a god's broken heart. He had looked into the divine, and not only survived, but started to transform. And while the world believed the threat buried with the Dwemer, deep beneath the mountain, something ancient had begun to wake. After the final battle at Red Mountain, Resdayn entered a fragile period of silence. The War of the First Council had ended. The Dwemer were gone, vanished from existence in a blink, and with them their ambition to wield godhood through logic and metal. Nerevar stood at the edge of victory, but the cost had been immense. The heart of his homeland was scorched, his enemies had become ash or myth, and his most trusted ally, Vorin Dagoth, had either died in mysterious circumstances or vanished beneath the mountain. The surviving Chimer had little time to process what had truly happened. Red Mountain was sealed, and the divine tools, Keening, Sunder, and Wraithguard, were hidden away under the care of the tribunal, Almalexia, Sothasil, and Vivek. At first, they honored Nerevar's dying wish. But power leaves a taste, and when you've stood in the presence of something like the heart of Lorkhan, that taste lingers. It's here that the cracks in the narrative begin to show. The tribunal would later claim that after the war, they approached Red Mountain with caution, seeking only to study the tools in secret, believing they could use the heart's power to better serve their people. They spoke of becoming living gods not out of vanity, but duty, to protect the Chimer, to strengthen Morrowind. But this story hinges on what they say happened next, that Dagoth who had somehow survived, refused to surrender the tools to them, becoming corrupted by the heart and turning on his old friends. The tribunal paint him as a madman, a traitor who clung to stolen power. But that version raises uncomfortable questions. If Dagoth was merely mad and dangerous, why didn't they destroy him immediately? Why did they return later, alone, after Nerevar was dead? And why is the record of what exactly happened at that moment so vague? Some stories say Nerevar died of natural causes. Others whisper he was betrayed. Whatever the truth, one fact remains consistent. After Nerevar's death, the tribunal returned to Red Mountain without him, took the tools, and used them to tap into the heart. They ascended, becoming godlike figures overnight, and Vorin Dagoth, now beginning to be called Dagoth vanished from the pages of history. Officially, he was dead. But Red Mountain remained closed, and something unnatural began to fester beneath it. There's a version of this story where Dagoth isn't the betrayer, but the betrayed. He had touched the heart first, perhaps even begun a transformation, and he believed himself the rightful guardian of its power. Maybe he feared what the tribunal would become if they used the tools. Maybe he warned them, and they saw him as a threat. Maybe he resisted their plans out of duty, not madness. But the tribunal won that battle. They sealed him away, told the world he had turned against them, and reshaped the narrative to fit their rule. As they took on divine mantles and led the newly named Dunmer people into an era of theocratic rule, Dagoth-Ur became a footnote, an inconvenience lost to myth. But the story wasn't over. Deep inside Red Mountain, something was stirring. The heart of Lorkhan, still pulsing, still active, began to work on the being who had touched it first. Dagoth-Ur, thought to be dead, was merely dormant. The heart sustained him, changed him, merged with him. He didn't die, he transformed. While the tribunal's divine forms were maintained only through repeated rituals and access to the tools, Dagoth-Ur's power became something far more intrinsic. He wasn't borrowing godhood, he was becoming it. Slowly, silently, his consciousness returned. He saw what the tribunal had done. He saw the corruption, the blind worship, the stagnation, and he began to plan. From beneath Red Mountain, his dreams extended outward. He reached out to those sensitive to his call, planting whispers in their minds. He spread the blight, a strange divine disease carried by ash storms that warped body and mind. He formed the Sixth House, a cult of dreamers and sleepers, who worshipped him not as a false god, but as a true one, awakened, risen, and just. The tribunal had sealed him away, but they hadn't destroyed him. In fact, they had made him into something stronger. And as their power slowly began to wane, as they distanced themselves from the heart to avoid its toll, Dagoth-Ur only grew. The real betrayal may not have been his. It may have been theirs, burying a man they feared would challenge their claim to divinity, a man who had warned them, a man who had touched the heart before they ever dared. And now, the dreams return to Morrowind. The winds carry strange voices. Sleep is no longer safe. Red Mountain stirs, and in its shadows, Dagoth-Ur waits. Not as the villain history claims, but as the god history tried to forget. Centuries passed after Dagoth-Ur vanished beneath Red Mountain, and the tribunal reigned over Morrowind as living gods. To the people, the tribunal were divine guardians who had brought stability, order, and faith, and their influence stretched from the grand city of Mournhold to the far reaches of Vardenfell. For most of the Third Era, the world had no reason to question that peace. But deep within the mountain, something long thought buried began to wake. At first the signs were subtle. Travelers near Red Mountain complained of headaches, visions, and sleeplessness. Strange creatures, once thought native only to the blighted Ashlands, appeared in new places. Then came the blight storms. They rolled down the mountain in unnatural red clouds, thick with choking ash and disease. Crops died, animals mutated, and the winds carried more than dust. They carried whispers. People began to dream. Not regular dreams, but vivid, shared visions of a voice calling to them, guiding them, and promising a return. The name they heard was always the same: Dagoth-Ur. His name, which had faded from history, now returned in the form of dreams too powerful to ignore. These weren't isolated events. Whole villages fell under his influence. The infected were called dreamers. Those who heard Dagoth-Ur's voice in their sleep and woke changed, vacant, loyal to something they could not see. Some wandered into the Ashlands and never returned. Others became his spies, blending in among normal citizens until they were called to action. All the while, the blight spread, faster than the tribunal could stop it. It wasn't just a disease, it was a weaponized force of will emanating from the heart of Lorkhan. Dagoth-Ur was no longer just a man sustained by divine power. He had fused with it. The heart didn't merely keep him alive, it remade him. His body changed, his mind expanded, and his identity transcended mortality. He was now godlike, not in the way the tribunal claimed to be, but in a literal, overwhelming sense. He spoke in riddles, with a voice that felt ancient and all-seeing. When he addressed mortals, it was as though a dream itself had taken shape, and he wasn't alone. Around him rose the ash vampires, his kin, his generals, his brothers reborn. These were once noble members of House Dagoth, thought lost to time, but now returned as powerful, immortal lieutenants. They spread his influence further, each tied to a region of Vardenfell, guarding key sites and spreading the dream. Then came the Sixth House. For thousands of years, House Dagoth had been erased from the great house structure of Morrowind, written off as destroyed after the War of the First Council. But now it returned, not as a political house, but as a cult of pure devotion. It did not seek seats or laws or negotiations. It sought awakening. Its members called Dagoth Ur, the true god. They denied the tribunal's divinity, calling them usurpers and liars. To them, Dagoth Ur was not just a savior. He was the only real divine power in Morrowind. The tribunal, once untouchable, now found themselves weakened. Their connection to the heart had long since been severed to preserve their physical forms, but that separation came at a cost. Their power dwindled. They became isolated, fearful, retreating into sanctuaries and relying more on temple bureaucracy than divine intervention. Meanwhile, Dagoth Ur's influence only grew. His plan wasn't limited to Vardenfell. Using the heart's power, he sought to build a godlike construct, the Second Numidium or Akula Khan. This brass titan, once complete, would make him unstoppable, not just in Morrowind, but across all of Tamriel. He would use it to drive out foreign influence, cast down false gods, and restore a unified vision under his rule. His vision wasn't mere conquest, it was purification. He believed in the myth of a divine race reborn, with all of Tamriel reshaped in his image. His blight would cleanse, his dreams would guide, and all resistance would melt before the will of the heart. And yet, for all his power, his message remained strangely poetic. He didn't just threaten, he preached. He didn't simply demand submission, he offered purpose. He called mortals to wake from the dream of false gods and join him in the true path, and many did. From humble dreamers to corrupted nobles, his reach was insidious, and no one knew who had already fallen under his sway. What made Dagoth Ur so terrifying wasn't just his strength, but how easily he bypassed walls, armies, and politics. He attacked from within, through dreams, through disease, through doubt. And for the tribunal, that meant war was no longer fought on the battlefield, but in the minds and spirits of their people. Vardenfell was no longer just land. It was a battleground between old gods and a new god who had risen from ash and betrayal. Dagoth Ur no longer called himself Vorin Dagoth. That name belonged to a time before betrayal, before transformation. Now he was something else, something more. And as the mountains stirred and the sky turned red, Morrowind faced the slow rise of a power it thought buried. But you cannot bury a god who dreams. You can only hope he doesn't wake up. Dagoth Ur was not just another power-hungry warlord or a delusional god-king rising from the shadows. What made him so dangerous, what truly made him unforgettable, was the fact that he had a plan, and it wasn't born out of madness or chaos. It was precise, terrifying, and strangely noble in its own twisted way. While the tribunal clung to the past and the empire imposed its will through politics and steel, Dagoth Ur dreamed of something far greater, the total rebirth of the Chimer people, not just as mortals who remembered glory, but as immortal beings reborn in divine form. To understand his vision, you have to first understand Corpus. At first glance, it's a horrifying disease. Flesh mutates, minds twist, and the infected lose all sense of who they once were. But Corpus wasn't a punishment to Dagoth Ur. It was a gift, a tool, a new state of existence. He didn't just create it to weaken his enemies. He created it to elevate his followers. Unlike any other disease in Tamriel, Corpus didn't kill you, it changed you. It made you immune to all other disease. It made you immortal. Yes, the body became something grotesque and monstrous, but that was only the beginning. In Dagoth Ur's eyes, this transformation was merely the first step toward a new form of life, a divine life, one where death, decay, and the limits of mortality were cast aside. This was the evolution of the Chimer, a return to power not through worship, but through transformation. His dream wasn't domination. It was salvation from the Empire, from the Tribunal, and even from the gods. And to complete this transformation, he needed more than just Corpus. He needed Akulahan. Deep within the heart of Red Mountain, Dagoth-Ur was building something vast and ancient. A brass giant stitched together from Dwemer designs and divine energy. This was the second Numidium, Akulahan, the god machine that would not only secure his rule, but unmake the world and rebuild it in his image. It was a continuation of Kagrenak's dream, reimagined with Dagoth-Ur's divine touch. Where the original Numidium had served Tiber Septim in crushing entire nations with ease, Akulahan would serve Dagoth-Ur by reshaping reality itself. With the heart of Lorkhan pulsing at its core, it would be unstoppable. But brute force was not Dagoth-Ur's primary weapon. His strength lay in his ability to spread influence silently, like a whisper in the dark. He didn't send armies across the land, he sent dreams. He entered the minds of the faithful, the weak, the curious. Through dreams he sowed doubt, loyalty, and madness all at once. The Sixth House, his resurrected cult, grew in silence and secrecy, with agents scattered across cities, posing as healers, scholars, and priests. They didn't raise banners or storm fortresses. They waited. They converted. And when the time was right, they acted. Some were drawn by fear, others by faith. And some truly believed Dagoth-Ur was right, that he had seen something the Tribunal had denied, that he could end suffering, bring unity, and erase the shame that had haunted the Chimer since the First Council. And perhaps in some ways he was right. The Tribunal were weakened, distant, and hypocritical. They preached peace while clinging to stolen divinity. The Empire ruled Morrowind as a province, not a partner. Even the Daedra offered only chaos or servitude. Dagoth-Ur's promise was different. It was transformation. It was purpose. A future where the Chimer could rise again, not as servants of false gods or pawns of politics, but as a race of divine immortals led by a god of their own making. And despite the horror, the logic was there. If you could survive Corpus, if you could become something more than mortal, wouldn't that be worth the pain? If the world is broken, isn't it just to rebuild it with your own hands? Dagoth-Ur's methods were monstrous, but his vision was clear. He believed in a unified people, free from outside rule, a Tamriel purged of weakness, foreign corruption, and mortality itself. The tools were already in place. Corpus to remake the flesh, dreams to control the mind, and Akulakan to reshape the world. All he needed was time. And the longer he remained hidden within the mountain, the stronger he became. The Tribunal couldn't stop him. The Empire barely understood him. Only one figure, a reincarnated soul wrapped in prophecy, could stand in his way. But Dagoth-Ur wasn't afraid. He had seen it in the dreams. Everything was going according to plan. And soon, the world would wake to a new dawn, one bathed not in sunlight, but in ash and divine purpose. By the time Dagoth-Ur's plan was nearing completion, the Tribunal was broken, and the people of Morrowind were caught in a storm of ash, prophecy, and fading faith. The blight spread faster, dreams became more invasive, and the Sixth House was no longer a whisper in the shadows. It was an open wound at the heart of the land. Amid this chaos, something ancient stirred. The prophecy of the Nerevarine, long buried and quietly feared, began to surface again. Among the Ashlanders, the old songs spoke of Nerevar's return, not as a memory, but as a living soul reborn to confront the sins of the past. And somewhere in the Imperial-occupied land of Vardenfell, a prisoner stepped off a boat. No one knew their name. No one could have guessed their fate. But the gods, or fate, or something older, had chosen them. This was the Nerevarine, the long-awaited rebirth of Indoril Nerevar, the one figure Dagoth-Ur might have truly feared, or perhaps respected. From the very beginning, the journey was one of unraveling lies. The Tribunal, still worshipped by many, were hollow echoes of their former selves, drained from years of fighting Dagoth-Ur and weakened by their dependency on the heart's power. Vivek, the warrior poet, remained enigmatic and powerful, but even he could not hide the fear in his words when speaking of Red Mountain. Almalexia and Sota Sil had drifted into isolation, their sanity and motives unclear. The Nerevarine, carrying no memories of their past life but guided by prophecy, had to navigate this broken world, piecing together ancient truths. Each step took them deeper into the hidden history of Morrowind, from the ash-choked caves of the Sixth House to the tombs of long-dead heroes. They uncovered the nature of Khagranak's tools, Keening, Sunder, and Wraithguard, the very instruments used by the Tribunal to seize divinity and by Dagoth-Ur to sustain his unnatural life. The tools were more than relics. They were the keys to ending the nightmare. The gods had lied. The Empire did not understand. And Dagoth-Ur waited, deep within Red Mountain, confident in the strength of his vision. The final confrontation was not just a battle, it was the fulfillment of a cycle. The Nerevarin's journey ended where it all began, within the heart chamber at the summit of the mountain. Akulahan stood incomplete, immense, and humming with unnatural energy. Dagoth-Ur greeted the Nerevarine not as an enemy but as an old friend. He didn't rant or rage. He spoke with calm conviction, laying out his plan one last time, offering unity, immortality, and purpose. But the moment for choice had passed. The battle was brutal and strange, fought not just with blade and spell, but with the weight of history behind every strike. Dagoth-Ur was not invincible, but he was more than mortal, and the heart of Lorkhan pulsed behind him, feeding him power with every moment. Yet the Nerevarin was armed with Wraithguard, protected against the heart's power, and holding Sunder and Keening, the only tools capable of unmaking the divine. And one by one, the conduits were destroyed. As the heart weakened, so too did Dagoth-Ur. His body, his mind, even his godlike voice began to unravel. The final blow was not just a victory, it was an unraveling of centuries of ambition, pain, and corrupted divinity. With the heart destroyed, the source of Dagoth-Ur's power was gone. Akula Khan fell silent. The Tribunal, already faltering, would begin to fade, and Dagoth-Ur, who had lived through betrayal, madness, and transformation, was no more. But what followed was not celebration. The blight lifted, but so too did the structure that held Morrowind together. The Nerevarine, though hailed as a hero, did not stay to rule. Their task was never to lead, only to end what had been allowed to fester for far too long. And as they disappeared into legend, the people of Morrowind were left with questions no prophecy could answer. What had they truly lost? What had they really saved? The return of Nerevar did not restore the old world, it ended it. The gods were gone, the blight was gone, Dagoth-Ur was gone. And what remained was a wounded land, waiting for something new to rise from the ash. When the smoke cleared and the heart of Lorkhan was destroyed, Dagoth-Ur fell into legend almost instantly. His body perished, his fortress crumbled, and the curse that plagued the land, Corpus, blight storms, the Sixth House cult, began to dissipate. The Tribunal, already weakened from centuries of conflict and dependency on the heart's divine energy, unraveled shortly after. Sota Sil and Almalexia met tragic ends, and Vivek vanished from the world, leaving behind only silence and questions. But for all that ended with Dagoth-Ur's defeat, something remained unresolved. For some, he was a megalomaniac who tried to enslave the world through madness and disease. For others, he was a tragic figure, deeply broken, yet strangely sincere in his vision. He didn't want to rule Tamriel like a conqueror. He wanted to change it forever. Dagoth-Ur believed the gods were false, that the Tribunal had betrayed the ideals they once stood for, and that Morrowind's destiny wasn't to kneel to outside forces like the Empire or to worship weakened gods, but to rise as something greater. He saw the heart of Lorkhan not as a tool of conquest, but as a means of salvation. He wanted to create a new race of immortals, beings immune to disease and death, a reborn Chimer free from the bounds of mortality. His creation of Corpus, while horrifying, wasn't mindless evil. He saw it as the next step in evolution, a gift rather than a curse. Even his actions against the tribunal weren't just vengeance. He viewed them as usurpers, wielding power they didn't deserve. From his perspective, they had stolen what was meant for the people and turned their backs on Nerevar's legacy. Dagoth-Ur's plan was terrible in its consequences, but disturbingly logical in its design. He didn't rely solely on force or terror. He reached into minds through dreams, seducing people with visions of unity, strength, and purpose. His cultists didn't just follow out of fear. They believed in him. They whispered his name with reverence, because in their eyes he wasn't just a god, he was their savior. But was he truly mad? Or was his madness simply a symptom of the divine power he wielded for too long without stability? Did his contact with the heart twist him, or did it amplify something already inside him? Thorin Dagoth, once a noble of House Dagoth and trusted advisor to Nerevar, had always shown signs of brilliance and ambition. But once he was left alone with the heart, once he made contact with that impossible source of power, everything changed. He stopped being mortal. He stopped being Thorin. And what came after might not have been madness. It might have been what happens when someone touches the divine without limitation. Even in death, questions linger. Some fans believe Dagoth-Ur didn't truly die, not in the way mortals understand it. When the heart was destroyed, his physical form disintegrated, but his influence had already seeped into the fabric of Morrowind. Dreams were his domain, and in the deep places of sleep, his voice was never silenced. Some speculate that he became something akin to a myth, a lingering thought form that might one day return if belief in him is reignited. Others suggest that the tools used to destroy the heart didn't erase him, but severed his tether to the physical world, leaving his essence adrift, half forgotten, half remembered, waiting in the dreamscape. In Elder Scrolls lore, death is rarely final for figures of mythic significance. The way gods and heroes persist through worship, memory, and myth means Dagoth-Ur could still exist in some abstract form, even if only as a shadow in the collective unconscious of Morrowind's people. After all, he was the dreamer. And in dreams, time doesn't pass like it does in the waking world. There's no certainty, no closure. His plan failed, the heart was lost, and his name became something people feared to speak aloud. But that doesn't mean he's gone. It only means he sleeps. And if there's one thing everyone learned in the Third Era, it's that dreams can be dangerous. So when people say his name in whispers, or when strange dreams return to the Ashlands, some wonder if Dagoth-Ur is truly gone, or if the dreamer is just waiting to wake again. He was many things to many people. A monster to the tribunal, a messiah to his followers, a nightmare to the empire, a puzzle to the scholars. But behind the mask, beneath the godhood, before the madness, there was Thorin Dagoth. A man of House Dagoth, once respected, once loyal, and perhaps once noble. He stood beside Nerevar, fought in his wars, helped shape the very course of Velothi history. He wasn't always the villain of the tale. That came later. After Red Mountain, after the war with the Dwemer, after the Heart. His fall wasn't a single moment. It was a slow, quiet unraveling, buried in forgotten chambers and sealed tombs. And when he returned, he didn't come back as a broken shell or vengeful ghost. He came back as something new. Dagoth-Ur did not just awaken from the mountain, he became the mountain. He wrapped himself in ash and stone, claimed the divine power the tribunal had stolen, and began to dream a new world into being. It was a vision both terrifying and strangely beautiful. A Morrowind free from foreign rule. A people uplifted, no longer fragile, no longer bound by death or weakness. It's easy to call him mad when you see the Blight, the Corpus monsters, the nightmare cults. But the deeper you look, the harder it is to say where madness ends and belief begins. He wanted to build a new god from the bones of the old. He called it Akulakan, a second Numidium, powered by the heart, meant to reshape the world itself. It wasn't just ambition, it was faith. The kind of faith only a fallen friend could hold. And that's the part people struggle with most. Dagoth wasn't just a villain with grand plans. He was someone the heroes once trusted. He was there when the tribunal chose to defy the gods. He knew what they became, and what they gave up to stay in power. So when he called them false gods, it wasn't just slander. It was truth wrapped in rage. When the Nerevarine arrived, it wasn't just the climax of a quest. It was a reckoning centuries in the making. The prophecy of the incarnate, the long-forgotten promises of Azura, the old scars of betrayal, all of it collided in the heart chamber. And there, surrounded by fire and stone and divine relics, it wasn't just good versus evil. It was belief against belief, legacy against legacy. Dagoth stood tall and defiant, believing in his cause until the very end. Even as the heart was destroyed, even as his body withered and his plans crumbled, he believed. And maybe that's why his story lingers. Not because of the power he wielded or the horrors he unleashed, but because of the conviction that drove him. A conviction so deep it rewrote his soul. So what was he, really? A tyrant? A savior? A victim of divine corruption? Maybe all of them. Maybe none. That's the thing about Dagoth He doesn't fit into clean boxes. His legacy isn't neat. His voice, even now, echoes through the ruins of Red Mountain, through old dreams, through ash-covered temples. Some believe he's gone. Others think his essence lives on, waiting, watching, whispering in the minds of those who still dream too deeply. And what if the heart still beat? What if the Nerevarine had chosen differently? Would Tamriel be ashes or something unrecognizable but new? Would House Dagoth rule from a place of harmony or horror? These aren't questions with clear answers. But that's part of what makes his story so unforgettable. Dagoth was a villain, a prophet, a relic, and a god, but above all, he was a reminder that the line between salvation and damnation is drawn by those who survive. The tribunal told their version, the Nerevarine fulfilled theirs. But in the end, Dagoth truth never really died. It just fell silent, for now. So if the heart still beat, if dreams could live again, if Red Mountain called your name, would you follow him? Would you believe? Or would you run from the dream before it wakes? Now, let's rank the races based on lore. When you start digging into the Elder Scrolls universe, it doesn't take long to realize that power isn't always what it seems. In a world where mortals can ascend to godhood, where ancient machines can rewrite reality, and where literal dragons speak in words that shake the fabric of time, the question of who's the most powerful race is way more complicated than it sounds. It's not just about brute strength or magic spells or who has the fanciest armor. Power in Elder Scrolls lore can mean influence over the cosmos, control over time and space, closeness to the divine, or even the ability to alter fate itself. And the craziest part is that depending on where you look in the timeline, the answer might change. This isn't about stats or skill trees or which race gives you the best starting bonus in a character creator. This is about the deep stuff, how the races of Tamriel and beyond have shaped history, defied the gods, or in some cases, become gods themselves. You've got the Altmer, the so-called High Elves, who believe they're the closest to their divine ancestors and who want nothing more than to reverse creation itself. Then you have the Dwemer, a race so advanced and secretive they might have figured out how to leave the mortal plane entirely by binding themselves to a god-sized machine. The Nords, fierce and stubborn, stood toe-to-toe with Alduin the World Eater, and their legends are packed with dragon slayers, god champions, and time-breaking heroes. The Redguards wiped out an entire race of elves on another continent before arriving in Tamriel, and even then, they never let themselves be conquered. And while most people don't think of trees as powerful, the Hist, the sentient root network guiding the Argonians, are possibly among the oldest, most mysterious beings in the setting, manipulating biology and time in ways we don't fully understand. Even the dragons, while not a conventional race in the same way, are worth considering. Born from Akatosh, the dragon god of time, they exist beyond normal death, and can literally shout the laws of nature into submission. Alduin wasn't just a world-ending threat because he was strong. He was the end of the Kalpa itself, the cosmic cycle of creation and destruction. That's not a villain, that's a force of reality. But maybe power doesn't just come from age or cosmic backing. Maybe it comes from defiance, like the Chimer turning their backs on the Hydra and walking their own path, eventually becoming the Dunmer through Azura's curse. Or the Imperials, who unified most of Tamriel under two separate empires and created magical safeguards like the Amulet of Kings to protect reality from the Daedric realms. In fact, Tiber Septim himself, a mortal man, rose so high he became Talos, a god added to the pantheon through sheer mythic weight. So who really sits at the top of the food chain? Is it the one who's closest to the gods, like the Altmer? The one who bent time and survived extinction, like the Nords? The one who may have left reality entirely, like the Dwemer? Or is it the ones who persist, adapt, and rise again and again, like the Redguards or Imperials? This is the heart of the question. Elder Scrolls doesn't hand you easy answers. It gives you myths, texts, ruins, prophecies, and then lets you piece together the truth. And that's what makes asking about the most powerful race so fascinating. And today we are going to look at the lore of each race, which I think could be considered a worthy contender for the most powerful title. And in the end, we're going to try to look at which race is actually the strongest. Let's start with the Mer. And the first one are the Altmer. The Altmer, or High Elves, are often seen as the most magically gifted and cosmologically aware of all the mortal races on Nirn. Their lineage traces back to the ancient Aldmer, the original elven people said to have descended directly from the Aedra, the divine spirits who helped shape the world. To the Altmer, this ancestry is more than pride. It's a blueprint for what they believe they were always meant to be. They view the mortal condition as a kind of prison, a fallen state that resulted from the betrayal of their divine heritage. Where men embrace mortality as a gift, the Altmer see it as a curse to be undone. This belief has shaped everything about their culture, their politics, their religion, even their obsession with preserving racial purity. They see themselves as closer to divinity than any other race, and their ultimate goal, particularly in places like the Somerset Isles and under groups like the Thalmor, is to restore the world to a time before it was tainted by creation, before Lorcan tricked the gods into sacrificing themselves to create the mortal plane. That vision may sound abstract, but the Altmer have always approached it with deadly seriousness. They believe that by mastering magic, unraveling the nature of Aetherius, and purifying their bloodlines, they can achieve something resembling godhood. In fact, some legends suggest they've gotten close. The Psijic Order, one of the oldest and most secretive magical institutions in Tamriel, emerged from Altmeri society and was capable of feats that boggle the mind, like phasing their entire island out of reality to avoid political interference. Then there's the Crystal Tower, a structure so magically powerful and symbolically important it was once described as the greatest monument to the magical potential of mortals. That tower was more than just a building, it was a gateway, a focus point for divine energies that once anchored the Altmer to their lost divinity. Even after its fall, its legend still casts a long shadow. And when it comes to manipulating the fabric of reality, the Altmer have had centuries to hone their skills. Their mages are among the most disciplined and advanced, capable of performing spells and rituals that most other races can't even comprehend. Some believe they possess hidden schools of magic, long forgotten or intentionally concealed from the rest of the world. Their scholars pore over ancient texts, not just for knowledge, but for fragments of truth that might help them unmake the world as it is and return to what they call the old ways. Even their political maneuvers, especially under the Thalmor, are fueled by this belief in racial and cosmic superiority. The Thalmor openly claim that their mission is to undo the Mundus, to erase the mortal plane and return everything to the state of Anuic perfection. They believe that only the Altmer have the clarity and right to make this happen. And while this makes them antagonistic to much of the rest of Tamriel, it also reinforces just how far their ambitions stretch, not just domination over the continent, but over reality itself. Few other races even think in those terms, let alone act on them. And while many see the Altmer as arrogant or dangerous, there's no denying that their command of magical forces and their intimate knowledge of Elder Scrolls lore place them in a league of their own. They may not be the strongest in terms of physical power or numbers, but when it comes to manipulating time, bending the rules of creation, and chasing literal divinity, the Altmer are unmatched. Their entire civilization is structured around a single monumental goal, to become more than mortal. Whether they'll ever succeed, or what it would mean for the rest of Tamriel if they did, is another question entirely. But there's no denying that if you're looking at the most powerful races in the Elder Scrolls universe from a lore perspective, the Altmer have a very strong claim. The second of the Mer are the Chimer. The Chimer, and later the Dunmer, are one of the most fascinating and powerful races in Elder Scrolls lore, because their story is one of transformation, defiance, and the pursuit of divinity. Originally known as the Chimer, these elves left the Somerset Isles under the prophet Veloth, seeking spiritual purity and freedom from the strict traditions of the Altmer. Veloth's teachings led them to Morrowind, where they developed a distinct culture, one steeped in worship of the Daedra rather than the Aedra, embracing the unpredictable and often dangerous power of beings like Azura, Boethia, and Mephala. The Chimer were fierce, proud, and deeply spiritual, believing that suffering and struggle refined the soul and brought them closer to transcendence. That mindset prepared them for the trials that would follow, including the betrayal that changed everything. During the events surrounding the Battle of Red Mountain, the most pivotal moment in their history, the leaders of the Chimer, Vivec, Almalexia, and Sota Sil, used the Heart of Lorkhan to achieve apotheosis. By harnessing the heart's power, they turned themselves into living gods, becoming the Tribunal. It was an act of supreme ambition, and while it granted them immense power, it also drew the wrath of Azura, who cursed the entire Chimer race. Their golden skin turned ashen, and their eyes became fire red. From that moment on, they were known as the Dunmer, the Dark Elves. This transformation wasn't just cosmetic, it symbolized the price of betrayal and the complicated relationship the Dunmer have with their own legacy. Despite the curse, the Tribunal ruled over Morrowind for thousands of years, using their divine status to guide, protect, and shape their people. Each member of the Tribunal represented a different aspect of Dunmer society. Vivec was both warrior and poet, embodying duality and conflict. Almalexia represented compassion and order, acting as a guiding mother figure, and Sota Sil was a mysterious architect, obsessed with machines, logic, and reshaping reality. Through their influence, Morrowind became a place of immense cultural and magical power, unlike any other region in Tamriel. The Dunmer were not just followers, they were believers in the idea that mortals could surpass their limits and become something greater. The existence of the Tribunal proved that the boundaries between God and mortal could be broken. Even after the Tribunal's fall, the legacy they left behind endured. The Dunmer continued to survive invasion, natural disasters, and political upheaval, always adapting while holding on to their intense sense of identity. Their connection to magic remained strong, with powerful sorcerers, necromancers, and battle mages rising throughout their history. They mastered the blend of religion and politics through institutions like the Temple and the Great Houses, which shaped every aspect of life in Morrowind. The Dunmer are known for their resilience, their willingness to endure pain for a greater purpose, and their belief in the strength of their own path, even when it runs counter to the rest of the world. They are among the few races who have walked with gods, worshipped Daedra openly, and witnessed mortals ascend to divinity and fall from it. That experience gives them a unique understanding of power, not just as something to be wielded, but as something to be earned and sustained through will, sacrifice, and belief. Even after the Heart of Lorkhan was destroyed and the Tribunal lost their power, the cultural and magical foundations they built remain intact. The Dunmer still revere their ancestors, still harness magicka with unmatched precision, and still occupy a critical place in the lore of the Elder Scrolls. Their story is a testament to how a race can rise, fall, and rise again through sheer force of conviction. When it comes to power, measured not only in raw magic but in influence, endurance, and the pursuit of the divine, the Dunmer are a race unlike any other. They are living proof that even in a world ruled by gods and Daedra, mortals can still carve out their own legends, and sometimes even become one. Another worthy contender of the Mer are the Aelids. The Aelids were the wild elves of Tamriel, and even among the magically gifted races, they stood apart for their brutal mastery and deep connection to the forces of oblivion. Often remembered for their cruelty, the Aelids were much more than just tyrants. They were visionaries in their own right, sorcerer kings who built sprawling cities of impossible beauty and terrifying power. These were not humble mages. They were architects of an empire that blended high magic, Daedric influence, and the raw will to rule. While many Mer clung to the traditions of the Aedra, the Aelids chose a different path. They openly embraced the Daedra, not just worshipping them, but forming pacts that allowed them to wield forbidden magics and command creatures from the darker realms. Their civilization was not only built on stones and towers, but on blood and fire, with power drawn from sacrifices and soulcraft. Their capital, the White Gold Tower, stood as a testament to their genius, a structure of mythic importance, later becoming the heart of the Cyrodiilic Empire itself. But long before the empire rose, the Aelids ruled the Nibelheim Valley and beyond with iron will and arcane dominance. The Aelid lords were known for their unique spellcraft, including the manipulation of light itself, earning them the name Heartland High Elves. Their artifacts, such as the Welkind and Varla stones, could store vast reserves of magicka, suggesting an understanding of magical engineering far beyond even the Altmer. They built labyrinthine underground cities and floating structures powered by arcane cores, embedding magic into the very bones of their civilization. Many Aelid ruins still hum with residual power long after their creators vanished. The Aelids believed in personal ascension, not through worship or meditation, but through power, magical, political, and spiritual. The most powerful among them were said to have been able to warp reality, bend time, and commune with Daedric princes directly. Some even claimed that certain Aeliid sorcerer kings reached a state of near divinity. Their alliance with Daedra wasn't just symbolic, it was literal. Creatures like Aurorans, golden Daedric beings of light, served them, especially those aligned with Meridia. This connection granted them incredible abilities and bolstered their dominion, making them nearly untouchable in their prime. But their reliance on Daedra also planted the seeds of their downfall. The Aelids ruled over humans with cruelty that surpassed even myth. Slavery, torture, and sacrificial rites were common. The Alician rebellion, led by the slave queen Alicia, eventually rose against them, and with aid from gods like Akatosh and Daedric princes like Meridia herself, the rebellion succeeded. The fall of the Aelids was brutal and thorough, but it didn't erase their legacy. Many of their ruins remain intact, still guarded by ancient constructs and traps designed with magical precision. The secrets of their spellwork, architecture, and artifacts are still studied by scholars, mages, and treasure hunters alike. Even the Aedric and Daedric influences in Cyrodiilic culture today can be traced back to them. Despite being wiped from the political map, the Aelids are anything but forgotten. Their influence lingers like a ghost over the heart of Tamriel, their white gold tower still standing as a silent monument to a time when magic ruled without restraint. In terms of sheer magical might and cultural impact, the Aelids may have burned bright and short, but they reshaped the world while they did. They weren't just a powerful race, they were a race of apex magocrats, willing to do anything to climb higher, no matter the cost. And even in their ruin, their name still echoes through the halls of magic and myth alike. And the last of the Mer are the Snow Elves. The Snow Elves were once among the most powerful and elegant races in all of Tamriel, ruling over Skyrim long before the arrival of men. Known for their grace, intelligence, and deep connection to magic, they were not primitive or isolated. They were builders of great cities, keepers of arcane secrets, and defenders of a civilization that stretched across the northern wilderness. In their time, they were called the Ice Elves, or the Falmer, and they held dominion over Skyrim's mountains and valleys, creating temples and towers that shimmered with magical energy. Despite the icy landscape they called home, they thrived, crafting architecture and magical practices that suited the frozen world around them. Their society was complex and centered around both spiritual and magical traditions, with some snow elves serving as priests of Auriel, the elven chief deity, while others mastered frost-based magics and illusion. They were proud but not arrogant, wise but not passive. However, everything changed with the arrival of the Nords, specifically Ysgramor and his 500 companions, who sought vengeance for the Night of Tears, a tragic event that saw the destruction of Sartal and the slaughter of its human inhabitants. What followed was a brutal war of extinction. The Snow Elves, once unchallenged rulers of Skyrim, found themselves hunted and cornered. Many were slaughtered outright, and the survivors fled underground in desperation. It was in this moment of crisis that their true downfall began, not at the hands of the Nords, but from a pact born of desperation with the Dwemer. The dwarves offered the Snow Elves refuge deep beneath the surface, but in return demanded a terrible price. The Snow Elves were forced to consume a toxic fungus that would render them blind permanently. In their weakened state, the Dwemer used them as slaves, and over generations, the Snow Elves were changed completely. Their minds decayed, their beauty eroded, and their once noble civilization collapsed into madness. What emerged from this torment was something entirely different. The Falmer, twisted, blind creatures consumed by rage and despair, forever severed from their origins. While the world remembers the Falmer as monsters lurking in the dark, few know or care that they were once the majestic Snow Elves, but not all shared that fate. A small handful of Snow Elves escaped the Dwemer's grasp. The most famous of these is Knight Paladin Gelebor, a guardian of the Chantry of Auriel, who survived in isolation for centuries, still retaining his identity, culture, and appearance. His presence in Skyrim during the events of Dawnguard is one of the only living windows we have into the true Snow Elf legacy. Through him, we learn of their reverence for Auriel, their belief in ascension, and the terrible sorrow they carry for what their people became. Even though their numbers were few, the original Snow Elves were once contenders for the most powerful race in Tamriel. Their blend of magical mastery, divine connection, and advanced civilization puts them alongside the greatest of the Mer. Their downfall wasn't due to weakness, but betrayal, desperation, and an act of survival that spiraled into annihilation. Their legacy lives on, not just in ruins and faded artifacts, but in the tragedy of the Falmer and the remnants of their once glorious culture. The Snow Elves may have been forgotten by the world above, but their story is still one of power, loss, and transformation. They ruled Skyrim before any human kingdom, stood tall against nature's harshest challenges, and left behind a legacy that even the icy winds of the north can't fully erase. They are a reminder that greatness can be fragile, that civilizations can be broken not just by war, but by desperation, and that sometimes the most powerful stories are the ones buried deepest beneath the surface. Next up are men, and the first race of men are the Nords. The Nords are more than just warriors with mead-soaked songs and frost-covered axes. They're a race of myth-wrapped mortals born from the raw edge of the world itself. In the grand story of Tamriel, they stand as one of the most enduring and impactful races of men, not just because of their strength in battle, but because of their deep connection to the divine, their resilience against overwhelming odds, and their place in some of the most important moments in history. At the center of their legend is Shor, the Nordic interpretation of Lorkhan, who they see not as a trickster, but as a heroic and noble god who gave mankind the chance to exist in the first place. The Nords don't just revere Shor, they believe they are his chosen people, placed in the world to shape it, defend it, and ultimately ascend through struggle. And if you look at their history, there's plenty of evidence to support that belief. Isgramr is the cornerstone of the Nordic mythos, a hero who fled the Night of Tears and returned with 500 companions to drive the Snow Elves from Skyrim. Whether seen as a conqueror or liberator, his legacy carved out the first human empire in the north and set the tone for what it meant to be a Nord, unyielding, determined, and loyal to kin and land. After him came others like Wulfarth, also called the Ash King, a figure so infused with myth that he seems to defy death entirely. Wulfarth returned time and again across eras, fighting for the soul of Skyrim, sometimes as a ghost, sometimes as a storm, and always as a symbol of indomitable Nordic will. And then there's the Dragonborn. Not just a title, but a spiritual lineage that ties Nords directly to Akatosh, the god of time. To be Dragonborn is to carry the power to speak in the dragon tongue and bend the world to your will. While Dragonborns can appear in any race, the most iconic examples, like Tiber Septim, have often come from Nordic bloodlines. And this gift, the Thuum, the voice, is another distinctly Nordic trait. The Greybeards, high atop High Hrothgar, preserved this ancient practice, teaching that true power comes from understanding, not domination. But the Nords are not just shouters and sword swingers. They've founded empires, held back Daedric invasions, and resisted the dominance of Myr. In the First Era, Skyrim expanded far beyond its current borders, ruling much of modern-day Morrowind and High Rock. Even after being forced back by Dunmer and Bretons, the cultural and political influence of Skyrim endured. And despite being perceived as stubborn or primitive by other races, Nords have a deep sense of honor, loyalty, and spiritual understanding that's uniquely their own. Their resistance to Daedric corruption is another standout trait. When Oblivion Gates opened across Tamriel during the Crisis, it was in Skyrim that Mehrunes Dagon's forces found some of their hardest fights. Nordic heroes have consistently opposed Daedric plots, not because they're immune to temptation, but because they're fiercely independent. They don't kneel easily, not to kings, not to gods, and certainly not to Daedra. In fact, their mythic origins even suggest they came from Atmora, a frozen, dying continent, sailing through blizzards and death to carve out a new home in Skyrim. That alone speaks volumes about who they are. They are survivors, warriors, poets, and kings. The Nords are not always united, and their stubbornness can sometimes work against them, but no one can deny their ability to shape history through sheer will. Whether raising a sword against Mer rule, rebelling against imperial control, or embracing prophecy and becoming Dragonborn, the Nords continue to assert themselves as a race that doesn't just live in the world, but leaves a mark on it. They embody the strength of men in Elder Scrolls lore, the ability to rise, fall, and rise again, even when the gods seem indifferent and the world is out to break them. In the ever-shifting balance of power across Tamriel, the Nords remain a constant force, rooted in myth, but forever part of the mortal world. Whether on the battlefield or in the halls of Sovngarde, their legacy is one of bravery, sacrifice, and unshakable resolve. They don't need towers or divine schemes. They have belief, tradition, and a kind of raw mortal power that bends even the coldest fate. There are also Redguards. The Redguards are a people forged by war, migration, and survival, descended from a lost continent and defined by their relentless independence. Long before they ever set foot on Tamriel, they were the Ragada of Yokuda, a warrior civilization so advanced and so capable that they not only ruled their world but also brought it to ruin. Yokuda was a massive landmass far west of Tamriel, home to different kingdoms and philosophies, but the Redguard's ancestors stood apart through strength and conquest. The Hiradirge, Nato Tambu, and Ansei were noble castes among the Yokudans, warriors, and sword singers, whose power wasn't just skill with a blade, but magical in nature. Their legendary Shehai, the spirit sword, was the manifestation of their soul, a weapon born of pure will, precision, and honor. These weren't just metaphorical tools, but actual constructs of power, summoned in combat and capable of incredible feats. The sword singers elevated martial ability to something divine. But for all their might, Yokuda fell. Whether through civil war, natural disaster, or divine punishment, the continent was shattered and lost to the sea. The Ragada, meaning warrior wave, set sail across the ocean to Tamriel, bringing with them their culture, weapons, and indomitable spirit. They landed on the shores of Hammerfell, and rather than negotiate or assimilate, they carved out a place for themselves through battle. They pushed back the orcs, the Bretons, and even the remnants of the Direnni, claiming Hammerfell with fire and steel. But what made them different wasn't just military power, it was their ability to remain untouched by outside influence. Throughout the history of Tamriel, Redguards have fiercely resisted occupation, cultural dilution, and Daedric manipulation. When the empire of Remen-Cyrodiil came to Hammerfell, they fought. When the Septims came later, they negotiated, but only on their terms. And when the empire began to weaken, the Redguards were among the first to reject imperial control completely. Even in recent times, when the Aldmeri Dominion demanded the empire give up Hammerfell in the aftermath of the Great War, the Redguards stood alone against the Talmor. Not only did they fight back, they won, becoming the only province to throw out the Dominion entirely without help. Their culture is centered around discipline, honor, and the belief that true strength comes from within. They follow the teachings of the Yokudan gods, particularly figures like Onsi and Diagna, gods of war and strategy, and they view the world as something to be shaped through action, not passive belief. One of the most interesting aspects of their mythology is Satakal, the Yokudan version of the world serpent. In their belief, the world is constantly dying and being reborn, and only those strong enough to learn the walkabout can survive from one cycle to the next. This ties into the idea that the most powerful of their sword singers didn't just live, they achieved a form of immortality through understanding the cycles of the world and mastering themselves completely. It's also said that during the days of Yokuda, they wiped out the left-handed elves, a mysterious and possibly extremely powerful elven race that ruled parts of the continent. While little is known about these elves, the fact that the Yokudans destroyed them speaks volumes about the Redguards' strength. Over the centuries, the Redguards have produced countless heroes, kings, and warriors. Frender Hunding, one of the greatest sword singers, wrote the Book of Circles, a martial philosophy that still guides Redguard warriors today. His son, Divad the Singer, is said to have fought an entire war while preaching peace. Others, like Makela Leki, became legends after fighting entire armies alone. But even beyond the battlefield, Redguards have maintained a distinct identity. They don't worship the Nine Divines in the way Imperials do. They don't trust mages, preferring swordplay over sorcery. And they've never allowed foreign rule to last long in their lands. Their architecture, language, dress, and customs all reflect their heritage from a world that no longer exists. And in that, they carry a legacy unlike any other race in Tamriel, a legacy that stretches beyond time, across oceans, and through every empire that has ever tried to tame them. The Redguards don't just survive, they endure, they overcome, and they win. Even when their homeland was swallowed by the sea, they didn't fade, they adapted. Even when outnumbered and surrounded, they fought on and claimed victory. Their power lies not just in their past or their blades, but in the unshakable certainty that no one owns them. And in the long story of Tamriel, that may be one of the greatest strengths a race can have. I'd also like to mention the dragons. Dragons in the Elder Scrolls universe are unlike any other beings, existing as ancient, almost immortal creatures that defy simple categorization as a race. They are deeply tied to the divine, specifically to Akatosh, the dragon god of time, who is the chief deity among the Aedra and the embodiment of time itself. Dragons are, in many ways, the living manifestation of time's flow, and this connection grants them abilities far beyond mere physical might. Their most iconic power comes from the Thu'um, or the Dragon Shout, a form of magic based on the language of dragons that can manipulate reality by bending time, space, and natural forces to their will. When a dragon unleashes a shout, it's not just a blast of power, it's a ripple in the fabric of time that can stun enemies, breathe fire, or even slow or speed up time around them. Unlike mortal races that age and die naturally, dragons are functionally immortal. They cannot be killed through ordinary means because their physical death is only part of their existence. The key to truly destroying a dragon is to consume its soul. This is no small feat. When a dragon dies, its soul remains, and if it is absorbed by a mortal, that individual gains the dragon's power, which is the foundation of the Dragonborn's unique abilities. The soul is the essence that keeps the dragon tied to the world, and without it, the dragon cannot be reborn or return. Alduin, known as the World Eater, is the most infamous dragon in the lore. Prophesied to bring about the end of the world, Alduin represents the destructive side of time, devouring the present to usher in a new age by destroying everything first. He is not only powerful but also feared by gods and mortals alike. His return signals cataclysm, and his defeat by the player character in Skyrim is a pivotal moment that saves Tamriel from destruction. However, Alduin's defeat is not necessarily permanent, as his nature is cyclical, tied to the endless flow of time. Some theories even suggest he may return again to fulfill his role, a constant reminder of the balance between creation and destruction inherent in time itself. Dragons also have their own complex culture and hierarchy, with many individual dragons holding unique personalities, histories, and allegiances. They are proud creatures, often aloof and mysterious, sometimes revered as gods by the ancient Nords who first encountered them. The language of the dragons itself, the Old Tongue, is a lost art except for those with the Dragonborn's power, making their communication a rare and ancient form of magic. Unlike other races that evolve and change, dragons represent a timeless force in the Elder Scrolls universe, existing outside the normal flow of mortal events. They are more than beasts, they are elemental forces, embodiments of natural laws and cosmic cycles. Their presence alone reshapes the world around them, commanding respect and fear. Their influence stretches across history, mythology, and prophecy, making them one of the most potent forces in Tamriel's lore. In summary, dragons are unique beings tied directly to Akatosh and the flow of time, possessing immense magical power through the Tuum, near immortality unless their souls are consumed, and a destiny intertwined with the fate of the world itself. Alduin's role as the World Eater highlights their potential for destruction and renewal, placing dragons among the most powerful and awe-inspiring entities in the Elder Scrolls universe. Then there are the Hist. The Hist stand as one of the most enigmatic and profoundly powerful presences within the Elder Scrolls universe, often overshadowed in popular discussion by more overtly dramatic forces such as dragons or Daedric princes, yet their influence runs deeper and reaches further than most realize. To the casual observer, the Hist appears simply as ancient, towering trees rooted in the swamps and marshlands of Black Marsh, home to the Argonians, but this is a vast understatement of their true nature. The Hist are sentient, interdimensional entities whose consciousness transcends the physical realm. They are more than mere flora. They embody a collective intelligence and a mystical force that is intricately connected to the very essence of the Argonian people. This connection between the Hist and Argonians is fundamental and unique. It is a bond that operates on biological, spiritual, and magical levels, creating a symbiosis that defines Argonian culture, identity, and destiny. Through this bond, the Hist communicate in ways beyond spoken language, sharing thoughts, emotions, and visions via a form of collective consciousness that links all Argonians to the ancient trees themselves. It is believed that the Hist influenced not only the physical health of the Argonians, but also their mental states and instincts, subtly guiding their actions and decisions across generations. Some lore scholars theorize that the Hist may actually be remnants of a primordial substance predating the creation of Nirn, or even fragments of a realm beyond mortal understanding. Their interdimensional nature, combined with their timeless existence, suggests that they might be cosmic anchors, living pieces of the original fabric of existence itself. This hypothesis fits with their mysterious ability to appear both physical and metaphysical, straddling planes of existence in ways few other beings can. The Hist's true power was dramatically revealed during the Oblivion Crisis, a cataclysmic event when Daedric forces poured into Tamriel. Facing near destruction, the Hist did not remain passive observers. Instead, they empowered their children, the Argonians, with rapid and profound transformation. Under the Hist's influence, Argonians evolved physically into more aggressive and resilient forms capable of fighting the Daedra head-on. This transformation was not merely a physical mutation, but also a mystical awakening, tapping into ancient powers and instincts that had lain dormant for centuries. It showed the Hist's willingness and ability to intervene directly in mortal affairs when the survival of their people was at stake, highlighting their status as a force to be reckoned with rather than passive natural wonders. Beyond the Oblivion Crisis, the Hist's role in the Second Era further emphasizes their political and spiritual power. As the Aldmeri Dominion expanded aggressively, threatening to subjugate the lands of Black Marsh, the Hist became the spiritual backbone of Argonian resistance. Their influence galvanized the people, fostering unity and determination that resisted the Dominion's incursions. This was not just a military or political struggle, but a profound spiritual defense rooted in the Hist's deep connection to their land and children. Unlike many races whose power comes from conquest or divine favor, the Hist's strength is in preservation, balance, and survival. Their motivations are inscrutable, but they consistently work to ensure the longevity of their species and the sanctity of Black Marsh. This subtle yet unyielding influence has allowed the Argonians to endure through eras of turmoil, plague, and war, maintaining a cultural identity deeply intertwined with the Hist's ancient wisdom. In the broader context of Tamriel's power struggles, the Hist represent a unique form of strength. Their influence is not measured in armies or sorcery alone, but in the deep-rooted, almost primal connection to life itself. They serve as a reminder that power in the Elder Scrolls world is multifaceted. Sometimes it is found in the loud clash of swords and magic, and other times in the quiet, unyielding presence of ancient beings watching over their progeny. The Hist embody this latter form of power, ancient, mystical, and enduring beyond mortal comprehension. Their ability to subtly alter reality, shape their people's destiny, and withstand the tests of time makes them a compelling candidate in any discussion about the most powerful forces in Tamriel. In summary, the Hist are sentient, interdimensional entities, deeply entwined with the Argonians, possibly tied to the very fabric of Nirn, or even realms beyond. Their powers manifest in biological symbiosis, mystical communication, and the ability to transform and empower their people in times of dire need. Their role during the Oblivion Crisis and the Aldmeri Dominion's expansion underscores their status as both spiritual guides and formidable protectors. Far from passive, the Hist are ancient forces of survival and balance, quietly shaping the fate of Tamriel through their enduring connection to life itself, making them one of the most powerful and fascinating presences in the Elder Scrolls lore. And the last ones are the Dwemer. The Dwemer remain one of the greatest mysteries and most fascinating races in the Elder Scrolls universe, a civilization whose mastery of science, magic, and tonal architecture placed them on the brink of godhood long before their sudden disappearance. Known as the Deep Elves, the Dwemer were brilliant inventors, engineers, and scholars who combined arcane knowledge with technological innovation in ways that few other races could match. Their cities were marvels of mechanical complexity, filled with automatons and devices powered by unknown energies, reflecting their obsession with logic, order, and the mastery of reality itself. Unlike many other races who relied on gods or magic alone, the Dwemer pursued a path of self-divinization through technology. Their most famous creation, the colossal construct known as Numidium, was not just a machine, but a reality-altering device capable of reshaping the world according to their will. The Numidium's power stemmed from tonal architecture, an ancient form of magic based on sound and vibration, which the Dwemer perfected to manipulate the very fabric of existence. This technology was so potent that it challenged the divine forces themselves, hinting that the Dwemer aimed to transcend mortality and claim a place among the gods. The ultimate fate of the Dwemer remains shrouded in mystery. During the Battle of Red Mountain, when the Numidium was activated, the entire Dwemer race vanished almost instantaneously, leaving behind empty cities and silent machines. This event has been interpreted in many ways. Was it a catastrophic death, a failed experiment, or something else entirely? The most compelling theory among scholars and fans alike is that the Dwemer did not die, but instead ascended or transitioned into another plane of existence. This mass disappearance might have been a form of transcendence, an escape from the limitations of the mortal world into a higher state of being, or a merging with the tonal energies they had mastered. In this view, the Dwemer became something beyond physical form, existing somewhere beyond the reach of mortal senses or traditional planes. If true, this would make them among the most powerful beings in Tamriel's history. Beings who used science and magic not only to reshape the physical world, but to alter their own existence fundamentally. The potential implications of their survival or return are staggering. Should the Dwemer ever re-emerge, or if their technology were to be reactivated fully, they could challenge not only mortal empires, but the gods and Daedric princes themselves. Their mastery of tonal architecture suggests they could manipulate reality in ways no one else can, bending time, space, and existence to their design. This would disrupt the balance of power in Tamriel and the wider cosmos, potentially ushering in a new era ruled by the logic and order the Dwemer prized. Yet, despite their incredible achievements, the Dwemer remain absent from current events, their legacy confined to ruins, relics, and the faint echoes of their machines. Some speculate that their disappearance was a self-imposed exile, a long-term experiment, or even a punishment for hubris. Others wonder if they watch from afar, waiting for the right moment to return and reclaim their place among the most powerful forces of existence. In the end, the Dwemer story is one of brilliance and mystery, of a race that pushed the boundaries of mortal capability and disappeared just as they seemed poised to transcend. Their technology, philosophy, and legacy continue to inspire awe and speculation, making them a unique contender for the title of the most powerful race in Elder Scrolls lore. Whether alive, ascended, or forever lost to the unknown, the Dwemer's impact on Tamriel and the mythos remains undeniable and profoundly influential. And so who is the most powerful? When it comes to the question of who holds the title of the most powerful race in the Elder Scrolls universe, the answer isn't straightforward because power itself takes many forms. If you look at sheer metaphysical might, the dragons stand out as ancient beings bound to Akatosh, the dragon god of time. They're not just creatures, but incarnations of time itself, capable of bending reality through the Thu'um, the powerful dragon shout that can alter fate, cause destruction, or protect life. Alduin, the World Eater, represents their apex, a force so terrifying he nearly ended the world and could do so again, embodying the raw cosmic power that shapes the very flow of time. On the other hand, the Altmer, or High Elves, represent power through mastery of magic and longevity. They are deeply connected to the divine energies of Aetherius, and many among them harbor ambitions that stretch beyond mortal limits. Some believe the Altmer seek to unmake the mortal plane, Mundus, and ascend back to godhood. Their long lives grant them centuries or even millennia to hone their magical skills, study forbidden knowledge, and influence events across Tamriel. They wield not only incredible magical potential, but also great political power through institutions like the Thalmor, who shape history with a vision rooted in purity and divine right. Then there are the Dwemer, whose power lies not in magic alone, but in science and technology combined with arcane knowledge. Their tonal architecture and mechanical creations represent a form of technological singularity, machines that reshape reality itself, culminating in the Numidium, a reality-bending colossus capable of unmaking the world's rules. The Dwemer's mysterious disappearance during the activation of the Numidium suggests they may have transcended mortality, positioning them as near-divine entities who rival the gods in power if their technology or existence resurfaces. The Hist bring a very different kind of strength. This ancient race of sentient trees commands deep, alien wisdom and a unique organic power over life and the fate of the Argonians. Their connection to the land and the flow of time within their swamps allows them to manipulate biology and memory, potentially shaping individuals and entire cultures at a fundamental level. Though less overtly destructive or magical in the traditional sense, their influence on life and survival in Black Marsh is profound, making them a quiet but formidable contender. Lastly, the Red Guards, often overlooked, hold power through historical conquest, fierce martial skill, and divine resistance. Their culture is steeped in mystery, especially regarding the Yokudan origins and the enigmatic spirits known as the Hunding and the Sword Singers. Their resilience against gods and Daedra, combined with a spiritual heritage that includes powerful warrior spirits and the ability to wield Yokudan magics, suggests a form of power rooted in will, divine favor, and ancestral strength. When these races are ranked side by side, it becomes clear that most powerful depends heavily on the lens through which you view power. The dragons command time and metaphysical force, making them godlike entities beyond mortal reach. The Altmer's magical and political ambitions position them as long-term players in shaping the cosmos. The Dwemer represent an almost technological godhood that could upend reality if reawakened. The Hist exert control over life and memory in a way no other race can replicate, while the Red Guards embody divine resilience and martial might with spiritual depth. Each of these races holds a unique form of supremacy, whether it's raw power, magical mastery, technological transcendence, organic manipulation, or divine heritage, and none can be easily dismissed. In the vast and complex lore of Elder Scrolls, power is multifaceted, and these final contenders showcase how diverse and fascinating that power can be. Ultimately, the question of the strongest race remains open-ended, a perfect reflection of the rich and ever-expanding mythos that keeps fans debating and exploring the universe for years to come. And that is it for today. Click on the subscribe button, like this video, and I'll see you soon. Bye. Next up is the entire Oblivion crisis, explained. There are moments in history where everything changes, not just for one person or one kingdom, but for the entire world. The Oblivion crisis was one of those moments, a time when the very fabric of reality began to tear, and the people of Tamriel, from the highest towers of the Imperial City to the quietest farms in the Heartland, faced the end of the world as they knew it. But to truly understand the Oblivion crisis, we have to take a step back, not just into the events themselves, but into the quiet moments before the storm. It began with whispers, dreams, strange cults forming in the shadows, an unease like the wind pulling back before a tidal wave. On the surface, life in Cyrodiil seemed calm, but underneath that peace was a cult devoted to destruction, the Mythic Dawn, who believed the world as it stood needed to be wiped clean, consumed by the realms of oblivion, and remade under their vision. At the center of it all was Mehrunes Dagon, not just any Daedric prince, but the embodiment of destruction, revolution, and change. His realm, the Deadlands, was a place of fire, ash, and molten stone, a twisted mirror of Tamriel, where order is impossible and chaos is law. And for the first time in recorded history, he wasn't content with simply whispering to mortals or tempting them from afar. He wanted to step into our world, to rip open the barrier between planes and walk freely across the mortal realm. This was made possible by one act, the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. On a rainy night in the Imperial City, the last true Dragonborn Emperor was slain, and with him, the bloodline of Saint Alessia, the divine covenant that kept oblivion sealed away, was extinguished. The Amulet of Kings, a relic tied to Akatosh himself, was stolen, and with its theft, the Dragonfire's magical wards that protected our world from the Daedra went out forever. What followed was nothing short of apocalyptic. Oblivion gates, portals to Mehrunes Dagon's realm, began opening all across Tamriel. From the golden hills of the Westweald to the frosty peaks of Bruma, from Black Marsh to the Somerset Isles, Daedra poured through in endless waves. Towering Clanfear, fire-spewing Atronax, and armored Dremora devastated the countryside, razed cities, and slaughtered innocents. For most citizens, it was like a nightmare brought to life. One day, the skies were clear. The next, fire rained down, and monsters tore through the streets. But the crisis wasn't just about destruction. It was about endings. The end of the Septim dynasty, which had ruled Tamriel for over 400 years. The end of the Empire's authority, as its provinces saw the capital crumbling and began to wonder if they should follow it into ruin or break away. The end of an age when gods walk with men, and the memory of Tiber Septim still loomed large. And perhaps most of all, it marked the end of the illusion of safety, the belief that the Empire was strong enough to protect its people from the horrors of the otherworldly. And yet, in the midst of all this chaos, a single prisoner, nameless, unknown, was thrust into the center of history. Not a noble, not a hero, but someone forgotten by the world. This person, who would come to be known as the hero of Quach, would walk through oblivion, fight back the tide of Daedra, and stand alongside the last heir of the Septim bloodline in the final hours of Tamriel's third era. This story is not just about the destruction of the world, it's about how it held together, barely, in the hands of the few brave enough to act. It's about divine heritage, ancient prophecy, lost heirs, forgotten gods, and the razor's edge between salvation and annihilation. So take a breath and settle in. This is not just a tale of swords and spells. This is not just another Daedric plot. This is the Oblivion Crisis, a storm that shattered an empire, a moment that ended an era, and a story that still echoes through the Fourth Era, centuries later. Every great collapse begins in shadow, and before the fires of oblivion scorched the world, before cities were torn apart and the sky turned red, there were whispers of a hidden order, a cult that believed the world of men was a mistake, that Nirn, as we know it, was a prison, and that only the Daedra could set us free. That cult was the Mythic Dawn. Founded by a mysterious and radical figure named Mankar Camoran, the Mythic Dawn was unlike any other sect in Tamriel's long and diverse history of religious groups. These were not merely worshippers, they were zealots. They didn't just honor the Daedric prince Mehrunes Dagon, they believed he was the rightful ruler of all existence, that what others saw as destruction was actually liberation. Mankar himself was something of an enigma. He claimed to be the son of Camoran the Usurper, a rebel king of Valenwood who once tried to conquer Cyrodiil. Whether or not this was true, no one can say for certain. But what is known is that Mankar was a gifted speaker, a charismatic prophet, and a dangerously clever man. His writings, the infamous commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes, became the core scripture of the Mythic Dawn. To outsiders, the text seemed incomprehensible, a rambling mess of metaphors, riddles, and contradictions. But to initiates, it was something else entirely. A map, a guide to enlightenment, a promise of paradise, found not in the heavens, but in oblivion. The Mythic Dawn believed that the world we live in, the world of time, death, and decay, was a lie. A trick played by the so-called gods, especially the Aedra, who they claimed were traitors. In their eyes, the Daedra were not villains, but truth-bringers. And Mehrunes Dagon, Prince of Change and Destruction, was the one who would set the world right by tearing it down. Their ideology was radical, yes, but their tactics were far more terrifying. The Mythic Dawn operated in complete secrecy, using coded language, hidden cells, and recruitment methods that targeted the lonely, the angry, the disillusioned. They would leave copies of the commentaries in the corners of libraries or slide them into the satchels of travelers. Some people would laugh it off as nonsense, but others would read more. And for those few who understood the hidden messages, who decoded the layered text, an invitation would follow. Initiates were taken in and made to believe they were part of a sacred mission, and in a way, they were. A mission that would change the fate of Tamriel forever. They trained in secrecy, hiding in forgotten ruins, caves, and mountain retreats. They practiced loyalty, discipline, and most of all, silence. And all of it was leading toward one singular event, the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII. You see, the mythic Dawn believed that as long as the Septim line ruled, and as long as the dragon fires in the Temple of the One burned, the barrier between Nirn and Oblivion would hold. Dagon could not return to the mortal world unless that link, that ancient covenant between Akatosh and the blood of Alessia, was broken. And so, they aimed for the heart of the Empire itself. The cult spent years preparing, watching, waiting, hiding in plain sight. One of their most insidious tools was a man named Boris, a Blades agent who would later uncover their secrets, but even he was nearly fooled. That's how deep the mythic Dawn's influence ran. Government clerks, scholars, even nobility. Anyone could be a cultist. Anyone could be a traitor. And then, when the time was right, they struck. The Emperor was murdered in the catacombs beneath the Imperial City, his bodyguards slain by cloaked assassins who vanished into the night. The Amulet of Kings, the divine jewel that symbolized the dragon blood and protected the realm from oblivion, was stolen. The line of Septim was thought to be broken forever, and the fires that had kept the Daedra at bay for centuries extinguished. It all began not with swords or magic, but with books, with ideas, with the soft, poisonous words of a man who told his followers the world was broken and that they could be the ones to fix it through blood and fire. That's what makes the mythic Dawn so terrifying. Not their Daedric magic or their fanaticism or even their violence, but their faith, because they believed they were saving the world. And in a way, they did, just not the way anyone expected. And so the seeds of the crisis were sown, not in some distant realm of fire and ash, but in the quiet corners of Tamriel's cities, in the minds of those who felt abandoned and saw in Dagon a new kind of truth, a terrible, world-ending truth. It began in fire. After the death of Emperor Uriel Septim VII and the disappearance of the Amulet of Kings, there was a moment of eerie calm across the empire. But it didn't last. In the hills outside the city of Quach, on the gold coast of Cyrodiil, the first Oblivion Gate appeared. No one saw it coming. It tore open the fabric of reality without warning, splitting the sky and unleashing the Daedra upon the mortal plane. Where the gate opened, the air became thick with heat and smoke. The ground cracked. The sky darkened to a sickly red, and thunder rolled from nowhere. The gate itself stood like a massive ring of molten metal, rimmed in jagged teeth and bathed in an otherworldly glow. Beyond it lay the Deadlands, the plane of oblivion, ruled by Mehrunes Dagon. Stepping through the gate was like walking into a nightmare. The Deadlands were a wasteland of broken rock and flowing lava. Blackened spires jutted out from the ground like bones. The sky was forever on fire, a deep, burning orange, and ash fell like snow. Rivers of molten rock cut through the landscape, and twisted towers loomed on the horizon, radiating dark energy. Strange, chitinous flora grew from the scorched soil, pulsing with a red glow. But worst of all were the Daedra themselves. Scamps, Clanfear, Daedroths, and the powerful Dremora, warriors of Dagon, poured out of the gate and descended on Quach. The city was unprepared. Caught off guard, its people fled or were slaughtered. Within hours, Quach was in flames. Buildings collapsed. The chapel, once a place of peace, became a final refuge for a handful of survivors. The city guard was overwhelmed. Among those who answered the call was a nameless prisoner, recently freed by Emperor Uriel himself before his death, later known across Tamriel as the Hero of Quach. It was this individual who first dared to enter the Oblivion Gate alone. Armed with whatever weapons they could find, they stepped into the Deadlands and fought their way through horrors most mortals never lived to describe. The goal: reach the Sigil Stone, the heart of the gate, housed within a towering structure called a Sigil Keep. Inside the keep, Dremora warlords and fire traps waited at every turn. It was a brutal ascent through twisting corridors and chambers of death. But in the end, the hero reached the stone, pulled it from its pedestal, and with that act, the gate collapsed. The rift between worlds closed, and the portal disintegrated into ash and smoke. The survivors of Quatch could finally breathe. The first gate had been closed, but this was only the beginning. The collapse of the Dragonfires had permanently weakened the barriers between Nirn and Oblivion, and Mehrunes Dagon, with the help of the Mythic Dawn and the stolen amulet, was able to open countless more gates. Across all of Cyrodiil, from the snowy north near Bruma to the swampy marshes of Bravil, the gates erupted. Each was a beacon of chaos, each one a doorway to the Deadlands. Cities were attacked. Roads became dangerous. Trade routes collapsed. The Imperial Legion, already weakened and stretched thin, couldn't defend every province. The Oblivion Crisis had officially begun. What made the crisis so devastating wasn't just the Daedra's raw power, it was their relentlessness. The gates kept opening. Close one, and another would open nearby. Entire towns vanished overnight. Farmland was burned to cinders. Civilians fled in all directions, and rumors of the apocalypse spread like wildfire. The Empire, now without a true ruler, was falling apart. But the hero of Quatch continued the fight. Gate by gate, region by region, they traveled the land, entering each portal and destroying the sigil stones. No other mortal had ever stepped into the Daedric realms, and returned so many times. No one had faced the Dremora lords, and lived to tell the tale as often. The people began to rally around this silent warrior. Not a noble, not a general, but a survivor who refused to let the world end. Even with their efforts, the situation only worsened. The Daedra began to coordinate their attacks. Larger, more powerful creatures began to emerge. Cities like Shadin Hal, Chorol, and Leawin faced repeated sieges. And always, behind it all, was the image of Mehrunes Dagon, looming, watching, waiting for the right moment to step fully into Nirn. The fall of Quatch was not just the first battle, it was the warning. The world was no longer safe. The Mythic Dawn had succeeded in opening the floodgates, and now it was up to a scattered empire, a hidden heir, and one unknown hero to find a way to stop what seemed unstoppable. The invasion had begun, and it would change Tamriel forever. In the chaos following the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII, hope for the Empire's survival was hanging by a thread. With the Amulet of Kings stolen and the Dragonfires extinguished, the barriers that had kept the Daedra out of Tamriel were failing. Oblivion Gates had begun to open across the land, and the Mythic Dawn's plan was unfolding. But Uriel had left behind one last glimmer of hope, a secret the world wasn't ready for: his illegitimate son. His name was Martin. Martin Septim was not raised as a noble, not groomed for leadership, and certainly not prepared for godhood. He was a priest of Akatosh living in Quatch, a city that, by cruel fate, would be the first to fall in the Oblivion Crisis. When the Daedra attacked, Martin survived. He sheltered with a handful of guards and civilians in the ruins of the chapel, protecting those he could. At this time, he had no idea of his royal blood. He was just a healer, a man of faith, trying to save lives. It was the Blades who found him. Jaufre, Grandmaster of the Blades, and one of the last people Uriel trusted, had dispatched the hero, the same figure who had closed the first Oblivion Gate, to find Martin and bring him to safety. When the hero arrived in Quatch, the city was still smoldering. The Daedra had torn it apart, and the survivors were barely clinging to hope. Martin was among them, calm in the face of devastation, but unaware that he was being hunted not only by Daedra, but by fate itself. When the hero met Martin, he was skeptical. He knew nothing of his connection to the Emperor, but Jaufre had no doubt. Documents and records had confirmed it. Martin Septim was the son of Uriel VII and the last known heir to the dragon blood. If Martin could be protected and brought to Cloud Ruler Temple, the Blade's hidden stronghold in the Dural Mountains, there might still be a chance to relight the Dragonfires and restore the barrier between Nirn and Oblivion. The journey to get there was not simple. The roads were dangerous. Bandits, Daedra, and Mythic Dawn agents were everywhere. Every mile traveled was a risk. They stopped at Wynnum Priory first, the secret refuge of the Blades near Carl, but it was already under attack. Mythic Dawn cultists had arrived before them, slaughtering the monks and burning the buildings. Jaufre and the hero fought them off, barely surviving the ambush. It was clear now. The enemy knew who Martin was and would stop at nothing to prevent him from reaching safety. From that moment on, Martin was forced to confront what he had always avoided. He was not just a priest anymore. He was the last surviving septim bearer of the dragon blood, and the only person left who could perform the ritual to seal the gates of oblivion. The Empire's survival depended entirely on him. Despite his quiet nature and internal doubts, Martin never hesitated. He accepted his role not with pride, but with a sense of responsibility, and that made him stronger. The trip to Cloud Ruler Temple was long and perilous. Snow began to fall as they approached the Gerald Mountains. Wolves prowled the frozen forests. Daedric scouts attacked along the road. But eventually, they arrived. The temple itself stood like a fortress carved into the mountainside, ancient and imposing, its great gates guarded by sworn blades who had been waiting for a sign of hope. When Martin crossed the threshold, they bowed. A septim had returned. Inside Cloud Ruler Temple, Martin began to study. He pored over old texts, ancient tomes, and Daedric scrolls, trying to understand the nature of the crisis and how to end it. He was not a warrior, but he was intelligent and driven. With every day, he stepped further into his role as emperor, not by title, but by action. The hero remained by his side, assisting him, following leads and fighting the Daedra wherever they emerged. But one thing was now clear. Martin Septim was not just a symbol. He was the key to ending the crisis. Only someone with the dragon blood could relight the dragon fires in the Temple of the One. Only he could use the Amulet of Kings to restore the barrier between Tamriel and Oblivion. The challenge now was finding that amulet, stolen by the Mythic Dawn, and surviving long enough to use it. Martin was no longer hiding in a chapel. He was standing at the center of the storm, the final hope of a crumbling empire. The world was on fire. The gates of Oblivion were open, and the only thing standing in the way of Mehrunes Dagon's victory was a man who never wanted a crown, and a warrior who protected him. With Martin Septim safely secured at Cloud Ruler Temple, and beginning to accept the heavy burden of his bloodline, the next critical step in stopping the Oblivion crisis was to recover the Amulet of Kings. Without it, there could be no Dragonfires, and without the Dragonfires, the gates to Oblivion would never close. The Mythic Dawn still held it, hidden away somewhere deep in their web of secrecy and fanaticism. This is where the hero of Quatch would once again become vital. The search for the amulet began with the commentaries on the Mysterium Xarxes, 4 obscure volumes written by Mankar Camoran, the leader of the Mythic Dawn and prophet of Mehrunes Dagon. These books were more than religious texts. They were riddles, layered in metaphor and coded language, designed to draw in recruits and lead them step by step toward enlightenment, or, more accurately, indoctrination. Tarmina, a scholar at the Arcane University, had spent years studying the commentaries and provided insight into how they worked. The texts were deliberately obtuse, filled with Daedric allegory and cryptic references, but when studied in the right order and with the right mindset, they formed a hidden map leading to the cult's secret shrine. Using Tarmina's translations and the hero's persistence, the location was uncovered. Lake Arius Caverns, nestled in the Gerald Mountains, just north of Cheydinhal. Infiltrating the Mythic Dawn's shrine was not as simple as charging in with sword drawn. It required deception, patience, and a willingness to play the cult's game. The hero posed as an initiate, going through the motions and pretending to embrace the teachings of Camoran. The cult members were fanatically loyal and deeply suspicious, but eventually the hero was granted an audience with Harrow, the shrine's guardian. It was here, inside the heart of the Mythic Dawn's inner sanctum, that the hero finally laid eyes on the Mysterium Xarxes, a Daedric artifact of immense power and corruption, gifted to Camoran by Mehrunes Dagon himself. The Amulet of Kings was there too, displayed as a trophy on an altar just out of reach, but the Mythic Dawn had no intention of letting it go. The hero was captured, stripped of all possessions, and imprisoned in a cell deep within the shrine. It looked like the end, but the hero managed a daring escape, reclaiming their gear and fleeing with the most important object of all, the Mysterium Xarxes. Though the amulet was taken away by Mankar Camoran himself, now vanished into his mysterious paradise, the book he left behind would become the key to following him. Returning to Cloud Ruler Temple, with the Xarxes in hand, the hero presented it to Martin. It was a dangerous gift. The book was written in a language that burned the eyes and twisted the mind, but Martin was determined. He pored over it, deciphering its dark secrets, learning that it held instructions for opening a portal to a place outside of mortal reality, Camoran's paradise, a realm of pure Daedric influence, where the stolen amulet was now hidden. Paradise was not just a place of reward for the mythic dawn, it was a prison of illusions and suffering, a warped reflection of Camoran's promises. According to the Xarxes, he had used a piece of Mehrunes Dagon's power to create it, and only by recreating that ritual could Martin open a path for the hero to enter. But crafting such a portal was not simple. Martin would need powerful artifacts, and the hero would have to retrieve them from across Cyrodiil, from ruined temples, ancient vaults, and guarded tombs. The path ahead was long, but with the Xarxes decoded, a plan was finally forming. While Martin deciphered the rest of the ritual, the hero prepared for what would be the most dangerous journey yet, entering the realm of a Daedric cult leader, confronting Mankar Camoran, and stealing back the Amulet of Kings from the heart of Paradise itself. The tide was beginning to turn, but the hardest challenges were still to come. While Martin Septim studied the Mysterium Xarxes and the Hero of Quach gathered ancient relics to help open the path to Paradise, the rest of Cyrodiil was descending into chaos. The Oblivion Crisis wasn't limited to Quach or the Imperial City. It was everywhere. Gates to the Deadlands erupted across the map, tearing holes in the sky, bleeding red light, and unleashing wave after wave of Daedric creatures. Entire regions were consumed in fire and ash as Mehrunes Dagon's armies surged through the rifts. Each city, town, and village had its own story of resistance, desperation, and survival. In Chorrol, townsfolk fortified the castle and kept constant watch over a gate just outside their walls. In Cheydinhal, the orcs of the Fighters Guild took up arms to defend the people. In Leyawiin, between the twin rivers, Argonian and Khajiit, refugees from Black Marsh and elsewhere, huddled together as Oblivion gates opened in the surrounding marshes. The Daedra were indiscriminate, attacking guards, farmers, merchants, and travelers alike. Side quests began to feel like extensions of the main story, because the crisis touched everything. You weren't just a hero on a destined path, you were the person everyone turned to when things went horribly wrong. A family in Anvil begged for help as Daedra overran their farmland. A priest in Bravil prayed for someone to save the last chapel untouched by the fires. In Skingrad, the Count locked himself inside his castle, unwilling to risk open battle, even as his people died in the streets. But perhaps no region symbolized the desperation of the provinces more than Bruma. A cold, mountainous city near the Geralt border, Bruma stood dangerously close to Lake Arius and the mythic Dawn's stronghold. As the cult's influence grew, the city became a target for a full-scale invasion. Daedric gates multiplied in the surrounding countryside, and the people of Bruma realized they were on the front lines. Countess Narina Carvain, unlike many other nobles, chose to stand her ground. She didn't hide behind her walls. She didn't flee. She helped rally the city guard, reinforced the defenses, and called upon the hero to help mount a proper resistance. This was the turning point. The defense of Bruma wasn't just about one city. It was a symbol. The hero traveled across Cyrodiil, visiting every city to ask for aid. It was a campaign of diplomacy and persuasion, convincing leaders and militia commanders to send troops to Bruma's defense. Each successful alliance brought reinforcements to the snowy town, building a small but determined army. Eventually, the Great Siege came. A massive Oblivion Gate opened near the city, larger and more dangerous than any before it. The Daedra poured out in overwhelming numbers. Clannfear, Scamps, Daedroths, and even the towering siege crawlers. But this time, Tamriel didn't cower. With Martin Septim himself fighting alongside the guards, and with the hero of Quach leading the charge, Bruma held the line. The Daedra were pushed back. The gate was closed. It wasn't a final victory, but it proved something vital. Oblivion could be resisted. Even in the darkest hours, the people of Tamriel were willing to fight. Still, the cost was enormous. Forests were blackened. Roads became battlegrounds. Travelers feared moving between towns without armed escorts. Temples were desecrated. The land itself seemed to rebel, twisted by the influence of the Deadlands leaking through the portals. Entire villages disappeared from the map. Farms were abandoned. The crisis wasn't just a military invasion. It was an unraveling of the natural order. The sun shone less brightly. The night felt colder. Everything seemed more fragile. There was no place untouched. And while Martin worked toward his ritual, and the hero fought to keep hope alive, the people of Cyrodiil bore the weight of the war. The Oblivion Crisis wasn't a single moment. It was a long, slow burn that scorched the world from every corner. Whether you were a mage, a thief, a warrior, or just a passerby, you were part of it. You saw it firsthand. You helped. And that's what made this chapter of the story so unforgettable. It wasn't just about the gods or the Dragonborn. It was about the little people, the everyday citizens, the guards who held the line, and the priests who kept the faith. It was about the world falling apart and everyone doing what they could to hold it together, one gate at a time. As the fires of war raged across Cyrodiil and cities struggled to survive the onslaught of Oblivion, Martin Septim, once just a humble priest in Quach, began to truly step into his role as heir to the Dragonblood. Hidden away within the ancient halls of Cloud Ruler Temple, guarded by the last surviving blades, Martin dedicated himself to unlocking the mysteries of the Mysterium Xarxes, the dark and dangerous tome written by Mankar Camoran himself. This book, gifted by Mehrunes Dagon to his mortal champion, held more than just twisted ideology. It was a key, a guide to paradise. And within it, Martin hoped to find the means to end the crisis for good. But deciphering it was no simple task. It wasn't just written in obscure language, it was laced with Daedric corruption, a puzzle meant to confuse and mislead any mortal who dared to read it. Martin's quiet determination, however, never wavered. With the hero of Quach bringing him information and resources, he slowly began to piece together a solution. The answer was rooted in ancient tradition, the Ritual of Kings. This sacred ceremony was what lit the dragon fires in the Temple of the One. As long as those fires burned, the barriers between Nirn and Oblivion held strong. But with Emperor Uriel Septim VII dead, and the Amulet of Kings stolen, the fires had gone out. That barrier had collapsed, and the Daedra were free to invade. Only a true heir of the Dragonblood could perform the ritual and relight the fires. But to do that, they needed more than just blood and title. They needed relics. Powerful artifacts tied to the very fabric of Nirn and Aetherius. Martin determined that the ritual required 3 key components, each of immense historical and magical value. The first was a great Welkin stone. These stones, relics of the lost Aelid civilization, were ancient batteries of raw magicka, storing the purest essence of creation. Unlike the smaller Welkin stones found in ruins across Cyrodiil, a great stone was a unique and powerful artifact, rare and dangerous to retrieve. The hero was sent to Miskarkund, a long-abandoned and deadly Aelid city. Inside its dark, trap-laden corridors, past legions of undead guardians, the hero secured the stone and returned it to Martin. But that was only the beginning. Next came the Great Sigil Stone, the heart of an Oblivion Gate. Martin proposed a bold and terrifying idea. Allow the Mythic Dawn to open a great gate outside Bruma, larger than any seen before, so that the hero could enter it and claim its core. It was a calculated risk, bait the enemy into a full assault, then fight through the Deadlands to capture the one thing they needed most. As Bruma stood its ground against the Daedra's largest invasion, the hero raced through the burning plains of Oblivion, past Daedric towers, deadly traps, and monstrous creatures, eventually reaching the Sigillum Sanguis and removing the Great Sigil Stone. With both relics in hand, the final preparations could begin. These items were more than just tools, they were symbols. The Great Welkin Stone represented the divine spark of creation, the legacy of the mortal world. The Sigil Stone, ripped from the heart of Oblivion, represented the darkness that sought to consume it. And Martin, the last of the Septim bloodline, stood between them as a bridge of both mortal and mythic heritage. By combining the powers of these artifacts, he believed he could open a portal into Mankar Camoran's paradise, a realm outside of space and time where the Amulet of Kings had been taken. But something else had also begun to change. Martin himself was evolving. The once soft-spoken priest had become a commander, a man of vision. Though never arrogant, he now spoke with clarity and conviction. He listened to his people, understood their fears, and bore the weight of their hope with quiet strength. Scholars and warriors alike came to respect him, not because of his name, but because of his actions. He studied late into the night, pored over ancient texts, and consulted with mages and monks. Every decision he made was deliberate, shaped not by ego or ambition, but by duty. And through it all, he never lost touch with his humanity. He didn't see himself as a god or savior, just as someone trying to do what was right. His humility, combined with the gravity of the crisis, made him the leader Tamriel needed. As the world burned and the future teetered on the edge of ruin, Martin Septim stood firm, preparing to risk everything in a final gambit. The hero, standing beside him, had seen the worst of Oblivion, had closed gate after gate, had carried the weight of the provinces, but now it was clear. Everything had led to this. The ritual was more than a ceremony. It was a culmination, the last light in a world smothered by shadow. And as Martin placed his trust in the hero once more, their bond, born from fire, war, and sacrifice, would carry them both into the final chapter of the Oblivion crisis. With the Great Welkin Stone and the Great Sigil Stone secured, Martin Septim completed the ritual that would open a path into Munkar Camoran's paradise. Unlike Oblivion's Deadlands, this realm wasn't a landscape of fire and ash. It was something different, something deceptive, a place wrapped in illusion. This was the reward Camoran promised to his followers, a so-called heaven shaped by Mehrunes Dagon's power. But the hero of Quatch knew better. Paradise wasn't paradise, not really. As the portal opened, the hero stepped forward and entered a realm that felt strangely calm at first. Towering green cliffs overlooked winding rivers, the skies were painted in soft pinks and oranges, and the breeze was almost too perfect. Birds sang from unseen perches, and the sun never moved. But it didn't take long for the hero to realize something was off. The people who lived here weren't truly free. Many of them were the Mythic Dawn's most loyal followers, brought into paradise after death, or after pledging themselves fully to Camoran's vision. Some wandered the realm in apparent bliss. Others, trapped in glowing prison cells made of light and magic, screamed for freedom. It was all a lie. Camoran's paradise was a gilded cage, wrapped in illusion and false promises. The hero moved through the surreal landscape with purpose, navigating narrow mountain paths, traversing hidden groves, and speaking with those who had begun to question their master. These former Mythic Dawn members were slowly realizing that Camoran's promised reward was eternal servitude, not enlightenment. Some aided the hero, offering knowledge of the terrain or warnings about Camoran's inner sanctum. At the center of this strange world stood the Forbidden Grotto, a brutal trial by design. No one left it unchanged. This place was meant to break the mind and test the body. The hero was stripped of their gear, forced to rely on wit and grit to survive. Inside, tortured souls wandered endlessly. Massive Daedric beasts roamed the volcanic chambers. Lava pooled beneath cracked stone bridges, and sharp metal traps lined the walls. The hero fought through it all, reclaiming their equipment and proving that no illusion or torture would be enough to stop them. When the hero emerged from the grotto, they came face to face with Camoran's twisted reality. Floating towers surrounded by a natural geometry loomed in the distance, glowing with Daedric energy. Here, in his throne room built on power stolen from the Daedric prince, Munkar Camoran waited. He wasn't just a cult leader anymore. He had made himself something more, or at least tried to. Wearing ornate robes and wielding magic enhanced by the Mysterium Xarxes, he welcomed the hero with arrogance. He spoke of Lorkhan's lies, of a broken world built on false promises, and of his right to reshape Nirn in Dagon's image. To him, paradise wasn't the end. It was the beginning of a new reality. He believed the Dragonfires were a cage, and that destroying them would set mortals free. But there was no reasoning with him. Camoran was too far gone. He viewed the hero as nothing more than an obstacle, another prisoner who had wandered too far. The battle that followed was fierce. Camoran's children, Ruma and Raven, joined the fight, using powerful spells and enchanted weapons. It was a clash of ideologies, of mortal will against Daedric ambition. Surrounded by ethereal light and Daedric fire, the hero fought with every skill they had learned since escaping the Imperial prison. Every blow struck was a rejection of Camoran's twisted dream. Every step forward was a reminder that Nirn, despite its flaws, still belonged to mortals. In the end, Camoran fell. His power, drawn from the Xarxes and sustained by Dagon, collapsed with him. His realm began to dissolve, unraveling into mist and fire. With one final surge of light, the illusion shattered. And there, among the fading echoes of Camoran's delusion, the hero reclaimed the Amulet of Kings. It was a simple object, yet infinitely important. the key to the Dragonfires, the symbol of the Septim Line, the last hope to restore the barrier between Nirn and Oblivion. As the hero returned to Tamriel, the realm of paradise collapsed behind them, leaving no trace of its false promises. The mythic dawn was broken, its leader destroyed, but the war wasn't over. Mehrunes Dagon still watched. The sky still burned red in places, and the final chapter had yet to be written. But now, at least, there was hope. The amulet was back. Martin stood ready, and the final battle for Tamriel was drawing near. With the amulet of kings recovered, and Mankar Camoran defeated, the time had come to take the fight directly to Mehrunes Dagon's forces. Martin Septim knew that to relight the Dragonfires and seal Oblivion forever, he needed one final powerful artifact, the Great Sigil Stone. But such a stone could only be obtained from a Great Gate, something far more dangerous than any Oblivion portal opened before. And to summon one, the mythic dawn had to be baited into a full-scale assault. The city of Bruma, nestled in the Gerald Mountains, became the stage for one of the most critical battles in the entire crisis. This wasn't just another town in danger. Bruma was chosen precisely because of its strategic location, and more importantly, because its leaders were brave enough to make the ultimate gamble. Martin presented the plan: deliberately allow the Daedra to open a great gate outside Bruma so that a small strike force could enter it and retrieve the Great Sigil Stone. Everyone understood the cost. Bruma would become ground zero for the largest Oblivion assault Tamriel had ever seen. Soldiers, guards, and warriors from all across Cyrodiil answered the call. The player, known by now as the Hero of Quach, had already helped close gates across the land and gained the trust of every major city. When the day arrived, and the sky over Bruma tore apart, everyone was ready, but no one was truly prepared. The ground shook as 3 Oblivion gates opened in rapid succession just beyond the city walls. Towers of flame, rivers of lava, and Daedric siege engines poured into Tamriel. Clannfears charged the defenses, scamps darted between ranks, and towering Daedroths roared as they smashed through makeshift barricades. The Bruma Guard, led by Captain Bird, held the line alongside the Blades, Imperial Legion remnants, and local militia. Martin Septim himself took up arms and stood on the battlefield. This was not the place for a ruler to hide behind a throne. It was where a true heir of the Septim line showed his worth. And beside him, always at the center of the action, was the hero. The siege was relentless. Smoke and ash filled the air, and the roar of combat never stopped. But through sheer will, bravery, and coordinated defense, the allies managed to hold off the waves of Daedra. Then, the Great Gate appeared. Unlike the smaller portals, this one dwarfed all others. A colossal rift in the sky opened with a thunderous boom, and the air itself seemed to scream. From it, an enormous Daedric war machine began to emerge, a siege crawler capable of leveling entire cities. The race was on. The Hero of Quach was the only one with the experience and strength to enter this monstrous gate and stop what was coming. Inside the Deadlands once more, the hero sprinted across molten bridges and crumbling walkways, climbing through the heart of a hellish stronghold designed to stall or kill intruders. Time was the enemy. The siege crawler grew closer with each passing minute. Inside the burning landscape, towers erupted from the ground, spewing fire and conjuring deadly Daedra to block the way. The air was thick with smoke, and the heat was unbearable, but the hero pressed forward. With blades drawn and spells flying, they carved a path to the Sigillum Sanguis at the top of the main tower. And there it was, the Great Sigil Stone. Glowing with raw, pulsing power, it radiated a kind of malevolent energy unlike anything seen before. With no time to spare, the hero grabbed the stone. The tower began to collapse, and the world around them twisted into chaos. But as always, the hero emerged victorious, crashing back into Tamriel, just as the siege crawler was about to step fully through the portal. The Great Gate vanished in a flash of light, and the machine collapsed mid-transit, never reaching the city. Bruma was saved, but the cost was high. Bodies littered the snow. Smoke curled from ruined buildings. Friends and allies had fallen. Martin, shaken but resolute, knew that their sacrifice had not been in vain. The Great Sigil Stone was the final piece. The ritual could begin. And now, the final march toward the Imperial City was all that remained. The Oblivion crisis wasn't over, but for the first time, there was a sense that the end was in sight. One last hope, one last battle, and the fate of the world rested on the shoulders of those willing to walk through fire. After the desperate defense of Bruma and the retrieval of the Great Sigil Stone, the final chapter of the Oblivion Crisis unfolded in the heart of Tamriel's capital. The Imperial City, once a symbol of strength and order, was now ground zero for the last stand against Mehrunes Dagon's invasion. The Daedric Prince himself appeared above the city, his massive form silhouetted against the sky torn open by magic and fire. His arrival was heralded by an explosion that shook the very foundations of the Imperial Palace. As the gates of Oblivion tore open throughout the city, Daedra flooded the streets, Clanfears, Scamps, Dremora, creatures of nightmare pouring out in waves. The city guard fought valiantly, but it was clear this was more than a battle of soldiers. It was a war for the fate of the world itself. At the heart of this chaos stood Martin Septim, the last true heir to the throne and the key to ending the crisis. He carried the Amulet of Kings, the ancient symbol of the Dragonborn bloodline, and the hope that the Dragonfires could be rekindled to seal the gates of Oblivion forever. But fate had other plans. The fires refused to light. Every attempt to rekindle the sacred flame failed. The very magic that had protected Tamriel for centuries was broken, and with it, the last hope seemed lost. The mythic dawn had shattered the foundation of the Empire's power, yet Martin did not surrender. In a moment that would become legend, he made the ultimate sacrifice. Knowing that the traditional way was no longer possible, he chose to become something greater. Breaking the Amulet of Kings, he summoned the divine power of Akatosh, the dragon god of time, to inhabit his mortal form. This transformation was awe-inspiring. Martin became the avatar of Akatosh, a glowing, dragon-like figure radiating immense power and divine authority. As the avatar, Martin was no longer just a man, but the living embodiment of the Dragonborn legacy. The final battle began. Martin confronted Mehrunes Dagon atop the steps of the Imperial Palace amidst the ruins and fires. Their clash shook the city and echoed through the realms of Mundus and Oblivion alike. The two beings, Divine and Daedric, battled with ferocity and magic that defied mortal understanding. Buildings crumbled, the skies roared, and time itself seemed to bend under their conflict. But Martin's sacrifice was not in vain. Drawing on Akatosh's eternal power, he struck down Dagon, banishing the Daedric prince back to his own realm. The gates of Oblivion closed, the rift in the sky sealed forever, and the invasion was ended. Yet the victory came at a great cost. Martin Septim, the last of the Septim bloodline, perished in the battle. His mortal form was consumed in the transformation and the fight, leaving Tamriel without an emperor. His legacy, however, lived on, sealed by his heroic act and the restoration of peace. The Oblivion Crisis had ended, but the Empire would never be the same. The Septim dynasty was no more. The political landscape irrevocably changed, and the scars of war ran deep. Still, Martin's sacrifice stood as a beacon of hope and courage, reminding all of the power of selflessness and destiny. As the fires died down and the survivors began to rebuild, the memory of that final hour burned bright in the hearts of all who witnessed it. The age of Oblivion was over, but the story of the hero of Quatch and the Dragonborn priest who became a god would be told for generations to come. The Oblivion Crisis is more than just a catastrophic event in the Elder Scrolls timeline. It is a pivotal moment that reshaped the very world of Tamriel and everything that followed. It marked the end of the Septim dynasty, a dynasty that had ruled for centuries, binding the Empire together with the sacred power of the Dragonfires. When those fires went dark, and the Daedric Prince Mehrunes Dagon tore open the skies with his armies of Oblivion, the Empire itself seemed destined to fall apart. But this story is not simply about destruction. It's about resilience, about the fragile threads of hope and faith that hold the world together when all else seems lost. It's about sacrifice, the kind that changes history. Martin Septim, a humble priest with no desire for power, became the last hope for all of Tamriel. His journey from reluctance to divine heroism shows that greatness is not always born from bloodlines or privilege, but forged through courage and choice. He sacrificed to become the avatar of Akatosh, to face the Daedric prince in battle and banish him, is one of the most profound moments in the Elder Scrolls saga. It symbolizes the triumph of will and spirit over chaos and despair. Beyond the grand battles and cosmic stakes, the Oblivion Crisis also reminds us of the impact on the everyday lives of Tamriel's people. The countesses holding their cities, the guards standing at impossible odds, and the countless citizens struggling to survive. It is a story where the fate of an entire continent hangs in the balance, but the small, personal moments still matter. The crisis shifted the political and magical landscape forever, ushering in a new era where old certainties were questioned and new powers rose from the ashes. It paved the way for the events of later games and lore, influencing everything from the rise of the Thalmor to the eventual return of the Dragonborn. Reflecting on the Oblivion Crisis invites us to think about what truly defines a hero. Is it their lineage, their power, or their actions in the face of overwhelming odds? Perhaps the greatest heroes are not those born to rule, but those who step up when the world demands it. Martin Septim was never eager for a throne, but by the end, he earned a place among legends, his story etched into the soul of Tamriel itself. So, why does the Oblivion Crisis still matter? Because it teaches us that faith and sacrifice can change the course of history. It shows that even when the gates of destruction open wide, there is hope, and it reminds us, in the quiet moments after the storm, that heroes come in many forms. Sometimes the most unlikely among us rise to meet their destiny. Whether you're a fan who has journeyed through Quatch's ruins or someone new to the saga, the story of the Oblivion Crisis echoes with timeless themes. It's about enduring when everything seems lost, about fighting not just for power, but for the chance to rebuild and heal. As we close this chapter, let that thought linger. Perhaps the true hero was never born royal, but earned their place among legends. And with that, the legacy of the Oblivion Crisis lives on, quietly shaping the world of the Elder Scrolls, waiting for new stories to be told. Now, let's rank the Daedric Princes. The Daedric Princes are some of the most mysterious, terrifying, and fascinating beings in all of Elder Scrolls lore. They exist outside the bounds of time and mortality, each ruling over a realm of oblivion shaped by their own twisted vision of reality. Some crave destruction, some thrive on deception, and some are so alien that even the gods of Nirn fear what they represent. Across every game, from Arena to Skyrim, these princes have left their mark, subtly guiding events or shattering the world outright. But which of them holds the greatest power? Is it the one who nearly destroyed Tamriel in fire and blood? The one who commands fate itself? Or maybe the one cursed by the other Daedra for being too powerful? In this video, we're going to go through the entire lore of every Daedric prince, one by one, diving into their personalities, their realms, their followers, and their impact on the world. To make sense of the chaos, we'll group them into 4 factions. First, the Princes of Power and Destruction, those who seek to dominate through strength and fear. Then, the Manipulators and Tricksters, who use whispers, illusions, and temptations to shape the world from the shadows. After that, the Cosmic and Abstract, those who represent fate, knowledge, and forces beyond mortal comprehension. And finally, the Outliers, the strange and often overlooked princes who still hold immense power in their own strange ways. And once we've gone through them all, we'll look at them from every angle: power, influence, threat, knowledge, and finally decide who is the most powerful Daedric prince of them all. Sit back, relax, and let's find out together. Part 1. The Princes of Power and Destruction. Let's talk about Molag Bal. Molag Bal, the Daedric Prince of Domination, Enslavement, and the Harvest of Souls, is one of the most feared and malevolent beings in the entire Elder Scrolls universe. He's not about chaos like Sheogorath or personal pleasure like Sanguine. No, Molag Bal is about control. Pure, absolute control. He doesn't want your worship, he wants your submission. He wants your soul bent to his will, your body broken and reshaped in his image, and your world twisted into a dark reflection of his own dominion. His realm, Coldharbour, is like a nightmarish parody of Nirn, bleak, frozen, and ruled by his iron grip. It's said that he modeled it after Tamriel as a mockery, a way to prove that what the mortals hold dear can be taken, defiled, and corrupted. The skies of Coldharbour are forever shrouded in dark, swirling clouds, its ground cracked and lifeless, and its rivers flowing with the tears and blood of the enslaved. And yet, despite the cruelty and horror, there's a method to Molag Bal's madness. He isn't random. His actions are deliberate, his conquests carefully planned. This is the prince who gave birth to the first vampire through an act so vile it echoes through mortal history. Lamai Bal, once a priestess of Arkai, was cursed by Molag Bal and became the progenitor of all vampire bloodlines. Through her, Molag Bal's influence seeped into countless cultures across Tamriel, turning noble warriors, lost souls, and ambitious necromancers into his children of the night. And unlike many Daedric artifacts that are singular relics passed down in myth, Molag Bal's reach is tangible, seen in every vampire clan, every blood-soaked altar, and every soul trapped in his cold grasp. His weapon, the Mace of Molag Bal, isn't just a tool of destruction, it's an instrument of suffering. It tears the soul from the body and enslaves it, feeding Molag Bal's endless hunger for dominance. It's not elegant, it's not subtle, but it is effective. When it strikes, it leaves more than just wounds. It leaves despair, corruption, and a mark that cannot be healed. Throughout Elder Scrolls Online, we see what Molag Bal looks like when he's unleashed. His plane meld, a grand invasion of Nirn itself, was a scheme to merge Cold Harbor with Tamriel. Not just to conquer it, but to overwrite reality. Imagine a world where no one can die without being sent to his realm. A world where even the afterlife is owned by Molag Bal. That's what he was trying to create. And the terrifying part is, he almost succeeded. His forces were massive, his reach extended across factions and borders, and only the combined efforts of countless heroes and gods prevented his victory. And still, he wasn't destroyed. Molag Bal cannot be slain. He can be banished, delayed, weakened, but he always comes back. That's part of what makes him so dangerous. He plays the long game. His influence isn't just in armies and artifacts, but in ideology. In the idea that might makes right, that to dominate is divine, and that freedom is an illusion for the weak. Those who worship Molag Bal often don't see themselves as evil. They see themselves as strong, as chosen, as survivors in a world where only the powerful matter. And that's the real horror of Molag Bal. He offers power, and many are willing to take it, no matter the cost. His name is feared in every culture, his shrines hidden in shadows, his cults operating in the dark corners of society, but he's always there, watching, waiting, planning. Compared to the other princes, Molag Bal may not be the most subtle or the most mysterious, but he might be the most relentless. Where others scheme or seduce, he conquers. Where others test, he breaks. His nature is simple, but in that simplicity lies an overwhelming force. You know what you're getting with Molag Bal, and that's what makes him terrifying. There's no deception, no layers to unravel. Just domination, suffering, and the cold certainty that if he had his way, Tamriel would become another Cold Harbor, a realm of ash, steel, and chains. In the end, Molag Bal represents a kind of evil that doesn't hide. It marches at your gates, dragging the souls of your ancestors behind it, and dares you to resist. And even when you do, he smiles. Because to him, resistance is just the first step towards submission. Another one on our list is Mehrunes Dagon, the Daedric Prince of Destruction, Change, Revolution, Energy, and Ambition. One of the most immediately recognizable and infamous figures in Elder Scrolls lore, and that's for good reason. Where other Daedric princes might act through subtle manipulation, trickery, or slow corruption, this guy shows up with fire, chaos, and a plan to burn everything to the ground. His fear is the tearing down of the old to make way for something new. But unlike princes like Boethia who are about challenge and ascension, Dagon represents total obliteration. He's the god of cataclysms, natural disasters, and political upheaval, the idea that destruction is a kind of rebirth, and sometimes the only way forward is to reduce everything to ash. His history with Tamriel goes far beyond just the Oblivion Crisis, although that is definitely his most iconic appearance. Even in earlier ages, he was associated with calamity. According to the 36 Lessons of Vivec, he played a major role in the destruction of the western Cyrodiilic coastline during the early history of the Khmer and Dwemer, and in other accounts, he was the force behind various earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and the sundering of entire cities. He doesn't just send a few minions through portals, he changes the landscape, both physically and politically. The most well-known event tied to him is of course the Oblivion Crisis. At the end of the Third Era, the Mythic Dawn cult, led by Munkar Camoran, enacted a long-term plan to allow him to fully manifest in Tamriel, using the Amulet of Kings and the assassination of the Emperor and his heirs. They unraveled the barriers between Nirn and Oblivion, and for a time, Dagon's legions of Daedra poured into the mortal world through gates of fire. This wasn't a small incursion, it was a global event. Every province of Tamriel was affected, cities were destroyed, and the empire was nearly lost. And at the climax, Dagon himself stepped through, into the mortal plane, a colossal, four-armed behemoth of fire and rage. No subtlety, no illusions, just a god of destruction, walking the streets of the imperial city, ready to crush it all. The only thing that stopped him was the sacrifice of Martin Septim and the activation of the Chimel Adabal, which transformed Martin into the avatar of Akatosh and banished Dagon back to oblivion. But even in defeat, Dagon left a permanent mark. That entire crisis changed the course of Tamriel's history. The Septim dynasty ended, the empire never fully recovered. Magic and political power were reshaped. That's the thing about Mehrunes Dagon. He doesn't just want to destroy for fun. He sees destruction as a way to create opportunity. For him, it's a cosmic principle. Break the old to make way for the new. Tear down the corrupt, even if it means everything burns. And while that might sound idealistic in some twisted way, in practice, it means endless suffering. Cities lost, families torn apart, realms scarred forever. And his worshippers, like the Mythic Dawn, truly believe in that mission. They don't think they're evil. They think they're freeing the world from stagnation. That's what makes him dangerous. You've got people who are willing to die for this belief that chaos is salvation. His artifact, the Mehrunes Razor, is just as lethal and direct as he is. It's a dagger with the chance to instantly kill its target. One cut, one blink, and death follows. It's symbolic of his whole philosophy. No drawn-out battles, no negotiations, just decisive, sudden ends. When it comes to influence over the physical world, he is unmatched among the other Daedra. He doesn't just change people's minds, he tears open the sky, topples mountains, and leaves nothing standing. If Molag Bal is domination and control, Dagon is the fire that melts the chains and the steel alike. He is the storm that cannot be reasoned with. And while he has been defeated more than once, you never really kill a Daedric prince. You just slow them down. He always comes back. He always finds new cults, new plans, new cracks in the walls between Oblivion and Nirn. Because destruction is part of the world. It's inevitable. He doesn't have to wait long. He knows that eventually something will fall. And when it does, he'll be there, waiting to finish the job. We also need to talk about Malakath. Malakath is one of the most misunderstood and unique figures in all of Elder Scrolls lore. A Daedric prince who stands apart from the others not because of how much power he commands, but because of who he represents and the way that power is expressed. Known as the God of Curses, the Lord of Ash and Bone, and the patron of the spurned, Malakath isn't worshipped by the proud or the powerful. He's the god of the outcast, the broken, and those who have been wronged or cast aside by society. His origins are as dramatic and defining as any tale in Tamriel's mythology. Long ago, Trinimac was a god worshipped by the elves, a noble and powerful champion of order and valor. But during a confrontation with Boethia, one of the princes of deceit and ambition, Trinimac was tricked, humiliated, and either devoured or transformed, depending on the version of the legend you follow. What emerged from that fall wasn't the radiant figure the elves once revered, but something entirely different. Malakath, a grim and vengeful entity formed in pain and dishonor. From that moment on, his followers, particularly the Orsimer, or orcs, were also transformed, becoming a people perpetually caught between cultures, respected for their strength but constantly treated as outsiders. And that's what makes Malakath so compelling. He's not about grand cosmic balance or existential terror, like some of the other princes. He's not a trickster playing games or a destroyer seeking glory. Malakath is the voice of bitterness, of perseverance, of enduring pain and using it as fuel. His commandments aren't about domination or subjugation, but about honor, vengeance, and loyalty among the rejected. He teaches that those who have nothing else must cling to their oaths and their strength, because that's all the world will allow them to keep. Malakath's worshippers, especially the orcs, hold these values close. The strong protect the weak, but betrayal is punished brutally. To break an oath is the worst sin. And unlike princes who manipulate from afar, Malakath is often portrayed as being direct and honest, cruel maybe, but fair in a way the others rarely are. His realm, the Ash Pit, is a reflection of that harsh fairness. It's a land of smoke and fire, not a place of torment for the sake of it, but a forge, a crucible that tests those who enter. Only the worthy survive, and the worthy earn Malakath's respect. Among the many Daedric artifacts in the Elder Scrolls universe, few are as iconic and devastating as Volendrung, Malakath's warhammer. This massive weapon has a long and chaotic history, and despite being associated with Malakath, it doesn't always stay in one place, or even in one belief system. Sometimes it shows up in the hands of giants, sometimes in the grip of conquerors, but its sheer power is undeniable. In the games, it often comes with the ability to paralyze and drain stamina, reflecting Malakath's relentless and exhausting kind of combat. There's no elegance or flash in Volendrung. It's raw, heavy, and built for crushing enemies. That fits Malakath perfectly. The prince's presence in Tamrielic history shows up mostly through the orcs, who revere him not only as a god, but as a father figure. When orc strongholds are formed, they build them around a code of Malakath, a set of rules that emphasize strength, duty, and revenge. Chiefs must earn their place in combat, wives are respected warriors, and disputes are settled with fists rather than politics. It's a hard life, but one that gives the orcs pride and purpose. Despite all of this, Malakath is still considered a Daedra, and like the rest of the princes, his goals are not always aligned with mortal needs. Sometimes he helps those who are wronged, granting them the means to get vengeance. Other times he tests his followers harshly, punishing failure or weakness without pity. But unlike the cold manipulations of princes like Molag Bal or the destructive chaos of Mehrunes Dagon, Malakath's cruelty often comes from a place of grim justice. You fail not because he hates you, but because you didn't live up to the strength he demands. There's something deeply human in Malakath's story and in the way he interacts with the world. He embodies the reality that life is often unfair, that good people are cast aside, and that honor doesn't always mean glory. But instead of promising salvation or comfort, Malakath offers strength. He tells the cast out to rise, to endure, and to fight for their place. That message resonates with anyone who's ever been on the outside looking in. And in a world like Tamriel, where politics, magic, and divine power constantly shift the balance, there's something quietly powerful about a god who simply tells you to stand tall, keep your word, and crush your enemies when they come for you. Malakath may not be the most glamorous or the most feared of the Daedric princes, but in his own brutal, unwavering way, he is one of the most respected. Another one on our list is Boethiah. Boethiah is one of the most fascinating and dangerous of the Daedric princes, known as the Prince of Plots, the Deceiver of Nations, and the Lord of Murder, Conspiracy, and Secret Ambition. What sets Boethiah apart from the others is that this prince doesn't just thrive on chaos or raw destruction. Boethiah is about competition, conflict, and the will to rise through betrayal and cunning. Boethiah's domain is power, but not the kind handed down by birthright or title. It's power earned through battle, deception, and challenge. Every action tied to Boethiah is about pushing people beyond their limits, testing strength, exposing weakness, and rewarding those who come out on top. If you fall, you were never worthy. If you win, even by treachery or brutality, that's proof of your worth. Boethiah doesn't care about fairness, only results. This philosophy makes Boethiah incredibly popular among those who see the world as a place where only the strong deserve to rule. One of the most well-known stories about Boethiah involves the Trinimach myth. Trinimach was an Aedra, a powerful divine figure worshipped by the early elves, particularly the Aldmer. But according to Khmer legends, Boethiah tricked and defeated Trinimach, devouring him or transforming him into the Daedric prince Malakath, depending on which version you read. This act didn't just take down a god, it changed history. The event led to the rise of the Khmer people and the decline of the worship of Trinimach. It was one of the most significant shifts in religious and political power in Tamrielic history, and Boethiah was at the heart of it. And this kind of subversive victory is exactly what Boethiah thrives on. Boethiah's influence isn't limited to ancient myths either. In Morrowind, Boethiah is one of the 3 good Daedra worshipped by the Khmer and respected by the Dunmer. In fact, Boethiah was seen as a symbol of strength and self-empowerment, encouraging followers to defy corrupt authority and always challenge themselves. In contrast to Daedric princes who just want to dominate or destroy, Boethiah wants mortals to grow stronger by fighting each other, betraying the weak, and earning their place in the hierarchy through blood and cleverness. It's a brutal path, but one that doesn't pretend to be anything else. The arena of Boethiah's influence is just as much the battlefield as it is the throne room. In Skyrim, the Dragonborn can encounter Boethiah through the Boethiah's Calling quest, which perfectly encapsulates what this prince is all about. You're told to bring a follower to Boethiah's shrine and murder them as a sacrifice. From there, he possesses one of the cultists and begins to judge the worthiness of the participants through battle, demanding the strongest prove themselves. It's not about devotion, piety, or prayer. It's about demonstration of power, plain and simple. Boethiah rewards the ruthless, the ambitious, and the strong. The artifact associated with Boethiah is the Ebony Mail, a suit of armor that doesn't just offer excellent protection, it corrupts those around it. It deals poison damage to nearby enemies, giving the wearer an edge in battle that is constant and passive. It's not flashy or overwhelming like some Daedric weapons, but it's deadly in an understated way, perfectly aligned with Boethiah's themes of stealth, manipulation, and efficiency in destruction. What's also interesting is how Boethiah's gender presentation shifts throughout the games. Sometimes referred to as male, sometimes as female, Boethiah doesn't seem to care. The prince adopts whatever form fits the situation, and this fluid identity only reinforces the idea that he, or she actually, is all about adaptability and strategy. You become what you need to be to win. Boethiah's influence extends into political philosophy too. In many ways, Boethiah represents the ultimate rejection of stagnation and blind obedience. The prince encourages rebellion, especially against tyrants and those who grow soft with power. If a ruler becomes complacent, Boethiah would have their most trusted ally rise up and overthrow them. It's not cruelty, it's renewal through conflict. When someone falls to Boethiah's schemes, it's because they weren't worthy to begin with, and those who survive are stronger for it. That's the core of Boethiah's teachings. The world is not fair, and it never was. You either claw your way to the top or die trying. Followers of Boethiah embrace this worldview, often becoming the most dangerous kind of people, not just physically powerful, but cunning, ruthless, and unshakably confident. In Tamriel, where power shifts with every war and every broken alliance, Boethiah's influence is always just beneath the surface. And while many fear the prince's methods, there's no denying the respect Boethiah commands, because when all the dust settles, Boethiah's followers are often the ones still standing. Part 2. The Manipulators and Tricksters. The first up is Shoggorath, the Daedric Prince of Madness. While most of the princes rule with a clear and often terrifying purpose, destruction, domination, deceit, or ambition, Sheogorath rules unpredictability itself. He is chaos personified, an entity who can seem comical one moment and terrifying the next, whose every word is laced with either brilliant insight or utter nonsense, and often both at the same time. His domain is madness, but not simply in the way people often think of it. He doesn't just represent the broken mind. He is the embodiment of all things, irrational, contradictory, and beautifully insane. But don't mistake that for weakness. Sheogorath is not a joke, and his madness is not merely confusion or incoherence. He is terrifyingly powerful, capable of warping reality to reflect his whims, which often defy any kind of logic. His realm, the Shivering Isles, is a perfect reflection of this. It is split into two halves, mania and dementia, each representing a different side of madness. Mania is vibrant and colorful, filled with artistic excess, passion, and joy pushed to the brink of mania. Dementia is bleak, oppressive, and riddled with paranoia and sorrow. The inhabitants of his realm reflect these traits, as do the environments, which change and evolve seemingly at random, governed by no consistent rules except Sheogorath's ever-shifting desires. The Shivering Isles expansion in Oblivion brought players face to face with Sheogorath in a way no game had before. He wasn't just a distant voice or abstract influence. He was a living, breathing character with a Scottish accent, an appetite for cheese, and an unpredictable mood. One moment he would offer you a reward for completing a task. The next he'd threaten to turn you into a sweet roll for saying the wrong thing. But behind his eccentric demeanor was the unsettling truth that he was in complete control of his realm and everyone in it, and his power was not a joke. In fact, one of the most significant revelations about Sheogorath is that he was not always this way. According to the lore, Sheogorath is actually the result of another Daedric prince's transformation. Jyggalag, the Prince of Order, was cursed by the other princes for being too powerful and too predictable. To punish him, they transformed him into the Prince of Madness, Sheogorath, trapping the Prince of Order in a cycle of chaos. Once every era, Jyggalag would regain his form and wage a campaign of order upon the Shivering Isles, only to be defeated and turned back into Sheogorath. This cycle only ended when the hero of Kvatch, the player character in Oblivion, stepped in and defeated Jyggalag, taking on the mantle of Sheogorath themselves. This story adds another layer to Sheogorath's character. He is not simply a lunatic with a Daedric title. He is the chaotic prison of order itself, a being who knows deep down what structure and logic are, and is forever separated from them. This duality may be what gives him such frightening insight. He often speaks in riddles, tells jokes that don't make sense, or gives commands that seem suicidal or absurd. But hidden in the madness is often a deeper truth. In some stories, his actions, while bizarre, lead to unexpectedly positive outcomes, or they reveal flaws in systems that people thought were perfect. He destroys, but often what he destroys is rigidity, complacency, or false certainty. His madness is not random. It's a mirror held up to the world, reflecting its absurdity back at it. When it comes to artifacts, Sheogorath's tools are just as strange and powerful as he is. The Wabbajack, for example, is a staff that randomly transforms targets into a wide variety of things, sometimes beneficial, sometimes lethal, sometimes hilarious. It's pure chaos in weapon form. One moment you turn a bandit into a mudcrab, the next into a Daedroth. There's also the Fork of Horripilation and the Staff of Sheogorath itself, both bizarre in appearance and function, but with deep connections to his realm and his lore. Despite all of this, there are mortals who revere Sheogorath, not just fear him. Artists, poets, philosophers, and madmen across Tamriel have drawn inspiration from him, seeing in his madness a kind of freedom. Where other princes bind their followers in strict codes or cruel deals, Sheogorath often simply sets them loose, encouraging them to explore their own insanity and embrace it. To some, that's horrifying. To others, it's liberating. And that's the essence of Sheogorath's role in the universe. He is the unpredictable storm that challenges the static sky, the strange laughter in the silence, the brilliant idea that borders on dangerous. He doesn't want to destroy the world, but he might tear it apart just to see what it looks like when it goes back together differently. In a universe so often defined by gods and forces with singular, rigid purposes, Sheogorath stands alone as a being whose purpose is to have none, and in doing so, he becomes one of the most dangerous Daedric princes of them all. There is also Vaermina. Vaermina, the Daedric prince of dreams and nightmares, is one of the most enigmatic and quietly terrifying figures in the Elder Scrolls universe. Unlike the more overt Daedra who command armies, destroy cities, or manipulate entire nations, Vaermina works from the shadows of the subconscious, slipping into the minds of mortals when they are most vulnerable. She doesn't need brute force or grand invasions. Her realm is the space between sleep and waking, and her power lies in the manipulation of thought, fear, and memory. Vaermina is often described as the weaver of the panoply and the lady of dreams. Her influence can be gentle or horrifying, beautiful or grotesque, and her nature is deeply tied to the mysteries of the mind. She has dominion over both dreams and nightmares, which means that the soothing dream of a lost loved one or the most twisted and haunting vision of death and madness could both be her doing. That duality is important because it shows how unpredictable and all-encompassing her influence really is. She doesn't just create nightmares for their own sake, she also embodies the total experience of the dream realm, from the euphoric to the traumatic. Her realm in Oblivion is known as Quagmire, and it's just as unsettling as you'd expect. Descriptions of Quagmire say that it constantly shifts and changes, with the entire landscape transforming around its inhabitants every few minutes. One moment you might be walking through a peaceful meadow, and the next you're plunged into a burning ruin or a void of total darkness. It mirrors the chaotic and unpredictable nature of dreams themselves, always changing, never reliable, and often deeply symbolic. Mortals trapped in Quagmire are said to experience an endless cycle of dreams and nightmares, unable to wake or even realize they are dreaming. This makes Vaermina's realm not just a prison, but a torment crafted from the very fabric of the soul's perception. One of the most infamous examples of Vaermina's power in the games comes from Skyrim, in the quest Waking Nightmare. In it, the town of Dawnstar is plagued by sleepless nights and horrific visions. The townsfolk are worn down, their minds fraying under the constant strain of fear and exhaustion. It turns out that this is the result of the Skull of Corruption, a powerful Daedric artifact linked to Vaermina, which amplifies nightmares and twists them into weapons. The artifact itself allows the wielder to corrupt others' dreams and turn them against them. Its history is filled with betrayal and madness, perfectly suited to the prince who created it. But the influence of Vaermina goes even deeper than that. According to ancient texts and in-game books, her followers often seek out a kind of enlightenment through dreams. They believe that in dreams lie the truths of the soul, and that Vaermina's gift is not just terror, but revelation. Some mortals devote themselves entirely to sleep and meditation, hoping to commune with her and understand the deeper meanings behind their visions. Others fall into madness, unable to distinguish reality from illusion after too much exposure to her power. There's something especially terrifying about the idea that Vaermina doesn't need to interact with the physical world to leave a lasting impact. She doesn't command armies or destroy kingdoms with a wave of her hand, but she can unmake a person from the inside out. A mind haunted by unending nightmares is a mind that cannot fight back, cannot find peace, and cannot distinguish friend from foe. Vaermina understands that fear is more potent when it is personal, when it comes from within, and that makes her power uniquely effective and disturbingly intimate. There are stories of her stealing memories from mortals, replacing them with illusions, or trapping souls in dream loops that repeat over and over. These aren't grand-scale apocalyptic events, but they're deeply personal catastrophes for the individuals involved. Imagine waking up one day and realizing that your entire life might be a dream, or worse, that your most cherished memories were never real to begin with. That's the kind of horror Vaermina deals in. Even the Mage's Guild and the vigilance of Stendarr keep a wary eye out for Vaermina's cults, as her influence is subtle and hard to detect until it's already rooted deep in the mind. Her worshippers are often sleepwalkers, seers, or mystics drawn to her through visions and signs in their dreams. They might not even know they're serving her at first, mistaking her gifts for divine prophecy or creative inspiration. But over time, her grip tightens, and her followers become tools for spreading her influence, often without realizing what they're doing. This is the genius of Vaermina's power. It's not just the dreams themselves, but the ripple effects they cause: paranoia, confusion, fear, even faith. She can twist someone's worldview without ever appearing in person, turning hope into dread and love into obsession. In the vast tapestry of Daedric princes, Vaermina is the one who whispers rather than shouts, who haunts rather than attacks, and in many ways that makes her more dangerous. While others rule realms of fire, war, or decay, she rules the unconscious mind, the one place no mortal can escape. Her power is insidious, patient, and inescapable, and those who fall under her influence often don't even realize it until it's far too late. Another one on our list is Sanguine, the Daedric prince of debauchery, revelry, and hedonism. He might seem like a joke at first glance, a mischievous figure who lives for parties, indulgence, and wild nights. But beneath the laughter and the ale-drenched festivities lies something darker and far more insidious. Sanguine represents the loss of control, the surrender to every temptation, and the chaos that festers when discipline and restraint are cast aside. He's not about celebration and moderation, he's about excess to the point of ruin. His domain in Oblivion is known simply as the myriad realms of revelry, a shifting series of pocket dimensions, each tailored to the deepest and wildest desires of those who enter. On the surface, it's a dream come true, unlimited pleasure, no rules, no consequences. But that's where Sanguine's true power emerges. These realms are traps disguised as paradise. The longer someone stays, the more detached they become from reality, and the more lost they are to their own urges. Mortals who fall too deep into Sanguine's influence often never return. They become playthings of indulgence, permanently intoxicated by sensation, and cut off from the real world, their identities dissolving into the fantasy. In that way, Sanguine's danger is subtle. He doesn't conquer cities or incite war. He lures you in with a smile, a drink, a beautiful face, and a promise of escape. And while some Daedric princes offer pain or fear or madness, Sanguine offers comfort, which makes him even more dangerous because most people never see him as a threat until it's too late. In Skyrim, players can meet Sanguine during the infamous A Night to Remember quest, one of the most unique and entertaining in the game. After getting roped into a drinking contest with a mysterious stranger named Sam Gwaven, the Dragonborn blacks out and wakes up with no memory of what happened. What follows is a trail of chaos that the player has to unravel, cleaning up after a drunken rampage, apologizing to wrong parties, and piecing together the wild night that unfolded. Eventually, it's revealed that Sam is actually Sanguine, and the whole affair was a test of sorts, or more accurately, a demonstration of how easily he can lead someone astray with nothing more than a drink and a little charm. It's played for humor, but the implications are deep. How little it takes for a mortal to lose their sense of self under Sanguine's influence. Throughout the lore, Sanguine is often mentioned as an instigator of mischief, a trickster who plants seeds of indulgence and watches as people unravel their own lives. He doesn't need to force anyone to do anything. They do it to themselves. He simply nudges them toward their own weaknesses. Whether it's lust, greed, gluttony, or sloth, he turns small indulgences into full-blown obsessions. He embodies the idea that chaos can come not from outside forces, but from within, from the parts of ourselves that crave release, pleasure, and escape. One of the most interesting aspects of Sanguine's nature is that he doesn't operate in isolation. His influence can be seen anywhere mortals gather to celebrate, drink, feast, or entertain themselves. He's present in every tavern, every festival, every secret rendezvous behind closed doors. His cultists don't always wear robes or chant in dark chambers. They throw parties, tempt nobles, and provide distractions during times of crisis. They work to keep people numb and disoriented, chasing pleasure instead of purpose, and in doing so, they serve a prince who thrives on entropy masked as joy. While his presence is less overtly terrifying than someone like Molag Bal or Mehrunes Dagon, Sanguine's impact can be just as destructive. A kingdom might fall, not from war or invasion, but because its leaders were too busy drinking and celebrating to see the danger creeping in. A hero might fail, not from injury or betrayal, but because they gave in to temptation one too many times. In that way, Sanguine teaches a subtle lesson, that the most dangerous prison can be the one that feels like paradise. Despite all this, there's a duality to Sanguine that keeps him from being a purely evil figure. Like many Daedric princes, he embodies a concept that exists in all people, and his existence serves as a mirror. He represents the parts of us that want to forget, to feel good, to break free from rules and responsibilities. And there's nothing inherently wrong with joy or celebration. But where Sanguine crosses the line is in how far he takes it. He doesn't care about balance, only about pushing things to the edge until joy becomes obsession and freedom becomes addiction. His greatest trick is convincing people they're in control, when in reality, they're being guided down a path of self-destruction. Sanguine's lore paints him as a being of contradiction. He's charismatic but dangerous, humorous but malevolent, inviting but poisonous. His followers rarely see themselves as cultists. They see themselves as liberated, as enlightened, as truly alive. And that's exactly what he wants. Unlike the cold cruelty of some princes or the detached logic of others, Sanguine is all about sensation. He doesn't offer doctrine or philosophy, he offers an experience, and by the time you realize it's a trap, it's already become your new reality. That's the kind of power Sanguine wields, not with violence or terror, but with seduction and excess, and that makes him one of the most quietly powerful forces in all of Oblivion. Another one is Mephala. Mephala, known as the Daedric Prince of Secrets, Lies, Assassination, and Webs, stands out among the Daedric princes as a figure cloaked in mystery and shadow. Far from the blunt force of destruction, or the wild chaos of madness, Mephala operates through subtlety, manipulation, and secrecy, weaving intricate webs that shape the destinies of mortals and gods alike. Often depicted as a spider or a figure with spider-like attributes, Mephala's symbolism fits perfectly with the notion of entangling schemes that are nearly impossible to escape once caught. One of the most fascinating aspects of Mephala is her direct impact on Tamriel's history, particularly through the founding of the Morag Tong, the legendary assassins guild in Morrowind. The Morag Tong isn't just a group of hired killers. It's a religious order that serves Mephala's will by carrying out assassinations sanctioned by the Tribunal of Morrowind, intertwining murder with divine purpose and legal authority. This connection to assassination elevates Mephala from a mere schemer to a force that controls life and death in subtle, lawful, yet terrifying ways. Mephala's followers believe in the power of secrets, not just keeping them, but using them as weapons. In the world of Tamriel, secrets can topple kingdoms, spark wars, and break alliances. This makes Mephala a master of influence and power, without ever drawing a sword. Instead, her power is wielded through whispers, betrayals, and the skillful manipulation of truth and lies. In Morrowind and later games, Mephala's presence is felt in quests and lore that emphasize stealth, subterfuge, and moral ambiguity. Her influence is rarely overt. You don't see armies marching under her banner, but rather invisible hands, guiding events from behind the scenes. This makes her dangerous, in a way that's more psychological and political rather than purely physical. Another layer to Mephala's character is the gender ambiguity and duality, often associated with her. She can appear male or female, sometimes both simultaneously, reflecting her role as a weaver of mysteries and a figure beyond simple human understanding. This duality enhances the eerie and unpredictable nature of her influence. Mephala's realm in Oblivion is said to be a place of shadowy webs and endless corridors where nothing is, as it seems, a fitting metaphor for the secrets and lies that define her domain. Mortals who enter her realm risk becoming trapped not just physically, but mentally and spiritually, lost in a maze of half-truths and deception. Despite her sinister reputation, Mephala's role in the balance of the universe is crucial. She represents the hidden forces that keep society in motion, the deals made in darkness, the political machinations, the betrayals that lead to new alliances. Without her, the world would be a far simpler place, but also far less dynamic and unpredictable. In this sense, Mephala embodies a kind of dark justice. She punishes those who break oaths and those who hide truths, but she also rewards cunning and loyalty to the web she weaves. Her influence can be protective or destructive, depending on how her favors are sought. The power Mephala holds over the very fabric of social and political life in Tamriel means her influence extends far beyond just the realm of murder and secrets. She is the spider at the center of the web that connects nobles, thieves, assassins, and rulers, and her reach touches everyone who operates in the shadows. While her methods might be shadowy and her followers often feared, Mephala's influence is undeniable. She is a reminder that not all power comes from brute strength or open warfare. Sometimes it's the power of secrets, lies, and carefully laid plans that shape the fate of worlds. Mephala's lore teaches that knowledge is power, but the right kind of knowledge is even more potent. The secrets you keep, the truths you distort, and the plans you hide until the moment they strike. This makes her one of the most enigmatic yet impactful Daedric princes in the Elder Scrolls universe. Next on our list is Clavicus Vile, the infamous dealmaker of Oblivion, a Daedric prince whose power is rooted in manipulation, temptation, and the fine art of making mortals regret everything. While some princes rule with sheer force or command over elemental powers, Clavicus Vile plays a different game entirely. He's the one waiting patiently in the shadows with a smile, holding out a gilded contract to someone desperate enough or arrogant enough to sign. At first glance, he doesn't seem all that intimidating. He's polite, charming, almost jovial. But that's exactly what makes him so dangerous. Vile isn't about violence or fear. He's about making you walk into the trap on your own 2 feet, thinking it was your idea the whole time. His power lies in the twisted promise of fulfillment. Riches, revenge, eternal youth, love, whatever your heart craves most. He has a deal ready. But once you accept, you quickly realize that Clavicus Vile never gives without taking something much more valuable in return. He rules over a pocket realm of oblivion called the Fields of Regret, and the name couldn't be more appropriate. This domain is full of lush landscapes and strange beauty, a place where everything looks just a bit too perfect. That's the trick. It lures you in with comfort and hope, only to reveal its teeth once you're too deep to turn back. Some believe the entire realm is built from the regrets of mortals who struck deals with him, every hill and tree representing some dream twisted into a curse. In his realm, the illusion of paradise is just another layer of control, and presiding over it all is Clavicus Vile himself, usually in the form of a dapper, horned man with an unsettling grin. By his side is Barbas, his loyal, if long-suffering, companion. Most often appearing as a talking dog, Barbas is more than just a pet or servant. He's an extension of Vile's will, sometimes acting as a conscience, other times pushing Vile's own agendas. The two bicker like old friends, but their bond is deep and ancient. Interestingly, Barbas has even been separated from Vile in moments of conflict, only to be reunited later, highlighting the weirdly personal relationship between the two. In fact, in Skyrim, the player can witness firsthand just how layered that relationship is, especially during the quest involving the Mask of Clavicus Vile, one of the artifacts most closely tied to his persona. That mask is more than just a cosmetic item. It represents the core of his power, outward charm hiding inward corruption. It grants increased charisma and bartering abilities, but wearing it means aligning yourself, even slightly, with Vile's ideals, manipulation, ego, and self-gain. And the stories attached to the mask are as old as they are tragic. Time and again, it appears in the hands of someone who thought they could outwit the prince, only to fall victim to their own ambition. That's Vile in a nutshell. He doesn't need to chase after power. Power comes to him begging for help. Throughout Elder Scrolls lore, Clavicus Vile has been involved in countless pivotal moments. He's not the kind of prince to trigger cataclysmic wars or tear open the sky, but don't mistake that for weakness. He's had his hands in everything from royal betrayals to magical catastrophes. Entire bloodlines have been cursed or elevated because of a single whispered promise from him. He's even been said to meddle with the outcomes of Daedric rivalries, not through direct combat, but by exploiting the ambitions of others. When someone like Mehrunes Dagon uses fire and ruin to change the world, Vile changes it with a contract and a smile. And yet, there's a strange neutrality to him. He's not always outright malevolent. Sometimes, his deals actually help people, at least at first. That's part of what makes him so compelling. He's not chaos for the sake of chaos, nor is he domination like Molagbal. He exists in that murky middle, where danger doesn't come with a roar, but with a whisper. Some even theorize that Clavicus Vile might be closer to understanding mortals than most Daedra. After all, his entire game relies on understanding mortal desire better than they understand it themselves. He's a mirror, showing mortals the ugliest parts of who they are. And he always gets what he wants in the end. So when we talk about power among the Daedric princes, Vile represents a category all his own. He's not destructive or violent in the traditional sense. He doesn't need to be. He wins by letting you destroy yourself. That's his strength. He never forces, he tempts. And that makes him one of the most quietly terrifying beings in the Elder Scrolls universe. Because while some threats can be fought, bargained with, or sealed away, the threat Clavicus Vile poses is already inside you, waiting for the right moment to make a deal. Another one on our list is Namira, the Daedric prince of darkness and decay, and easily one of the most disturbing and misunderstood entities in the Elder Scrolls universe. Namira rules over everything that civilization tries to cast aside: rot, filth, insects, corpses, and the physically and spiritually repulsive. Where most of the other Daedric princes represent power, ambition, or destruction in grand, sweeping gestures, Namira exists in the quiet, uncomfortable spaces between life and death, beauty and horror. She isn't chaos or evil for the sake of it. She represents the inevitable, entropy, the creeping return of all things to nothing, and she does it with a calm, almost motherly detachment. Her followers don't hide in shadows because they fear the world. They hide because the world fears them. And that's exactly what Namira offers, a kind of sanctuary for the unwanted. The sick, the deformed, the insane, the cast-offs of society, they all find refuge in her embrace. But that refuge comes at a cost. Those who devote themselves to Namira don't just accept corruption, they become it. Her followers are known for cannibalism, desecration, and celebrating physical decay as a form of enlightenment, believing that rejecting mortal vanity brings them closer to Namira's truth. In terms of realm, Namira rules the scuttling void, a plane of oblivion shrouded in complete darkness and thick with the stench of death. It's not grand like Cold Harbor, or majestic like Moonshadow. It's a realm where light doesn't reach, where the air is heavy, and where every movement is accompanied by the sound of something crawling. No one goes there by choice, and those who do often lose themselves completely. Yet to her followers, the scuttling void is sacred. It's a place where the illusions of the mortal world, beauty, cleanliness, order, are stripped away, and all that's left is truth, no matter how grotesque. And that's the thing about Namira. She doesn't lie to you. She doesn't dress up her influence in gold or promises. She shows you exactly what's beneath the surface and asks if you're brave enough to accept it. In her eyes, rot is just another stage of life. Decay is not the end. It's the purest form of existence, untouched by vanity or illusion. Namira's presence is felt subtly across Tamriel. You won't see massive cults in her name or armies marching under her banner. But her worship is always there, lurking in the corners of society, in dark caves, in hidden tombs, in the hearts of those who feel abandoned or broken. The most well-known example comes from Skyrim, where players can encounter the Namira cult beneath Markarth. That quest isn't flashy, but it leaves a deep impression. It's not about epic battles or grand treasures. It's about the slow, creeping realization that the people you thought were normal have completely given themselves over to something horrifying, and they're happy about it. The Ring of Namira, her Daedric artifact, reflects this dark power. It grants the wearer the ability to feed on corpses to gain strength, making it one of the most morally unsettling items in the game. But it also represents a hard truth. Survival isn't always clean. Sometimes, the strongest are the ones willing to do what others won't. Namira's influence even extends to the metaphysical. Some scholars believe she is the antithesis of Arche, the god of life and death. While Arche oversees the orderly passage of souls and the sanctity of the dead, Namira revels in the desecration of corpses and the breakdown of that order. Her philosophy challenges the very structure of mortal belief. Why should death be clean? Why should the dead be revered? In her worldview, these customs are just more lies we tell ourselves to cope. She tears down those lies and offers something darker, yes, but also something more honest. That's why she attracts the kinds of followers who've been failed by the system. To them, Namira is the only deity who didn't turn them away. She accepts what others fear, and in doing so, gives them a sense of power they never had. When we talk about the power levels of the Daedric princes, Namira's strength isn't flashy or even particularly visible, but it's everywhere. Every corpse that rots, every kingdom that crumbles, every forgotten soul hiding in the corners of the world, that's her domain. She doesn't need an army, because time is her weapon. Everything eventually returns to her. In a way, she's one of the most inevitable forces in the Elder Scrolls universe. She's not just about disgust or fear. She's about the slow decay of all things, and the truth that no matter how high you rise, how glorious your city, how powerful your legacy, one day it'll all rot. And when it does, Namira will be waiting, not with malice, but with open arms. Part 3. The Abstract and Cosmic Powers. First up is Hermaeus Mora, the Daedric Prince of Knowledge and Memory, a being whose realm and influence are as vast and alien as the very concept of infinite understanding itself. Unlike the princes who thrive on emotion, chaos, or physical might, Hermaeus Mora is all about information, ancient tomes, hidden truths, secrets never meant to be spoken, and the raw threads of fate that bind the fabric of reality. His domain isn't just knowledge in the academic sense. It's the forbidden kind, the kind that can twist the mind or unravel civilizations. He is the keeper of what was, what is, and most chillingly, what might be. He doesn't just understand time, he sees across it, grasping patterns and truths that even the gods don't fully comprehend. His realm of oblivion is Apocrypha, an endless library filled with towering black books, ink-stained waters, and pages that whisper secrets to those brave or foolish enough to open them. Unlike more straightforward Daedric realms, Apocrypha is a place of overwhelming curiosity and danger. Knowledge there has weight, and uncovering a truth often means trading a part of yourself for it. The seekers and lurkers that patrol the realm aren't just monsters. They're manifestations of the hunger for forbidden truth, mutated by their inability to stop consuming the very knowledge that binds them to Mora's service. Hermaeus Mora is often depicted as a swirling mass of eyes and tendrils, which is symbolic of his nature, always watching, always reaching, always knowing. Unlike other princes who are very clear in their intentions, Mora is indirect, cryptic, and manipulative in a way that doesn't even feel malicious. It's more like he's simply working on a level that mortals can't understand. He doesn't view knowledge as good or evil, he simply sees it as inevitable. Everything worth knowing belongs to him eventually. In Skyrim, players get a first-hand experience of this through the Dragonborn DLC, where Mora plays a central role. The player comes into contact with one of his black books, which are physical artifacts of his power scattered throughout the world. Reading them drags the reader's mind into Apocrypha, where they are tested and offered power in exchange for understanding. Mora offers boons, but always with strings attached. It's not that he tricks you, he simply knows you will accept, because he's already seen it happen. Historically, Hermaeus Mora has had a quiet but persistent presence in Tamriel. He's not interested in open conflict or conquest. Instead, he works through scholars, seekers, and those obsessed with unraveling the mysteries of the world. His influence can be found in obscure cults, ancient ruins, and even in the minds of some of the greatest mages in history. For those who wish to transcend the limitations of mortal thought, Mora is the only path forward. But that path often comes at the cost of sanity, identity, or even free will. His artifact, the Ogma Infinium, is one of the most powerful and mysterious items in the series. It grants the reader profound knowledge and advancement, but it disappears after use, almost as if Mora allows only a glimpse of what he truly holds. The book is said to be written by Xarxes, the elven god of secrets, and filled with insights so profound that most mortals couldn't even begin to understand them. Yet Mora is always willing to offer that taste, knowing that once you've taken the first bite, you'll never stop seeking more. What makes Hermaeus Mora stand out among the princes is his neutrality. He isn't evil, not in the traditional sense. He doesn't delight in suffering like Molag Bal, or revel in destruction like Mehrunes Dagon. Instead, he represents a kind of cosmic indifference. To him, knowledge is the goal, and everything else is secondary. This makes him both incredibly dangerous and strangely comforting. He won't betray you emotionally, he'll simply lead you into revelations that will change you forever, and he'll do it because it was always going to happen. In terms of power, Hermaeus Mora might be the most omniscient entity in the entire mythos. While other princes wield strength or charisma, Mora operates on inevitability. If he truly does see all of time, then opposing him becomes a paradox. You can't win against someone who already knows the outcome of every decision you might make. That kind of power isn't just overwhelming, it's foundational. He exists at the crossroads of knowledge and destiny, and his role in the Elder Scrolls universe is one of quiet, creeping dominance. Not through armies or terror, but through knowing everything that ever was, is, and could be. And the worst part, he might even know how it all ends. Next one on our list is Meridia, the Daedric Prince of Life, Energy, and the energies of living things, a rare and fascinating outlier among her kin. While most Daedric princes revel in chaos, madness, domination, or deception, Meridia stands out with a purpose that often aligns with mortal values, especially when it comes to fighting the undead. She despises necromancy and all forms of undeath, viewing them as perversions of the natural cycle of life. This makes her one of the very few Daedra who could be described, at least from a mortal perspective, as benevolent. But that doesn't mean she's harmless or soft. Meridia is powerful, commanding, and not someone who tolerates defiance, especially when her ideals are at stake. Her realm of oblivion is the Colored Rooms, a vibrant plane filled with light and radiant energy, in stark contrast to the gloom and madness typical of other Daedric realms. The Colored Rooms are said to pulse with the energy of life itself, an ever-shifting array of color, light, and harmony that reflects Meridia's fierce rejection of decay and corruption. While the full details of her realm remain mysterious, what is clear is that her power is intimately tied to light, not just as a physical force, but as a spiritual and metaphysical one. In Tamriel, Meridia's presence is often felt when dark forces grow too strong. She intervenes not out of compassion, but because undeath offends her very being. She views liches, vampires, and necromancers as abominations, and she's quick to empower mortals willing to cleanse them from the world. Her most famous artifact is Dawnbreaker, a radiant sword forged in her name that burns with purifying fire and explodes with light upon striking the undead. In Skyrim, players are summoned by Meridia through her beacon, where she charges them with a divine mission to cleanse her temple and reclaim Dawnbreaker from the necromancer Malkoran. The experience is unforgettable. She lifts the player high above the world, speaking with thunderous authority and righteous fury. It's a clear reminder that while she may act in ways that benefit mortals, she is still a Daedric prince, and her mercy is conditional on obedience. Meridia's origins are also worth noting. She is often counted among the so-called Magna Ge, gods who helped create Mundus but fled into Aetherius when the mortal plane was formed. Some sources suggest she retained a fragment of their light, which would explain her strong connection to energy and her disdain for death. This makes her a bit of an outsider, even among the Daedra, and her motivations seem to reach beyond the typical Daedric hunger for influence or worship. She seeks to maintain a certain cosmic order, at least when it comes to the cycle of life and death, and she takes action when that order is threatened. Her followers, often paladins, healers, or those touched by her light, are known for being fiercely devoted. But worship of Meridia isn't always straightforward. Like all Daedra, she demands respect, and her anger is swift, if disrespected. She doesn't hesitate to punish or abandon those who displease her, even if they were once champions. That blend of divine light and Daedric ego makes her a uniquely complex figure in the Pantheon. Across Tamriel's history, Meridia has had subtle but consistent involvement. She's whispered into the ears of monarchs, struck down armies of undead through mortal agents, and even hinted at a desire to take a more active role in shaping the world. Some fans speculate she might become more prominent in future Elder Scrolls titles, especially given her growing presence in Skyrim and other media. There's also an intriguing mystery surrounding her potential role in a larger cosmic conflict. Her clear stance against undeath and her active opposition to necromancy place her at odds with other powerful forces such as Molag Bal and Mani Marco, both of whom represent the spread of undeath and soul enslavement. This makes Meridia something of a balancing force, a Daedra who might one day become a key player in maintaining the spiritual integrity of the world. And despite her firm stance on life and death, Meridia remains a Daedra, unpredictable, powerful, and not always aligned with what mortals would call morality. Her aid comes with expectation. Her gifts must be used in service to her ideals, and she tolerates no divergence from her path. Still, among the princes, she is one of the few whose goals sometimes overlap with mortal good. Whether she's a true ally or simply a force whose values occasionally align with our own is up for debate, but there's no doubt that when Meridia shines her light, the darkness trembles. Another one on our list is Azura, the Daedric Prince of Twilight, and one of the most complex and iconic figures in the Elder Scrolls universe. She governs the moment between day and night, between light and shadow, dawn and dusk. But these aren't just pretty metaphors. They reflect her true domain: change, fate, and prophecy. Unlike some of the other Daedric princes, Azura isn't known for wanton destruction or chaos. Instead, she's a figure of deep mystery, revered and feared in equal measure for her control over turning points in time, and her role in shaping destinies. Mortals who interact with her rarely forget it, because whether it's through dreams, visions, or divine intervention, she always leaves a mark. Azura is one of the few princes with a lasting and even semi-positive legacy among mortals, especially the Dunmer. Before the rise of the Tribunal, the Chimer considered Azura, along with Boethia and Mephala, one of the good Daedra. This reverence wasn't misplaced. She played a central role in one of the most defining moments in their history, when the Tribunal betrayed their oath and used Kagranak's tools to steal divine power from the heart of Lorkhan. It was Azura who responded. She appeared before the newly anointed gods and cursed the Chimer, turning their golden skin to ash and their eyes to burning red, creating the Dunmer. To outsiders, this may look like cruel vengeance, but to many Dunmer, it was a transformation that reinforced identity, survival, and strength. The curse wasn't just a punishment. It was a severing of loyalty and the reshaping of an entire people's fate. Her influence didn't stop there. In Morrowind, Azura is the first and last Daedra you encounter. She sets the Nerevarine on their path, guiding them through dreams and prophetic visions. Her involvement in that story is direct and profound. She recognizes the danger of Dagoth-Ur, and she acts not with brute force, but through chosen champions, through fate. She is the architect behind the return of the Nerevarine and the final undoing of the Tribunal's false divinity. This alone makes her one of the most influential Daedric princes in the lore. Her artifact, Azura's Star, is a powerful and reusable soul gem, highly prized by mages and necromancers alike. But like all things Azura touches, it's not just a tool. It's a symbol of her dominion over the soul's journey and the cycles of life and death. It stands as proof of her ability to affect both the physical and metaphysical realms in deeply personal ways. Her realm of oblivion, Moonshadow, is said to be among the most breathtaking of all Daedric planes. Bathed in eternal twilight, shimmering with soft, radiant light, and filled with beauty so intense it overwhelms the senses, Moonshadow reflects Azura's dual nature. It's peaceful yet otherworldly, lovely yet unknowable. For those few mortals lucky, or unlucky, enough to witness it, the experience is impossible to forget. Yet beauty is only part of her power. What makes Azura so dangerous isn't violence or madness, but inevitability. She knows what's coming. Her prophecies almost always come true. Her influence lies in the ability to guide, manipulate, and shape the outcomes of events long before others even realize what's happening. Her demeanor is often described as serene, even compassionate, but there's a cold finality to her justice. She rewards loyalty and punishes betrayal not with cruelty, but with certainty. When Azura acts, it's already too late to change the course. She is often a teacher to those willing to listen, but she doesn't tolerate arrogance. If you ignore her warnings, you will face the consequences, not out of malice, but because that's what fate demands. Throughout Tamriel's long history, Azura has remained a constant. She's never irrelevant, never passive. Whether she's directly influencing events or quietly watching from her realm, her hand can be felt in the shifting of empires and the rise of heroes. She's not a chaotic force, nor a benevolent guardian, but something in between, a perfect reflection of the twilight she rules. Neither light nor darkness, but the transition itself. If there's one thing to take away about Azura, it's that she understands the balance of things, life and death, power and humility, loyalty and betrayal. And in a universe constantly in flux, that understanding makes her terrifyingly powerful. Another Daedric prince is Nocturnal, the Mistress of Shadows, a Daedric prince whose domain is as quiet and mysterious as the night she represents. She is the embodiment of darkness, secrecy, and the unseen threads of fate that guide the lives of those who operate in the margins. Thieves, spies, and seekers of hidden truths revere her not because she grants brute power, but because she governs the subtle, what remains hidden, what lies just beyond the reach of light. While other Daedric princes command through spectacle and destruction, Nocturnal's influence is quiet, whispering into the ears of those willing to embrace the dark. Her presence is often more felt than seen, like a shadow moving in the corner of your eye, always there, always just out of reach. What makes her stand out among the princes is the way her power seeps into the most unlikely places. She's not just the patron of thieves. In a literal sense, she represents the very concept of concealment and the natural right of things to be hidden. Whether it's the forgotten knowledge buried in ancient ruins, the sealed fate of a ruler, or the simple twist of luck in a stolen coin toss, Nocturnal is there, guiding the outcome without ever revealing her hand. Her realm in Oblivion, the Evergloam, mirrors this perfectly. It's a place of endless twilight, where nothing is ever truly illuminated, and secrets linger in the shadows. The Evergloam is home to shades, spirits, and guardians of hidden truths, all serving her eternal command. Mortals rarely step foot there, and those who do seldom leave unchanged. It's not a realm of torment like many others. Rather, it is a realm of veiled truths, eternal dusk, and the eerie comfort of being unseen. In Tamriel, Nocturnal's influence is perhaps most visible through the Thieves' Guild and the Nightingales, an elite group sworn to serve her directly. The Nightingales are gifted with a portion of her power, drawn from the artifact known as the Skeleton Key, a Daedric relic that is both a literal key capable of opening any lock and a symbolic representation of unlocking fate itself. Those who wield it find their luck changed, their fortunes mysteriously enhanced, though prolonged use without her blessing can invite disaster. The Skeleton Key isn't just a tool, it's a test of loyalty, a link between Nocturnal and the mortal world, and a reminder that her gifts come with a price. The events of Skyrim explore this connection in detail, revealing how Nocturnal views her mortal agents, not as disposable servants, but as extensions of her will in the physical world. Her chosen don't just steal gold or pick locks, they protect sacred balance, guarding the flow of luck and fate so it doesn't fall into chaos or stagnation. Nocturnal's relationship with fate is one of her most fascinating traits. She's not just a goddess of secrets, she also holds sway over fortune, chance, and the unpredictable twists that shape destinies. Unlike Azura, who offers prophecy and clarity, Nocturnal operates in obscurity, letting events unfold naturally while giving just the slightest push when necessary. She doesn't speak in riddles or commands. Instead, she lets silence and uncertainty be her voice. Mortals who feel her influence often can't explain it. A door left, unlocked, a guard distracted, a lucky escape. These are her signs. She empowers those who trust in their instincts, who embrace the unknown, and who understand that control is often an illusion. Despite her elusive nature, she is not malevolent. Nocturnal isn't interested in domination or cruelty. Her power comes from detachment, from letting mortals find their own path in the dark. That's what draws so many to her. There's no demand for worship, no promises of glory, just the quiet assurance that those who live in the shadows are never truly alone. Her power is subtle but ever present, a constant undercurrent in the lives of those who operate outside the laws of light and order. She's a goddess for those who ask for nothing, who take only what they need, and who understand that sometimes the best way to survive is to disappear. In the end, Nocturnal remains one of the most compelling Daedric princes, not because she demands attention, but because she thrives without it. Her gifts are trust, secrecy, and the strength to walk unseen through a world that often demands visibility. She is the silence between footsteps, the dark corner in a locked room, and the fleeting luck that changes everything. Part 4. The Obscure and Mysterious Ones. First up is Peryite, known as the Taskmaster, a Daedric prince often overlooked by many, but with a chilling mastery over pestilence and natural order. While some consider him lesser compared to the more flashy or destructive princes, his influence is quietly terrifying, ruling over disease, decay, and the unseen forces that keep life and death balanced. Unlike many Daedra who crave chaos or domination, Peryite embodies a harsh kind of order, one that enforces the inevitable cycles of nature through plagues and pestilence. His role is paradoxical. He brings suffering, yes, but that suffering serves a purpose, maintaining a grim but necessary balance in the grand scheme of things. Peryite's dominion extends to the natural laws that govern the spread of disease and the collapse of life, making him a force as inevitable as death itself. His realm, in Oblivion, often described as a twisted and desolate place filled with swarms of insects and disease-ridden landscapes, perfectly reflects his domain. It is a world where decay is constant, and everything is part of an endless cycle of infection and renewal. Those who venture there face horrors that test not just their strength, but their very will to survive. His followers, often plagued priests or cultists, embrace the grotesque nature of their master, believing that pestilence is a tool of purification rather than mere destruction. Peryite's influence is often seen in the outbreaks of disease across Tamriel, where his hand can be traced in sudden, devastating epidemics that reshape communities and kingdoms alike. Yet, there's more to him than just spreading sickness. Peryite represents the cold, unfeeling force of order that ensures nothing escapes the rules of life and death. This sets him apart from other Daedric princes, who might embody chaos, ambition, or passion. He is the enforcer of the natural laws that even gods must obey, reminding mortals that decay and death are inevitable parts of existence. His iconography often includes serpents and insects, symbols of his role in the natural processes of decay and renewal. In the lore of Tamriel, Peryite's name comes up less frequently, but his presence is felt whenever pestilence strikes or when the natural order seems to assert itself through harsh means. He is both feared and respected, a grim reminder that no matter how powerful or clever one might be, disease and death are forces no one can escape. Interestingly, Peryite's relationship with other Daedric princes is marked by a mixture of disdain and necessity. While many look down on him for his so-called lesser status, none can deny the importance of his role. Even the most ambitious princes must reckon with the fact that Peryite's enforcement of order through pestilence is essential to maintaining the balance of the multiverse. This balance is something many Daedra depend on, even if grudgingly. In gameplay terms, Peryite is often associated with quests that involve curses, plagues, or mysterious illnesses. His artifacts and followers reflect his themes: dangerous, disease-related powers that can harm but also cleanse. His cultists can be fanatical, dedicated to spreading his will through subtle, creeping means rather than outright conquest. Peryite's power, therefore, is more insidious than explosive. It's the slow spread of corruption, the creeping death that can't be outrun. This makes him a unique figure in the Daedric pantheon, less about chaos and more about the unavoidable processes that keep existence in check. Despite his fearsome domain, Peryite is not necessarily malevolent in the way other princes might be. His actions serve a purpose beyond cruelty or ambition. They enforce the natural laws without bias or malice. He is the ultimate taskmaster, demanding obedience not through force of arms, but through the certainty of decay and death. His followers understand this, worshipping him not just out of fear, but out of respect for his role in the cosmic order. In many ways, Peryite reminds us that sometimes power lies not in fleshy displays or brutal conquests, but in the patient, relentless enforcement of rules that even gods cannot escape. This makes him a quietly terrifying figure, a Daedric prince whose presence is often underestimated, but whose impact on the world is undeniable and enduring. And the last one on our list is Jyggalag, the Prince of Order, a figure both fascinating and tragic in the Daedric pantheon. Known for embodying pure, unyielding order and structure, Jyggalag's power was so immense and absolute that it terrified even his fellow Daedric princes whose chaotic natures clashed with his rigid ideals. His domain represents the cold logic of perfection, where everything has its place and nothing escapes the bounds of strict law and control. Unlike the other princes who revel in chaos, ambition, or deception, Jyggalag's vision of the universe is one of flawless order, no randomness, no surprises, only relentless structure. However, this obsession with absolute order made him a threat to the balance of the Daedric realms themselves. To prevent him from dominating the other princes, they cursed Jyggalag to become Sheogorath, the embodiment of madness and chaos. This curse forced him into a cyclical existence, trapped between his true self and the maddening persona of Sheogorath, the Prince of Madness. This duality makes Jyggalag's story unique among the Daedra. He is both the ultimate symbol of order and, through his forced transformation, the source of unpredictable chaos. The curse was meant to contain his overwhelming power, but it also made him a tragic figure, torn between two extremes, order and madness, control and chaos. In the lore of Tamriel, Jyggalag's return from the curse is a significant event, explored deeply in Oblivion's Shivering Isles expansion. There, the player becomes involved in the final unraveling of the curse, helping Jyggalag reclaim his true form and reshape his destiny. His realm, the Shivering Isles, itself reflects this dual nature, split between two contrasting halves, one ruled by madness, which was Sheogorath, and the other by order, which was Jyggalag. This division symbolizes the tension at the heart of his existence and the delicate balance between chaos and order in the universe. Jyggalag's power lies in the imposition of law, discipline, and structure. His influence is absolute and unyielding, and unlike other princes who rely on trickery or brute force, his strength comes from the inevitability of order itself. To challenge Jyggalag is to challenge the fundamental rules of existence, something few dare to do. Despite his curse, or perhaps because of it, Jyggalag remains one of the most formidable Daedric princes. His return to power threatens to upset the delicate balance between order and chaos, reminding all beings in Tamriel of the dangers inherent in unchecked authority. His legacy is a stark reminder that too much order can be just as destructive as chaos, and that balance is essential even among the most powerful forces. Jyggalag's story is both a warning and a legend, a testament to the complex nature of power in the Elder Scrolls universe, where even gods can be bound by fate, curses, and the eternal struggle between opposites. Alright, let's rank the most powerful Daedric princes from different angles to really get a sense of who stands out in what way. First up, raw magical power. When we talk about sheer force, a few names immediately come to mind. Mehrunes Dagon is a prime example. His ability to rip open portals to Oblivion and cause the Oblivion Crisis speaks volumes about his destructive capacity. He's a prince of destruction through and through, wielding devastating power that can obliterate entire cities. Then there's Hermaeus Mora, the Prince of Knowledge, whose power isn't about brute force but about control over secrets, fate, and forbidden lore. His knowledge alone gives him immense magical influence, perhaps even more far-reaching than simple destruction. Meridia, the Prince of Life and Energy, might seem less terrifying at first glance, but her dominion over life and the rejection of the undead taps into a unique kind of power, one that purifies and commands energy in ways few others can match. So, in terms of raw magical capability, these three clearly top the list, each dominating their unique sphere of influence. Moving on to influence on mortals, some princes aren't known for physical might, but instead shape the lives of mortals profoundly. Molag Bal, the Prince of Domination, is infamous for his cruelty and the creation of vampires, beings that continue to impact Tamriel's societies and politics. His schemes extend beyond simple physical domination. He affects mortal will and souls, twisting them to his purpose. Sheogorath, the Prince of Madness, might seem chaotic and unpredictable, but his influence seeps deep into mortal minds and cultures through madness and insanity, reshaping reality itself in subtle and profound ways. Nephala, the Prince of Secrets, thrives on mortal politics, assassination, and the weaving of plots that decide the fate of kingdoms and individuals alike. Their influence is less about overwhelming power and more about subtlety and control. Next, when considering wider cosmic impact, a few princes hold sway on a scale that affects not just mortals, but the very fabric of the universe. Azura, the Prince of Twilight, plays a crucial role in shaping the destiny of entire races, notably the Dunmer, and her prophecies have long-reaching effects on Tamriel's history. Jyggalag, the Prince of Order, represents a cosmic force that terrifies even other Daedra. Due to his embodiment of structure and inevitability, his existence challenges the chaotic nature of Oblivion itself. Hermaeus Mora again appears here, as his dominion over fate and knowledge means he potentially sees and influences all possible futures. Their power resonates far beyond the mortal realm, touching on the very principles that govern existence. Then, for strategic and manipulative power, some princes excel at long-term schemes and mental domination. Clavicus Vile, the cunning dealmaker, thrives on trickery, granting wishes that come with hidden costs, pulling strings from the shadows. Mephala again fits here with her mastery of secrets and assassination, pulling the threads of mortal politics with precision. Boethia, the Prince of Plots, uses rebellion and ambition to shift power balances in subtle but lasting ways. Their strength is measured not in immediate force, but in how effectively they manipulate others to achieve their ends, often shaping history without direct confrontation. Finally, the fear factor among Daedra themselves shows a different kind of power. Jyggalag, with his embodiment of absolute order, terrifies, because he threatens the chaotic nature that defines much of Oblivion. Hermaeus Mora inspires dread due to his all-encompassing knowledge and the unknowable secrets he holds, making even other princes wary of his insight. Molag Bal is feared for his brutal domination and the torment he inflicts, his presence a dark shadow over both mortals and Daedra alike. Considering all these angles together, who stands as the most powerful overall? It's hard to pick just one because each prince rules in a different domain. However, Hermaeus Mora consistently ranks high in raw, magical power, cosmic influence, and fear factor, making him a strong candidate for the top spot. His knowledge and control over fate give him a subtle but overwhelming advantage. Yet, for sheer destructive force, Mehrunes Dagon could claim supremacy, and for influence on mortals, Molag Bal's impact is unmatched. If we think about strategic manipulation, Clavicus Vile and Mephala prove deadly in their own right, so the title of most powerful depends on what aspect you value most. But overall, Hermaeus Mora's combination of magical dominance, far-reaching influence, and the fear he commands from both mortals and Daedra alike makes him arguably the most formidable Daedric prince in all of Tamriel's history. What a journey it's been through the realms of Oblivion, from the terrifying dominion of Molag Bal to the eerie brilliance of Hermaeus Mora, all the way to the cursed order of Jyggalag. We've explored raw power, influence, cosmic reach, manipulation, and fear, and we've tried to figure out who truly stands above the rest. But now it's your turn. Do you agree with the final ranking? Who do you think is the most powerful Daedric prince? Are you Team Mora for that all-knowing edge? Or maybe you think someone like Mephala or Boethiah deserves the crown for their intricate and long-reaching schemes. Maybe you favored the blunt force and absolute chaos of Mehrunes Dagon. Whatever your pick, let me know in the comments. These discussions are what make diving into Elder Scrolls lore so much fun. And if you've enjoyed this deep dive into the darkest corners of Tamriel's mythos, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon so you don't miss future explorations into everything Elder Scrolls. We've got a lot more coming: Daedric artifacts, Aedra deep dives, full timelines, you name it. Thanks for sticking around, and whether you're sneaking through the shadows of Nocturnal's influence or chasing destiny under Azura's eye, just remember one thing: never trust a Daedra unless it's fun. See you next time. And the last one is the entire lore of the Dark Brotherhood. In the dark corners of Tamriel, behind closed doors and beneath the surface of bustling cities, there exists a name whispered in fear and reverence: the Dark Brotherhood. This ancient guild of assassins, shrouded in secrecy, ritual, and blood, has operated for centuries, serving no king, no empire, and no law but that of their dread god, Sithis. To most common folk, they are a rumor, a bedtime horror story meant to frighten children into obedience. But to those who have truly crossed them, or hired them, they are death incarnate, the cold steel in the night, the voice that whispers, "We know everything." The Brotherhood is not merely a band of killers for gold. It is a religious order, bound by its devotion to the Void and the will of the Night Mother, the enigmatic speaker for Sithis, whose mummified corpse is said to still communicate with those chosen to hear her voice. Every contract they fulfill, every life they extinguish, is an offering, an act of worship to a god that represents chaos, change, and the inevitable end of all things. From the earliest days of its formation, the Brotherhood stood apart from the more structured and state-sanctioned Morag Tong of Morrowind. While the Tong worked within the boundaries of law and custom, the Brotherhood embraced freedom from constraint. They kill, not because they are told to by governments, but because they are asked, through the infamous Black Sacrament, a macabre ritual performed by the desperate and the vengeful. Through this rite, a contract is formed, and the Brotherhood answers, sending one of their own to complete the task. No trial, no questions, only death. Over the eras, their influence has grown and faded, yet they have never vanished. In the second era, their actions destabilized rulers. In the third, they struck at the heart of the empire. And by the fourth, even in their lowest hour, they proved they still had the power to shake a continent by claiming the life of an emperor. But beyond these moments of infamy lies a complex structure and belief system. The Brotherhood follows the 5 tenets, ancient rules meant to preserve the sanctity of the order and ensure that the blade is drawn only for Sithis. Breaking these rules once meant a brutal death at the hands of the wrath of Sithis himself. Members are not merely murderers, they are initiates of a faith older than most nations, sworn to silence and bonded in ritual. Sanctuaries, scattered across Tamriel, serve as both homes and places of worship, fortified with secrecy and guarded by centuries of tradition. Each is led by a speaker, who acts under the listener, the one chosen to commune directly with the Night Mother. Among the most feared of their ranks are the Silencers, those who carry out the will of the listener without question or mercy. The Brotherhood's iconography, like their black hand symbol or the chilling phrase, sweet mother," is recognizable to even the most sheltered villager. But few truly understand the depth of what these symbols mean. They are not simply marks of identity. They are reminders that the Brotherhood sees, hears, and remembers. Though often driven underground or torn apart by betrayal and inner turmoil, the Brotherhood always resurfaces. As long as there is pain in the world, as long as revenge has a place in the hearts of mortals, and as long as the void calls to those forgotten by law and mercy, the Dark Brotherhood will endure. Whether seen as a cult, a guild, or a force of mythic terror, their legacy is undeniable. In every shadowed alley, and behind every locked door, one can never be certain if the Brotherhood is watching. But if you ever find a small note bearing only 2 words, "We know," it may already be too late. For as long as Tamriel's history has been recorded in blood and whispers, the Dark Brotherhood has been there, lurking in the shadows, operating in silence, feared across all provinces. They are not a faction that seeks fame or favor, nor do they claim territory or march under banners. Instead, their power lies in their mystery, their legend, and the constant truth that somewhere, someone is performing the Black Sacrament. For centuries, people across the continent have shared the same fear, that the Brotherhood is always listening, always watching, and always waiting. Their name alone is enough to silence a room, their mere presence shaping politics, shaping fear, and shaping myth. Yet, despite their fame, or perhaps because of it, the truth about who they are and where they came from remains shrouded in secrecy. What we do know is that they did not rise overnight. Their roots trace back to an older, more legal group, the Morag Tong of Morrowind. While the Tong operated within the law and targeted enemies in accordance with religious tradition, the Dark Brotherhood split from that path. Their founder, believed to be a rogue assassin named the Night Mother, severed ties with law and order, killing her own children and offering their souls to Sithis. Whether this origin is symbolic or literal remains debated, but the result was the same. A new organization was born, one that answered not to kings or councils, but to something far darker. And so began the rise of the Brotherhood, a faction built not just on murder, but on belief. Every kill was not a contract alone, but a ritual. Sithis, the embodiment of emptiness and the void, became the god to whom every life was given. Their creed was simple. Those who perform the Black Sacrament are heard, and those who are marked are slain. Over the centuries, the Brotherhood spread like a shadow, establishing sanctuaries across every province. Each sanctuary operated under its own leadership, but followed the same code: obey the listener, honor the Night Mother, and never betray the Brotherhood. As their numbers grew, so too did their influence. Emperors, nobles, and generals fell by their blades. Their silence became louder than words, and their myth bled into every culture. But no organization lasts forever without struggle. From within, power struggles, betrayal, and corruption chipped away at their foundations. From outside, kings, mages, and entire military campaigns were launched to destroy them. They were driven underground, hunted, and in some cases nearly destroyed. But like the void they worship, they always seemed to return. Their fall was never permanent. Whether they were striking down a monarch in Cyrodiil or rebuilding from the ashes in Skyrim, the Brotherhood has always found a way to survive. Their legacy is not one of simple bloodshed, but of persistence, of belief that cannot be extinguished. Even in times when their numbers were few and their sanctuaries forgotten, someone, somewhere, still whispered the sacrament. This story will follow the entire journey of the Dark Brotherhood, from its earliest roots in Morrowind to its terrifying rise across Tamriel, through the betrayals and purges that nearly wiped it out, and finally, to the enduring myth that remains long after the blood has dried. We'll explore the rituals they follow, the gods they revere, the power struggles that shaped them, and the cultural impact they had on Tamriel's history. The story of the Brotherhood is not just one of murder, it is one of faith, transformation, survival, and the ability to thrive in a world that never truly understood them. Their presence shaped politics, changed dynasties, and sowed fear more effectively than any army. They are not just assassins, they are history's ghost, always moving just outside the reach of the law, but never far from the minds of the living. From the moment their name first spread through Tamriel to the last time their blade struck from the darkness, the Dark Brotherhood has remained one of the most powerful forces in Elder Scrolls lore, not because of how many they've killed, but because they never had to raise a flag to change the course of the world. They did it with whispers, blades, and the unshakable belief that the Void will always demand a price. Chapter 1. Before the Brotherhood, the origins of assassination in Tamriel. Long before the name Dark Brotherhood ever echoed through the stone halls of Tamriel, the act of assassination was already woven into the continent's culture and power structure. Across countless provinces and among many peoples, the idea of sanctioned murder was neither foreign nor always considered evil. In fact, in Morrowind, it was something of an institution. The earliest organized force of assassins we know of were the Morag Tong, an ancient guild that operated entirely within the bounds of Dunmeri law. Their name, which roughly translates to Forester's Guild in an older Khmer tongue, is deceptively peaceful. In reality, they were lethal professionals, trained from youth in stealth, subterfuge, and ritualistic killing. What set them apart from common murderers was legitimacy. The Morag Tong did not strike in shadows for coin alone. They performed legal executions under the guidance of higher powers. At the heart of the Morag Tong's belief system was Mephala, the Daedric prince of lies, secrets, and murder. In Dunmeri theology, Mephala was not just a god to be feared, but a divine force that served a purpose in society. Murder, when done with intention and ritual, was a tool to maintain balance, eliminate corruption, and shape the future. The Tribunal Temple, which governed religious life in Morrowind, accepted this. In fact, during the height of the Tribunal's influence, the Morag Tong were not only tolerated, but often employed to carry out sanctioned killings known as writs of execution. These writs were official documents granting the bearer legal immunity for murder, provided the victim was named and the execution followed protocol. The existence of these writs meant that even nobles and officials had to tread carefully, knowing that stepping out of line could result in a visit from the Tong. But the Tong were more than just killers with paperwork. They were steeped in tradition and ceremony. Members believed each kill honored Mephala directly, and their rituals reflected a deep reverence for the balance between power and death. Their sanctuaries were hidden but organized, their hierarchy strict, and their operations efficient. They were not mercenaries or rogues. They were clergy of a darker path, functioning with religious authority and civic acceptance. However, their story is not one of eternal stability. Even though the Morag Tong was accepted in Morrowind, their activities outside the province caused growing unrest. Other regions viewed them as dangerous, fanatical, and uncontrollable. Assassinations carried out beyond Morrowind's borders sparked tension between the Dunmer and other races, particularly the Empire. As the Second Era progressed, the influence of the Tribunal began to wane, and Mephala's cult grew more aggressive and independent. Some historians believe it was during this period that internal division began to form within the Morag Tong itself. Disagreements about loyalty, ambition, and the true will of Mephala sowed seeds of dissent. Eventually, a faction broke away. This group rejected the legal bindings of the writ and the oversight of the tribunal. They wanted absolute freedom to kill as they pleased, guided only by the will of Mephala and, eventually, by the whisper of a new patron, Sithis. According to legend, the Night Mother, often considered the founder of the Dark Brotherhood, emerged from this schism. Whether she was a rogue Tong assassin, a prophet of Sithis, or simply a myth born from whispers, Her story marks the split between lawful, religious assassination and the cult-like fervor of the Brotherhood. She brought with her the ritual of the Black Sacrament and the belief that any person, no matter how powerless, could summon the void to take a life. While the Morag Tong faded in influence over the centuries, retreating deeper into the shadows of Morrowind, the Dark Brotherhood spread across Tamriel. And yet, despite their differences, the connection between them remains undeniable. Both trace their roots to Mephalah's teachings. Both believe in the sanctity of murder as more than violence. And both have shaped the political and spiritual fabric of Tamriel in ways that armies never could. To understand the Brotherhood is to first understand the Morag Tong, because in many ways they are two sides of the same dagger, one sanctioned by society, the other by chaos, but both carved from the same ancient stone. In the waning days of the Second Era, Tamriel was still reeling from the collapse of the Riemann dynasty. Political power had shifted into the hands of a new figure, potentate Versidue-Shaie, a Tsayashi from Akavir who had climbed to the pinnacle of imperial authority through cunning, control, and the sheer force of his will. Acting as the de facto ruler of the empire following Emperor Riemann III's death, Versidue-Shaie was not just a politician. He was a tactician who used diplomacy, manipulation, and brutal military enforcement to bring stability to a fractured continent. But while many viewed him as a necessary force during chaotic times, others saw him as a tyrant, a foreign puppet master with too much power and too little accountability. The people whispered of his secret dealings, of the silent dissidents who vanished overnight, and of the iron grip he kept on provincial rulers through fear rather than faith. And at the heart of this era's most defining moment was a blade, drawn in secret, guided not by a general or king, but by an assassin. The killing of potentate Versidue-Shaie in 2E 324 was one of the most infamous assassinations in all of Tamriel's recorded history. Not only did it mark the end of a decades-long rule that had reshaped the empire, but it also exposed the growing fracture between traditional, sanctioned murder through the Morag Tong and a new philosophy that rejected rules entirely. Though the Morag Tong claimed responsibility for the assassination, the circumstances surrounding it remain suspicious. In fact, many scholars and historians believe that this killing may not have come from the traditional Tong hierarchy at all. Instead, it might have been the work of a rogue faction, one disillusioned with the rules and limits of the old ways, driven by a different patron entirely. What's known for sure is that after Versidue-Shaie's death, the empire declared the Morag Tong illegal. The banishment of the Tong from imperial territory marked a turning point. For centuries they had operated with semi-legal status, working openly in Morrowind and occasionally tolerated elsewhere. But this act, carried out against the most powerful figure in the known world, shattered any remaining trust. The consequences were swift. Imperial forces hunted down known Tong operatives, shut down sanctuaries, and forced the guild into hiding. But what the Empire didn't realize was that this very purge gave birth to something even more dangerous. The void left behind by the Tong's collapse outside Morrowind was quickly filled by those who saw opportunity in chaos. No longer bound by the tribunal, no longer answerable to Dunmeri tradition, this new order of assassins formed around a different ideology, one based on personal power, blind obedience to the whispers of Sithis, and a dark myth known only as the Night Mother. These were not killers with laws. These were worshippers of death itself. They called themselves the Dark Brotherhood. Unlike the Morag Tong, the Brotherhood did not require writs of execution or religious legitimacy. Instead, they introduced a ritual that bypassed all bureaucracy, the Black Sacrament. With it, any person in Tamriel, regardless of class or race, could summon a Brotherhood assassin by performing a grim rite, whispering their victim's name to Sithis, and offering a payment in human flesh and bone. It was a horrifying concept, but also a liberating one. Assassination was no longer the privilege of nobles or temples. It was a service anyone could request, and with that, murder was democratized. The Brotherhood began to grow rapidly. Small cells appeared across Tamriel, secret sanctuaries known as dark shrines, and hidden crypts. Each cell was autonomous, yet loyal to the Night Mother and her chosen listener. These leaders claimed to hear her voice directly from the void, receiving names of targets whispered by Sithis himself. With this structure, the Brotherhood could act with both unity and independence, spreading their influence quietly but effectively. Over time, they became more than a guild. They became a myth, a rumor that haunted even the most powerful nobles, a whispered threat behind every locked door, a shadow behind every throne. And yet, despite the terror they inspired, they were also respected for their precision, their silence, and their absolute dedication to the contract. Looking back, the death of Versidue Shaye was more than just an assassination. It was the spark that lit the flame of transformation. It marked a moment when the age of regulated murder gave way to an era of chaos wrapped in ritual, of shadows ruled by whispers, of death as both a service and a sacrament. In that moment, the Dark Brotherhood wasn't just born, it was justified. Chapter 2: Birth of a Cult, the Rise of the Dark Brotherhood. The origin of the Dark Brotherhood is rooted in a violent fracture, a split that echoed across the moral and religious landscapes of Tamriel. What began as a subtle divergence from the Morag Tong would ultimately spiral into a schism that reshaped the very nature of assassination in the known world. The Morag Tong, while feared and steeped in secrecy, operated with a unique kind of legitimacy. They served the will of Mephala, the Daedric prince of secrets and murder, and were bound by a strict system of writs that made their killings technically legal under the rule of the tribunal in Morrowind. These assassins saw their work as a dark but necessary tool for balance, one that upheld order, ironically, through orchestrated death. However, the events surrounding the assassination of Potentate Versidue Shaye and the subsequent persecution of the Tong exposed the growing tension within the ranks. Some operatives began to question the usefulness of limitations, of serving a hierarchy that answered to politicians and religious figures. The idea that murder could be restricted by structure or law felt increasingly hollow to a new generation of killers who believed that death itself should be free from boundaries. It is within this crucible of doubt and disillusionment that the Dark Brotherhood emerged, not as a rebranded version of the Tong, but as something far more radical and untethered. Unlike their predecessors, the founders of the Brotherhood abandoned Mephala and turned to a darker, more abstract force, Cities. Cities was not a Daedra in the conventional sense. Cities was a primordial void, an unknowable nothingness believed to exist before all things. In the cosmology of Tamriel, he is the personification of chaos and change, the antithesis of stasis and structure. To many, Cities is merely a concept or a philosophical abstraction, but to the Dark Brotherhood, he is real and he is the true god of death. The decision to worship Cities marked a complete transformation of the assassin's purpose. No longer were they agents of political balance or divine will. They became instruments of oblivion itself, tools for returning life to the void. Every kill was a sacrifice, every contract an offering. This wasn't just murder, it was ritual, it was devotion. Central to this new ideology was the Night Mother, a mysterious and semi-divine figure who is said to have been the first to speak to Sithis directly. Legends vary, but the most commonly accepted version tells of a woman, once part of the Morag Tong, who bore children fathered by Cities himself. When the time came, she murdered them in an act of ultimate worship, offering their souls to the void. This event, as gruesome as it was symbolic, transformed her into the Night Mother. Her body was later interred, but her soul, according to Brotherhood belief, began to commune eternally with Sithis, and through her whispers, he would deliver the names of those fated to die. The Night Mother became the heart of the Brotherhood's ritual structure. Her remains were enshrined, and her chosen listener, the one who could truly hear her voice, became the highest authority within the guild. Beneath the listener were the speakers, and beneath them, the shadows, assassins who carried out the contracts delivered from beyond. This hierarchical structure allowed the Brotherhood to function efficiently while still maintaining the mystical aura of their faith. What made this new order particularly dangerous was not just their devotion, but their adaptability. The Brotherhood spread quickly throughout Tamriel, embedding themselves into the underbellies of cities and provinces. They didn't need legal legitimacy, they needed only silence and fear. Their sanctuaries were scattered, their rituals gruesome but effective, and their belief in Sithis gave them an unwavering sense of purpose. Their existence became known through stories told in taverns, through warnings whispered between nobles, through the sudden and unexplained deaths of enemies too powerful to fall by normal means. Their symbol, a black hand, was both a mark of fear and a grim promise. At its core, the split from the Morag Tong was more than a political fallout. It was a spiritual revolution. The Brotherhood didn't just abandon the temple or the law, they rejected the very idea that murder needed to be justified by mortal authority. They looked instead to the void, to a cosmic truth that embraced death as both end and beginning. Sithis, for them, was not a distant concept, but an ever-present guide, an endless hunger that gave their lives meaning through the act of taking others. This foundational belief, forged in rebellion and ritual, is what transformed the Dark Brotherhood into more than just a guild. They became a cult of death, a hidden religion with blades for sermons and silence for prayers. Through Sithis, they found freedom. Through murder, they found faith. In the darkest corners of Tamrielic history, among whispered names and forbidden prayers, none evoke more fear and mystery than the Night Mother. She is the beating heart of the Dark Brotherhood, their spiritual anchor, and the voice through which Sithis, the embodiment of chaos and void, speaks to the mortal world. To understand her is to understand the very soul of the Brotherhood, but the truth of who she was is elusive, wrapped in legend, contradiction, and silence. Multiple myths compete for dominance, each offering a slightly different portrait of this terrifying matron of death, and while scholars and cultists alike argue their merits, the Brotherhood simply believes. The most widely accepted tale among initiates is the story of a woman who once served the Morag Tong, the ancient order of assassins tied to Mephala. Disillusioned by the rigidity and oversight of the tribunal temple, she turned her back on the Tong and instead offered her service to a darker power. According to this myth, Sithis spoke to her, not as a voice heard in dreams or signs glimpsed in nature, but directly, personally, as if the void had chosen her alone. In her madness, or in her devotion, depending on which side of the tale you accept, she bore children by Sithis himself. Whether these were literal offspring of a Daedric force or symbolic representations of her commitment to the void is unclear, but what came next is undeniable. She murdered each of them, one by one, in their sleep as an offering. Their blood became the first true sacrament of the Brotherhood. Their deaths were not acts of cruelty, but acts of worship. And it was said that when she was finally killed by enraged villagers or rival assassins, again, depending on the version, her spirit did not fade. Instead, she remained tethered to the mortal world, speaking from the grave, delivering names to be killed in Sithis' name. That act and her posthumous guidance are what transformed a splinter group of killers into a holy order of death. Yet that story, as chilling as it is not the only version passed down through shadowed sanctuaries. Another legend holds that the Night Mother was not born of the Morag Tong at all, but was once a powerful noblewoman, possibly a Dunmer matron or an imperial of high station, who used assassination for personal gain. She carved her power, not through politics or war, but through secret murder. Over time, her ruthlessness grew to the point where she began to see herself as an instrument of something greater. Some say Sithis found her, not the other way around, and when he did, he whispered to her in the quiet moments between life and death. She began to hear him, not as a metaphor or delusion, but as a constant voice in her mind, directing her, instructing her. Eventually, she vanished from public life, retreated underground, and re-emerged as the Night Mother, a name that would strike fear into generations to come. Her children, in this version, were not sacrificial offerings, but pawns in a larger ritual meant to bind her spirit to Sithis forever. Their murder was a pact, her soul in exchange for eternal communion with the void. Some even suggest she killed not her literal children, but symbolic ones, apprentices, allies, or members of a family she created for the express purpose of sacrificing. Other tales are more cryptic. Some speak of her as a mortal woman who became something more, ascending to a kind of semi-divine state through her devotion to Sithis. In these accounts, she is neither truly alive nor truly dead, but occupies a liminal space, a spirit tied to the bones that rest in her crypt. From this place of half-existence, she speaks only to those chosen to serve as the listener, the one member of the Brotherhood who can hear her voice clearly, and deliver her will to the rest of the guild. Her body, preserved in secret sanctuaries, is said to be surrounded by silence, enchantments, death, magic, and curses to prevent desecration. Her presence is not worshipped with altars or temples, but with obedience, sacrifice, and the carrying out of the Black Sacrament. Regardless of the version you believe, one detail remains constant. The Night Mother speaks for Sithis. She is his voice in the world of men and Mer. Her authority is not questioned within the Brotherhood, because her power is proven in action. She delivers names no one else could know. Contracts appear through her guidance with eerie precision, and those who disobey her, who defile her rituals, do not last long. Her authority transcends reason. It demands reverence. Some scholars have attempted to locate the original tomb of the Night Mother, and in fact, the Brotherhood itself has moved her remains several times over the centuries. These moves often coincide with great turmoil, civil wars, purges, or the collapse of chapters. Wherever her body goes, death follows, and her presence is both a blessing and a curse. The listener, whoever bears that role, becomes a conduit. They hear her whispers not as commands, but as truths, inevitable, chilling, and absolute. Through her, Sithis makes his will known, and the Dark Brotherhood survives another day. In the end, the question of who the Night Mother really was may be less important than what she became. She is the past and future of the Brotherhood, the silent oracle in the dark, the mother of all assassins. Her origins, whether noblewoman, deranged acolyte, or literal conduit of Sithises, will all point to one terrifying truth, that some figures transcend myth and become something more. The Night Mother did not simply live, she endures. The origins of the Dark Brotherhood as a formalized institution trace back to a time when the ashes of the Morag Tong's decline still smoldered. As the Tong fractured under the weight of its own stagnation, internal corruption, and external political pressure, one splinter group emerged not only with a new vision, but with a new purpose. They no longer acted under the rigid authority of the Tribunal Temple, nor claimed a singular loyalty to Mephala. Instead, they operated in the name of Sithis, guided by the whispering voice of the Night Mother, whose influence began to shape their beliefs, structure, and very reason for existence. The first known sanctuary of this new order, the Dark Brotherhood, was established deep beneath the surface of Cyrodiil. Hidden within the dense forests and mountains, this sanctuary served not only as a refuge for its members, but as a temple to their dark god. Its location was carefully chosen, far from the crumbling institutions of Morrowind and closer to the heart of the Empire, where wealth, power, and unrest churned endlessly. From this location, the Brotherhood began to expand its influence across the continent, spreading like a shadow in the corners of civilization. At first, they were viewed as nothing more than a fringe death cult, a leftover splinter of a once great tradition. But their actions quickly spoke louder than any rumors. Assassinations were carried out with surgical precision. Targets fell in their homes, in their sleep, or in the midst of crowds without a sound, and contracts were fulfilled with disturbing regularity. The Black Sacrament, a ritual unknown to the wider world, became the foundation of their business. Any citizen of Tamriel, regardless of background, could summon the Brotherhood's services by performing this gruesome rite, a circle of candles surrounding a skeleton, a heart, and flesh, accompanied by a whispered prayer to the Night Mother. The Brotherhood's rise was not built solely on devotion, but on pragmatism. While their rituals were deeply rooted in spiritual belief, they recognized the necessity of structure. They began to operate more like an organization and less like a sect. Rules were codified. Hierarchies were established. Positions such as the listener, speaker, and keeper were defined and handed down. These roles ensured communication with the Night Mother remained pure, and that contracts were accepted and carried out efficiently. Each sanctuary operated semi-independently, but adhered to a shared code and ritual system, ensuring that regardless of where one traveled in Tamriel, the Brotherhood's hand could be felt and feared. Over time, the Dark Brotherhood's reputation shifted. No longer were they simply viewed as religious fanatics. They became recognized as a professional, efficient, and terrifyingly reliable assassination guild. Nobles, merchants, generals, and even monarchs began to understand that coin could move the void itself. While many denied ever contacting the Brotherhood, records and rumors suggest otherwise. Some used their services to eliminate rivals, enforce political agendas, or settle ancient blood feuds that could not be resolved through law. This growing demand transformed the Brotherhood's role in society. Though still hidden, they became an institution in their own right. A hidden economy of death emerged, silent, untouchable, and far-reaching. Their sanctuaries spread beyond Cyrodiil into Hammerfell, High Rock, Skyrim, Valenwood, and even parts of Black Marsh. Each new sanctuary was built in secrecy, under strict initiation rites, and operated according to the old ways established in the first hideout. While the Brotherhood always spoke of Sithis and revered the Night Mother's will as sacred, the organization could no longer be defined solely as a religious cult. It had evolved. Faith and business now worked in tandem. Their assassins were not only devoted but trained, disciplined, and tested. The 5 tenets, sacred laws that governed their behavior, kept order within the sanctuaries. Betrayal was met with swift death. Disobedience to the Night Mother was unthinkable. And those who violated the code often found themselves hunted by their own brothers and sisters, deemed traitors, and removed without ceremony. What makes this transformation so chilling is how seamless it appears in the historical record. There was no grand reformation, no public declaration of a new path. The shift from faith to structure, from cult to guild, happened in the shadows, as naturally as the passing of night into morning. As Tamriel's politics grew more unstable, and as wars raged between provinces and empires rose and fell, the Brotherhood endured. They outlasted kings, empires, and religions, not because they clung to chaos, but because they adapted to it. And yet, through all this, they never abandoned their roots. At the core of their operations remained the Whisper in the Dark, the Night Mother, eternally silent to the outside world, but always speaking to the listener. Every contract fulfilled was an act of worship. Every life taken was an offering to Sithis, and every expansion of their network was a sign that the Void would never be forgotten. The first sanctuary may now be lost to time, or buried beneath ruins and ash, but its legacy remains. It was the foundation upon which an entire order was built, one that merged ancient belief with lethal efficiency. And though the world around them would change again and again, the Brotherhood's purpose stayed the same: to kill, to obey, and to honor the Dread Father. Chapter 3: Beliefs, Rituals, and Codes. The foundation of the Dark Brotherhood's code was built upon 5 sacred laws, known as the 5 Tenets. These rules weren't simply guidelines or traditions. They were considered divine mandates, issued by the Night Mother herself, and upheld in honor of the Dread Father Sithis. For generations, these tenets were the heart of the Brotherhood's identity, ensuring order within their sanctuaries and distinguishing them from mere murderers or thugs. Every initiate, from the lowliest footpad to the most decorated assassin, was required to swear absolute obedience to these laws, and breaking even one was grounds for swift and merciless punishment. The first tenet was simple yet absolute: never dishonor the Night Mother. This wasn't just about disobedience. It meant preserving her mystery, protecting her voice, and never challenging the sacred connection between Sithis and the Brotherhood. The second tenet was just as essential: never betray the Dark Brotherhood or its secrets. This law maintained the veil of secrecy that allowed the Brotherhood to survive in hostile lands. Revealing information to outsiders was one of the gravest offenses imaginable. The third tenet warned: never disobey or refuse to carry out an order from a Dark Brotherhood superior. This ensured the chain of command was respected, and that all contracts, once approved, were executed without question. The fourth tenet stated: never steal the possessions of a Dark Brother or Dark Sister. Even in a house of killers, trust had to exist. Sanctuaries were places of refuge, and this law helped keep them from turning into dens of paranoia. Finally, the fifth tenet forbade: never kill a Dark Brother or Dark Sister. This was the most sacred rule of all, for it maintained the sanctity of the family. Assassins trained, lived, and bled together. Internal bloodshed was a line that could never be crossed. For those who did break a tenet, the penalty was swift and terrible. The traitor would be marked for death and hunted by a spectral enforcer known only as the Wrath of Sithis. There was no escape, no redemption. Once marked, the traitor would die, and their name would be erased from Brotherhood history. These executions were as much a lesson to others as they were punishments. They reminded everyone that the Brotherhood was not just an organization, but a sacred order, and loyalty to it was not optional. It was everything. Alongside these tenets was the method by which the Brotherhood received its contracts, the Black Sacrament. While the 5 tenets kept the order intact, the sacrament kept it alive. It was a dark, forbidden ritual whispered about in taverns and alleyways, feared by the innocent and revered by the desperate. Performing it required precise ingredients: a skeleton or effigy of the intended victim, a circle of candles, a dagger, and the body parts of a slain innocent, including heart, flesh, and bones. The ones seeking the assassination would kneel before this grim altar and chant the ritual prayer: sweet mother, send your child unto me, for the sins of the unworthy must be baptized in blood and fear. This incantation, repeated while stabbing the effigy repeatedly with a dagger, was said to pierce the veil between the mortal world and the void, allowing the Night Mother to hear the plea. If the ritual was performed correctly and with true intent, the Night Mother would speak to the listener, who then relayed the contract to the speakers. From there, the contract was passed down to a qualified assassin. No matter who the target was, noble, merchant, warrior, or peasant, once the sacrament was completed and the Brotherhood accepted the contract, the mark was as good as dead. No guards could protect them, no fortress could shield them. The Brotherhood would come, and the death would be delivered without mercy. In this way, the common people of Tamriel, who had no other recourse for justice or revenge, were given a dark alternative. If a man was too powerful for the law to touch, or if a grievance was too personal for courts to care, the Brotherhood offered a solution. For the right price and the right ritual, vengeance could be bought. And while many feared them, just as many needed them. Over the years, the tenets and the Black Sacrament became legend. Tales spread of assassins materializing out of shadows, of whispers in the dark followed by silent deaths. Some doubted the sacrament's power, calling it superstition or old magic, but the graves across Tamriel told a different story. Time and again, people who were named in the ritual were found dead, their killers never seen or heard. Even those who mocked the Brotherhood in public were careful to do so behind closed doors. As long as the 5 tenets were honored and the sacrament performed, the Brotherhood thrived. These core elements defined their culture, gave their chaos structure, and allowed them to flourish across centuries. They weren't just killers for hire. They were chosen blades of a dark god, bound by ritual, by oath, and by blood. And with every life taken, they whispered a silent prayer to Sithis, the void, and the eternal darkness that watched from beyond. Within the secretive world of the Dark Brotherhood, the hierarchy and roles are as mysterious and ritualized as the assassinations they carry out. At the top stands the listener, a pivotal figure who serves as the direct voice of the Night Mother herself. The listener's role is unique and sacred. They receive the whispered commands from the Night Mother, interpreting her will and conveying it to the Brotherhood's members. The listener acts as the spiritual and organizational leader, maintaining the balance between faith and execution. Below the listener is the speaker, a trusted lieutenant who manages the day-to-day affairs of the Brotherhood. The speaker communicates the listener's decisions and assignments to the other assassins, coordinating contracts and ensuring missions are fulfilled efficiently. This division of roles keeps the cult both tightly bound by religious devotion and operationally effective, blending faith with function in a way that separates the Dark Brotherhood from ordinary criminal organizations. The cult's ritualistic elements extend beyond hierarchy into their attire, chants, and ceremonial traditions that surround each kill. Members don black robes adorned with crimson accents, the color of blood and death, which serves both as a symbol of their allegiance and a practical uniform for blending into shadows. Before setting out on a mission, assassins engage in chants and prayers to Sithis and the Night Mother, reinforcing their commitment and mentally preparing for the deadly task ahead. These chants, often recited in hushed, reverent tones, serve as a bridge between the assassin and the divine void, affirming their role as instruments of death sanctioned by higher powers. Killings themselves are rarely simple executions. They are ceremonial acts. The Brotherhood observes specific rites designed to honor the Night Mother and maintain the spiritual purity of their mission. These may include ritualistic placements of the victim's body, offerings, or the use of specific weapons imbued with symbolic meaning. Such traditions reinforce the sense that each kill is more than just a contract. It is an offering to Sithis, a sacred fulfillment of cosmic order through death. This deeply spiritual and chaotic approach stands in stark contrast to the Morag Tongue, whose methods are far more structured and tied to the legal frameworks of Morrowind. The Morag Tongue, operate openly as state-sanctioned assassins, working under the authority of the Tribunal Temple and the ruling powers. Their killings are political tools, carried out with formal warrants called writs of execution, which lend a veneer of legitimacy and order. Their assassinations are less about religious zealotry and more about maintaining political control and social balance within their homeland. The Morag Tong emphasize tradition, protocol, and discipline, reflecting their origins as an extension of Morrowind's government and religious institutions. They do not engage in secret rituals or cult-like ceremonies. Their assassins wear armor and carry out missions with military precision. Their work is seen as a necessary part of governance, a dark but accepted aspect of maintaining order. The Brotherhood, by contrast, rejects such formalities and embraces the shadowy freedom of the void. They thrive in secrecy, operating outside any legal system, driven by a divine madness that glorifies chaos and death. While the Morag Tong's killings are sanctioned by law and political will, the Dark Brotherhood's acts are offerings to cities, carried out in the name of an ancient, unknowable darkness. This fundamental difference in purpose and method defines the unique identity of each group and explains why, despite some shared history, they remain distinct. The Brotherhood's hierarchy and rituals foster a sense of divine mission that transcends mere assassination for hire. Their assassins are not simply mercenaries, they are devotees enacting the will of void and shadow. This blend of spirituality, secrecy, and ceremony creates an atmosphere that has captivated players and lore enthusiasts alike, adding layers of depth and mystique to the Elder Scrolls universe's exploration of death, faith, and power. Chapter 4: Structure and Sanctuaries. The Dark Brotherhood's internal organization is a complex and shadowy network designed to maintain secrecy, efficiency, and spiritual devotion across Tamriel. At the heart of their operations are the sanctuaries, hidden strongholds scattered throughout the provinces, serving as safe havens for assassins to gather, train, and receive their assignments. Each sanctuary functions autonomously but remains connected through a strict chain of command that upholds the Brotherhood's traditions and deadly purpose. Within these sanctuaries, members hold very specialized roles essential to the cult's survival and success. The Silencers are the field operatives, the assassins who carry out the contracts with deadly precision. Known for their stealth, skill, and unwavering dedication to Sithis and the Night Mother, Silencers embody the Brotherhood's lethal efficiency. Their missions range from eliminating political figures to personal vendettas, but each kill is performed with ritualistic reverence, cementing their status as both killers and devotees. Keepers, on the other hand, serve a vital support function. They maintain the sanctuaries, manage resources, tend to injured members, and ensure that the Brotherhood's secrets remain well guarded. Keepers also assist in training new recruits and preserving sacred artifacts, blending practical duties with spiritual guardianship. An intriguing faction within the Brotherhood is the Shadowscales, a unique group of assassins born from the union of the Dark Brotherhood and the serpent-like Argonian race. These warriors possess a natural affinity for stealth and combat, making them exceptional silencers. Shadowscales often handle the most dangerous or sensitive contracts, their loyalty cemented by both blood and faith. The Black Hand represents the leadership core within the Brotherhood, a secretive council responsible for making high-level decisions, interpreting the Night Mother's will, and managing the organization's broader strategy. Members of the Black Hand are few but wield immense influence, shaping the direction of the Brotherhood while maintaining its shadowy veil. Contracts within the Dark Brotherhood follow a strict and ritualized process, beginning when a commoner or powerful figure seeks the services of the cult. This usually involves the Black Sacrament, a dark ritual where the petitioner invokes the Night Mother's attention through a series of symbolic gestures and candles arranged in a specific pattern. Upon the successful summoning, the listener or speaker receives the request, carefully considering its legitimacy and the potential consequences. Once approved, the contract is discreetly assigned to an appropriate silencer based on skill, location, and experience. The assassin then begins reconnaissance, planning the kill with precision to avoid detection and maintain the Brotherhood's secrecy. This methodical approach ensures that each contract is carried out flawlessly, reinforcing the Brotherhood's fearsome reputation. Communication of contracts often occurs through coded messages, or secretive meetings within sanctuaries, avoiding any direct contact with outsiders. This layered system protects both the assassins and their clients, minimizing the risk of infiltration or betrayal. Payment and rewards are equally clandestine, sometimes involving exotic goods, gold, or promises of future favors, but always handled with utmost discretion. Despite its deadly business, the Brotherhood functions with an internal code that forbids senseless killing, or acts that might expose the cult to public scrutiny. This strict adherence to order within chaos distinguishes the Dark Brotherhood from common mercenary bands or criminal gangs. Their organization balances ruthless efficiency with religious fervor, creating a unique brotherhood where faith fuels their deadly art, and each member plays a critical role in preserving the ancient legacy of death whispered through Tamriel's shadows. The Dark Brotherhood's presence across Tamriel has been marked by a network of infamous sanctuaries, each serving as a secret hub for the cult's deadly operations. Among the most well-known is the sanctuary in Shaydinhal, located in Cyrodiil. This sanctuary gained prominence during the Oblivion Crisis, acting as a pivotal center for the Brotherhood's resurgence. Hidden beneath the city's surface, it provided a refuge for assassins and a base to coordinate contracts throughout the region. Its walls witnessed both the rise of new recruits and the brutal elimination of enemies, cementing its place in Brotherhood lore. Falkreath Sanctuary, also situated in Cyrodiil, is notable for its connection to the wilderness and the forested regions surrounding the town. This sanctuary is smaller and more secluded, ideal for quiet operations and training in the art of silent kills. It represents the Brotherhood's adaptation to rural environments and the need for discretion far from bustling cities. The sanctuary in Bravil, nestled in the marshlands of Cyrodiil, is infamous for its proximity to the city's underbelly and its association with some of the Brotherhood's most dangerous contracts. The swampy terrain provided natural concealment, but also posed unique challenges. Bravil Sanctuary's history is marred by periods of turmoil, including violent clashes with local authorities and rival factions. Wayrest Sanctuary, located in the province of High Rock, marked the Brotherhood's expansion beyond Cyrodiil's borders. Wayrest was critical in establishing the cult's influence in the northwestern regions of Tamriel. Its position allowed the Brotherhood to tap into new markets for assassination contracts, gaining power and wealth through discreet dealings in the city's political intrigues. However, the fortunes of these sanctuaries have been far from stable. Many face decline or outright destruction due to a variety of factors. Shaydinhal Sanctuary, for example, was nearly wiped out following internal betrayals and the interference of powerful adversaries, including the intervention of the Vigilance of Stendarr, who relentlessly hunted the Brotherhood during the Oblivion Crisis. This sanctuary's near collapse illustrated the Brotherhood's vulnerability despite its secretive nature. Falkreath Sanctuary suffered setbacks when increased vigilance from local authorities and rival groups forced its members into hiding or flight, causing a temporary dissolution until it could be re-established in secret. Its rural isolation became a double-edged sword, providing cover but also limiting resources and reinforcements. Bravil Sanctuary experienced destruction due to violent turf wars and exposure after a botched contract that led to public outrage and a crackdown by city guards. The once thriving hub fell into ruin, its members scattered or killed, marking a significant blow to the Brotherhood's operations in the region. Wayrest Sanctuary's downfall came amid political upheaval and the rise of new rulers who sought to cleanse the city of dark influences. Secret assassinations and leaked information led to the Brotherhood's exposure, forcing a retreat from the province for several years. Despite these losses, the Brotherhood proved resilient. New sanctuaries rose from the ashes of the old, often in more remote or harder to access locations, adapting to the shifting political landscape and maintaining their deadly grip on Tamriel's shadows. This cycle of rise and fall highlights the precarious existence of the Dark Brotherhood, powerful yet vulnerable, feared yet hunted. Their sanctuaries are not just physical locations but symbols of survival and defiance, each telling a story of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of death in service to Sithis and the Night Mother. The Black Hand occupies a crucial and fearsome position within the Dark Brotherhood, serving as the highest echelon of leadership and the ultimate enforcers of the cult's will. Composed of the most skilled and ruthless assassins, the Black Hand members operate beyond the regular hierarchy, directing major contracts, making strategic decisions, and ensuring that the Brotherhood's sacred laws are upheld without compromise. Their authority is absolute within the organization, answering only to the listener and the Night Mother, and they embody the deadly efficiency and shadowy influence that has made the Brotherhood both feared and respected across Tamriel. The Black Hands members are not only assassins, but also the keepers of tradition and discipline, tasked with training new recruits, resolving internal disputes, and executing the most sensitive or high-profile assignments. Their skill set is unparalleled, combining stealth, precision, and unwavering loyalty to Sithis. Because of their power and reach, the Black Hand operates as the backbone of the Brotherhood's strength, controlling operations that span provinces and maintaining the delicate balance between secrecy and action. However, this concentration of power also brings significant risks. Internal corruption within the Black Hand has historically posed a grave danger to the Brotherhood's survival. The organization's secretive nature and the high stakes of their missions create an environment ripe for power struggles, betrayal, and moral decay. Instances of Black Hand members abusing their authority for personal gain, manipulation, or to settle vendettas have led to destabilizing conflicts within the Brotherhood. Such corruption often undermines the unity that is essential to the cult's operations and invites external threats as enemies exploit fractures within the organization. Moreover, the allure of power and immortality through dark deeds can tempt even the most devoted assassins to stray from the Brotherhood's sacred tenets. When a member of the Black Hand falls into corruption, it threatens not only their own life, but the entire Order's secrecy and effectiveness. The consequences can be severe, ranging from covert purges and assassinations within the ranks to the collapse of sanctuaries, or exposure to hostile forces like the Vigilance of Stendarr. The Brotherhood's internal code demands strict loyalty, and the listener's role often includes rooting out corruption and ensuring discipline, but the line between loyalty and self-interest can blur in the shadows. Despite these dangers, the Black Hand remains essential to the Brotherhood's continued dominance and influence. Their ability to coordinate complex assassinations, manage widespread networks of informants and agents, and maintain the deadly rituals that define the cult ensures the Brotherhood's legacy endures. Yet, the ever-present threat of internal corruption serves as a reminder that even in a society built on death and secrecy, trust and honor remain fragile commodities. The survival of the Dark Brotherhood depends not just on its enemies being defeated, but on the vigilance of its own members to guard against the rot within. This ongoing tension between power and purity shapes much of the Brotherhood's history, fueling stories of betrayal, redemption, and the constant fight to remain true servants of Sithis and the Night Mother. Chapter 5: The Brotherhood in Tamrielic History. The Dark Brotherhood has played a shadowy but undeniably pivotal role in shaping Tamriel's history, influencing the fate of emperors, nobles, and entire kingdoms through their deadly precision and unwavering commitment to their dark cause. One of the most significant moments in their long history was the assassination of Emperor Uriel Septim VII's cousin, a killing that reverberated through the Empire and set off a chain of events that would ultimately lead to the Oblivion Crisis. This act of violence was not an isolated incident, but part of the Brotherhood's broader influence over political power and turmoil. The assassination itself was carried out with the trademark secrecy and ritualistic precision that defines the Brotherhood's work. It was a stark reminder to the ruling classes that no one was beyond the reach of the Black Hand's deadly grasp. This killing sent shockwaves through the imperial court, sowing distrust and paranoia and destabilizing alliances that had long held the empire together. Beyond this high-profile assassination, the Brotherhood has been implicated in numerous other killings that shifted the balance of power in various regions of Tamriel. From the silent removal of corrupt officials to the targeted elimination of rival claimants to thrones, their influence extends deep into the political fabric of the continent. Their contracts often serve as hidden catalysts for war, peace, or political change, though the details are always shrouded in secrecy. The Brotherhood's role in these moments is a testament to their enduring power and the fear they inspire across social strata. The assassination of royals and nobles was not only about the fulfillment of contracts, but also about the preservation of the Brotherhood's reputation as an unstoppable force in the shadows. This reputation helped the Brotherhood secure new contracts and maintain its relevance through centuries of shifting political landscapes. Importantly, the way these assassinations were carried out, often ritualistic, always deliberate, cemented the Brotherhood's identity and mystique. Their victims, regardless of rank, became part of a grim narrative that underscored the cult's deadly reach. One of the most dramatic consequences of these assassinations was the destabilization of the Septim lineage, which eventually contributed to the chaos of the Oblivion Crisis. Without a clear heir to the throne, Tamriel was vulnerable to invasion and corruption, conditions the Dark Brotherhood operated within and exploited to continue its shadow war. While the Brotherhood's ultimate goals remain inscrutable, these historical events show how their actions shaped the broader course of Tamriel's political and social history. They have been both agents of chaos and instruments of dark order, carving their legacy in blood and fear. Their role in the assassination of key figures reveals a cult that is far more than a mere group of hired killers. It is a powerful institution embedded within the Empire's very structure, capable of influencing history from behind the scenes. This complex legacy makes the Dark Brotherhood one of the most fascinating and chilling elements of Elder Scrolls lore, a reminder of how the shadows hold sway over even the brightest thrones. During the turbulent years of the Interregnum and the chaos of the Second Era, the Dark Brotherhood solidified its reputation as a persistent and shadowy force in Tamriel's political and social upheavals. This era was marked by fractured empires, contested thrones, and constant warfare, a perfect environment for a secretive guild of assassins whose power lay in invisibility and unpredictability. The Brotherhood's influence during this period is often underestimated, but historical records and in-game texts reveal their hand in numerous key events, subtly shaping the course of power struggles and conflicts from the shadows. Their contracts during the Second Era often targeted rival claimants, rebellious nobles, and key political figures, exacerbating tensions or tipping scales at critical moments. Unlike more overt armies or political factions, the Brotherhood operated covertly, using fear and precise violence to destabilize regimes or eliminate obstacles to their interests. Despite their effectiveness, this era also brought significant challenges, as rulers increasingly recognized the threat the Brotherhood posed to their authority. Various emperors and regional leaders attempted to purge or outlaw the guild, enacting harsh laws and deploying special forces to hunt down its members. Notable periods of persecution saw sanctuaries raided and assassins hunted with fervor, forcing the Brotherhood into deeper secrecy and more cautious operations. The imperial ordinances against the Brotherhood, while sporadically enforced, marked a constant threat to their survival, often pushing them underground or into exile. These crackdowns, rather than destroying the Brotherhood, demonstrated their remarkable resilience. Their survival during these dark times relied heavily on their capacity for secrecy, adaptability, and ruthless efficiency. They operated through decentralized sanctuaries, making it difficult for enemies to eliminate the entire organization. Members would disappear or relocate when danger arose, and the use of coded messages and secret rituals helped maintain their internal cohesion and operational security. Their ability to inspire terror also acted as a shield, deterring many from openly opposing them for fear of becoming targets themselves. This blend of mystique and deadly precision ensured that the Brotherhood remained a constant, if hidden, presence in Tamriel's political landscape. Even during periods of intense persecution, they adapted by shifting their methods, developing new techniques of assassination, and exploiting political chaos to their advantage. The guild's internal hierarchy and strict codes allowed it to weather internal betrayals and external threats alike. Through these mechanisms, the Brotherhood endured not as a relic of a darker past, but as a living, evolving force capable of striking fear into rulers and commoners alike. The Second Era's chaos tested the Brotherhood's strength, but it also honed their skills and expanded their influence, setting the stage for their continued prominence in the centuries to come. Ultimately, the Dark Brotherhood's story during this era is one of survival against overwhelming odds, a testament to their dark tenacity and the power of secrecy and terror as tools of control. Their ability to navigate persecution and chaos while maintaining their deadly effectiveness underscores why they remain one of the most feared and enigmatic factions in Elder Scrolls lore. Chapter 6: The Brotherhood in Morrowind. The Tribunal expansion for Morrowind marked a significant moment for the Dark Brotherhood, bringing their secretive operations and shadowy influence into sharper focus within the broader Tamrielic narrative. Prior to this, the Brotherhood had largely remained a peripheral and mysterious faction, whispered about but rarely seen in direct conflict with major powers. However, the Tribunal expansion exposed their growing tensions with two powerful entities: the Temple, the dominant religious institution in Morrowind, and the Morag Tong, the state-sanctioned assassin guild closely tied to the Tribunal gods themselves. The Temple, devoted to the worship of the Tribunal, the living gods Almalexia, Sotha, Sil, and Vivec, held immense political and spiritual power in Morrowind. This religious authority often clashed with the Brotherhood's darker creed, which revered Sithis and embraced chaos, death, and the void, rather than divine order. The Temple viewed the Dark Brotherhood not just as a threat to civil stability, but as a heretical cult undermining the established divine hierarchy. Their growing presence challenged the Temple's monopoly on sanctioned death and justice, setting the stage for open hostility. Meanwhile, the Morag Tong operated as the Tribunal's approved means of assassination, maintaining a legal and ritualistic framework for sanctioned killings. As agents of the Tribunal, the Morag Tong held exclusive rights to carry out political assassinations within Morrowind, operating under strict religious laws that bound their actions to divine will. The emergence of the Dark Brotherhood as an independent, unsanctioned guild of assassins directly challenged this system. The Brotherhood's methods were ruthless, chaotic, and driven by the worship of Sithis and the Night Mother, positioning them as ideological and operational rivals to the Morag Tong's structured, religiously sanctioned executions. This rivalry led to a bitter and ongoing conflict between the two groups. Unlike the Morag Tong's ritualistic approach, the Brotherhood embraced secrecy, terror, and indiscriminate killing, which often threatened the delicate political balance maintained by the Tribunal and its institutions. The Tribunal expansion showcased this struggle through quests and lore that revealed how the Brotherhood's activities interfered with the Temple's ambitions and destabilized Morrowind's political order. The conflict was not merely a turf war over contracts and influence, but represented a deeper clash between order and chaos, sanctioned divine power, and forbidden worship. The Temple sought to root out the Brotherhood, viewing their existence as an affront to the Tribunal and the moral fabric of Morrowind society. In response, the Brotherhood operated from the shadows, recruiting and spreading their creed despite relentless persecution. Their ability to evade capture and continue their deadly work reflected their resilience and adaptability in hostile environments. The conflict with the Morag Tong and the Temple also highlighted the broader theme of competing beliefs within Tamriel, where different factions claimed divine authority over life and death, yet each pursued vastly different interpretations and goals. While the Morag Tong represented order and religious law, the Dark Brotherhood embodied the inevitable presence of death outside of sanctioned boundaries, a chaotic force that no ruler or god could fully control. This tension enriched the lore and gameplay experience, offering players a glimpse into the complex political and spiritual landscape of Morrowind and Tamriel at large. The Tribunal expansion's treatment of the Brotherhood deepened their narrative role, transforming them from a shadowy rumor into a potent and dangerous faction capable of influencing the fate of kingdoms. It also set the stage for their continued presence and evolution in later Elder Scrolls games, where the themes of secrecy, death, and divine conflict continue to resonate. In essence, the Tribunal expansion cemented the Dark Brotherhood's place as both feared assassins and agents of chaos, forever at odds with the established order, yet inextricably woven into the fabric of Tamriel's history. In Morrowind, the Dark Brotherhood's involvement runs far deeper than simple contract killings. Their attempts on the life of the Nerevarine are among the most significant examples of their shadowy influence and their complex role in the province's turbulent history. The Nerevarine, a prophesied reincarnation of the ancient hero Indoril Nerevar, was destined to unite the Dunmer people and bring major change to Morrowind's spiritual and political landscape. This figure represented a threat not only to the ruling tribunal and temple, but also to clandestine groups like the Dark Brotherhood, whose existence depended on secrecy and the preservation of chaos beneath the surface of order. The Brotherhood's assassination attempts on the Nerevarine highlight their role as not just killers for hire, but as active participants in the province's fate, enforcing the will of their mysterious patrons and protecting the interests of their cult. Unlike the Moraktong, who operated openly with legal sanction from the tribunal, the Dark Brotherhood worked in secrecy, taking contracts that aligned with their own dark creed and Sithis worship. Their attempts to eliminate the Nerevarine were part of a broader effort to maintain the status quo and prevent the rise of a unifying force that could disrupt their influence and power. These assassination missions were fraught with danger and complexity, involving stealth, subterfuge, and a deep understanding of the province's politics and factions. Each attempt reflected the Brotherhood's blend of ruthless efficiency and ritualistic tradition, as they sought to send a message that even a prophesied hero was not beyond their reach. The implications of the Brotherhood's presence in Morrowind extended beyond the immediate threat to the Nerevarine. Their influence underscored the undercurrents of violence and betrayal that ran beneath the surface of Morrowind society, where political intrigue and divine conflict intertwined. By attempting to eliminate the Nerevarine, the Brotherhood positioned themselves as guardians of chaos and death, enforcing the power of Sithis even as the world around them shifted. Their shadowy involvement hinted at a larger, more sinister network operating throughout Tamriel, with the Brotherhood's creed spreading like a dark stain across provinces and political orders. The Nerevarines' survival and eventual triumph over these attempts symbolize not only the fulfillment of prophecy, but also the resilience of light against the encroaching darkness the Brotherhood represented. Yet, the very fact that the Brotherhood considered such a figure worthy of assassination reveals the weight they carried in shaping history behind the scenes. Through their actions, the Dark Brotherhood demonstrated that they were not mere mercenaries, but players in the grand game of Tamrielic power, willing to manipulate events and shape outcomes through death and fear. Their presence in Morrowind added a layer of tension and unpredictability to the province's narrative, reminding all that in the shadows, unseen forces constantly influence the fate of heroes and rulers alike. Ultimately, the assassination attempts on the Nerevarine showcased the Brotherhood's deadly reach and the constant threat they posed to anyone who sought to change the established order. It was a testament to their enduring role as agents of Sithis, embodying the void and chaos that lurks beneath the surface of even the most sacred prophecies. Chapter 7. The Brotherhood in Oblivion. The Cheydinhal Sanctuary stands out as one of the most memorable and influential locations within the Dark Brotherhood's network in Tamriel, especially because of the pivotal role it plays in the Elder Scrolls IV. Oblivion. This sanctuary is not just a base of operations, but a hub of intrigue, loyalty, and deadly efficiency, where iconic characters like Lucien Lachance and Vicente Valtieri shape the player's journey through the shadows. Lucien Lachance serves as the player's first true connection to the Brotherhood in Oblivion, acting as a speaker who guides new recruits into the cult and teaches them the sacred tenets and rituals. His presence is commanding and enigmatic, embodying the Brotherhood's mysterious nature and dark devotion to Sithis. Through Lucien, players learn not only about the mechanics of assassination contracts, but also about the Brotherhood's philosophy and its place in the balance of life and death across Tamriel. Vicente Valtieri, another significant figure associated with the Cheydinhal Sanctuary, represents the internal conflicts and dangers that exist even within the Brotherhood's ranks. His story reflects the ongoing struggle for power and trust in a group where betrayal can be as deadly as any contract. The presence of these characters enriches the narrative, making the Cheydinhal Sanctuary feel alive and connected to the larger world. The Oblivion questline itself unfolds in a tightly woven story of loyalty, revenge, and survival. After being recruited through Lucien Lachance, the player is thrust into a series of assassination contracts that test their skill, discretion, and adherence to the Brotherhood's strict codes. The missions span various locations across Cyrodiil, each carefully designed to challenge the player's stealth and strategy, while slowly revealing the deeper workings of the cult. As the player ascends within the Brotherhood, They uncover conspiracies and power struggles that threaten to dismantle the very organization they have pledged to serve. One of the key moments is the betrayal by Lucien himself, which shocks players and emphasizes the Brotherhood's ruthless and unpredictable nature. This twist adds layers to the story, showing that even those who seem to be allies can have hidden motives, and that survival often depends on adapting to shifting loyalties. The questline culminates in a dramatic confrontation that tests the player's commitment to the Brotherhood and their own sense of justice. The story not only focuses on assassination, but also explores themes of faith and devotion, especially through the recurring presence of the Night Mother and the ritualistic aspects that define the Brotherhood's identity. The Shaidenhal Sanctuary, with its dark halls and secretive meetings, serves as the perfect backdrop for this narrative, reinforcing the atmosphere of fear, reverence, and deadly purpose. Through the interplay of characters like Lucien and Vicente, the player experiences the complex social dynamics within the Brotherhood, where trust is scarce and every move is calculated. The Oblivion questline is a masterful blend of gameplay and storytelling that highlights the Brotherhood's shadowy role in Tamriel's politics and culture. It shows how this secretive organization operates not just as a guild of killers, but as a cult bound by ancient traditions and the worship of Sithis. The rise through the Brotherhood ranks, the execution of contracts, and the handling of internal conflicts all serve to immerse players in a world where death is both a tool and a sacred ritual. In sum, the Shaidenhal Sanctuary and its key figures, combined with the rich questline of Oblivion, provide one of the most detailed and compelling portrayals of the Dark Brotherhood. They reveal the balance of power, faith, and fear that sustains this deadly cult, offering players a dark mirror to the politics and mysteries that permeate the larger world of Tamriel. The Dark Brotherhood's history is deeply marked by the betrayal and ultimate destruction of the Black Hand from within, a turning point that profoundly affected the cult's structure and leadership. The Black Hand, once the elite governing body of the Brotherhood, wielded considerable power over sanctuaries and contracts across Tamriel, acting as the central authority, ensuring that the sacred tenets were upheld and that assassinations proceeded according to Sithis' will. However, this concentration of power also made the Black Hand vulnerable to internal corruption. Over time, ambition and greed crept into the ranks of its highest members, leading to a series of betrayals that undermined the trust and cohesion necessary for such a secretive organization to survive. These betrayals were not merely political, but cut to the very core of the Brotherhood's faith and purpose. Members who were meant to be paragons of loyalty turned their backs on the Night Mother's teachings, putting their own interests above the cult's sacred mission. This internal decay culminated in a violent purge and the eventual collapse of the Black Hand as a centralized force. The theme of loyalty versus blind faith becomes starkly apparent in this context. While the Brotherhood demands absolute loyalty to Sithis, the Night Mother, and the Brotherhood itself, the collapse of the Black Hand shows how blind faith can be exploited or twisted by those who seek power for personal gain. The cult's survival depends not only on faith, but on the vigilance and integrity of its members. The betrayal of the Black Hand serves as a grim reminder that power, unchecked by true dedication to the Brotherhood's principles, can destroy even the most secretive and disciplined organizations. This betrayal also triggered a decentralization of the Brotherhood's operations, where individual sanctuaries gained more autonomy, and the old rigid hierarchy gave way to a more fragmented but resilient network. This shift changed how contracts were assigned and carried out, emphasizing secrecy and caution to prevent further internal decay. Central to the Brotherhood's identity is the Night Mother, whose mysterious physical appearance and origin have long been subjects of speculation and myth. Descriptions of the Night Mother vary widely, but she is often depicted as a silent, pale woman clad in dark robes, embodying both the maternal and the terrifying aspects of death itself. This duality reflects the complex role she plays within the Brotherhood. She is both a nurturing figure to her children, the assassins, and the ultimate authority to whom all loyalty is owed. Some accounts suggest she was once a mortal woman who embraced Sithis' void so completely that she became his earthly voice and instrument. Others claim she may have been a former leader of the Morag Tong who transcended mortality, while darker legends whisper that she might be a mother who murdered her own children, symbolizing sacrifice and death on a deeply personal level. Regardless of the truth, the Night Mother's physical presence, or often her absence, underscores the cult's spiritual leadership. She is never seen openly. Instead, her will is conveyed through the listener, who acts as her direct conduit. This mysterious and distant presence fosters an environment where faith is maintained not through physical proof, but through ritual, fear, and reverence. The ambiguity surrounding the Night Mother allows the Brotherhood to maintain cohesion despite internal strife and shifting leadership, as all members rally around the figurehead who embodies their divine purpose. In essence, the betrayal and destruction of the Black Hand reveal the fragile balance between loyalty and power within the Brotherhood, while the Night Mother's enigmatic presence ensures the cult's spiritual unity remains intact. This dynamic tension has shaped the Brotherhood's evolution, forcing it to adapt and survive through secrecy, resilience, and a continued devotion to Sithis' dark embrace. Chapter 8: The Brotherhood in Skyrim. By the time of the events in the later eras of Tamriel's history, the Dark Brotherhood had become a broken, almost forgotten shadow of its former self, a far cry from the feared and revered cult that once cast long, dark shadows across the political and social landscape. The Brotherhood's influence, which had once stretched far and wide with sanctuaries in every major region, had diminished significantly due to internal corruption, betrayals, and relentless persecution by various rulers who sought to eradicate this secret society. What remained was a fractured network of sanctuaries, operating in isolated pockets, struggling to maintain their ancient traditions and rituals amid the growing threats from outside forces and waning faith within. Among these remnants, the Falkreath Sanctuary stands as a poignant symbol of decline and resilience. Once a proud hub of Brotherhood activity in the northern reaches of Cyrodiil, Falkreath Sanctuary had seen better days, housing a small group of dedicated assassins clinging to their sacred mission despite the odds. The sanctuary's presence in the dense forests and rugged terrain around Falkreath offered some protection from prying eyes and aggressive hunts by the Empire's agents, but it also isolated the members, limiting their ability to coordinate and respond quickly to contracts. The Falkreath Sanctuary's numbers had dwindled over time, with many assassins either killed, captured, or having defected during the turbulent years that saw the Brotherhood's power wane. Its leadership passed through a series of unstable hands, each attempting to keep the sanctuary alive, yet none able to restore the glory or reach of the Brotherhood's golden age. The physical state of the sanctuary itself reflected this decline, a modest, shadowed structure hidden beneath the forest canopy, stripped of any grand trappings, and largely forgotten by the outside world. Yet within these humble walls, the remaining members continued the rituals that had defined the Brotherhood for centuries: the Black Sacrament, the reverence for the Night Mother, and the solemn acceptance of their role as Sithis' instruments. Despite the hardships, the Falkreath Sanctuary preserved a sense of purpose and identity, even as their contracts became fewer and their influence more localized. The sanctuary's assassins moved with the quiet efficiency expected of their order, accepting contracts that often served only minor local disputes or power struggles, a stark contrast to the high-profile political assassinations of the past. This shift underscored the Brotherhood's transformation from a feared, empire-shaking force into a subtle undercurrent in Tamriel's complex political fabric. Falkreath's last remnants also highlighted the adaptability of the Brotherhood's surviving members, who learned to operate with extreme caution, avoiding detection and infiltration by enemies who were ever watchful. The sanctuary relied heavily on secrecy, misinformation, and the careful selection of new members to sustain itself. Yet even with such efforts, the future remained uncertain. The legacy of the Brotherhood was under constant threat, not only from external forces bent on destruction, but also from the very nature of its survival, which forced it to shrink and conceal itself until it became almost a myth whispered among the shadows. The story of the Falkreath Sanctuary's decline serves as a microcosm of the Brotherhood's broader fate. A once powerful cult diminished to scattered cells, forced to survive on the fringes, haunted by the ghosts of its own past greatness. Still, even in this diminished state, the Brotherhood's core mission, serving Sithis and the Night Mother through assassination, remained unbroken, a testament to the enduring power of its dark creed. Astrid's role in the history of the Dark Brotherhood is one marked by controversy and upheaval, a turning point that would forever change the direction of the cult. Once a respected listener, Astrid's leadership saw a decisive break from many of the Brotherhood's long-standing traditions and the sacred tenets that had guided its members for generations. The 5 tenets, those sacred rules that all brothers and sisters once followed strictly, were the foundation of the Brotherhood's identity, emphasizing secrecy, loyalty, and the sanctity of the contracts made through the Black Sacrament. Yet Astrid, driven by pragmatism and her own vision for the Brotherhood's survival, began to abandon these principles. She treated contracts more like business transactions, focused on efficiency and profit rather than spiritual adherence. This shift led to a loosening of the Brotherhood's discipline and a dilution of its sacred purpose. Astrid's disregard for the tenets manifested in several ways. She allowed unnecessary killings, manipulated contract targets for personal gain, and even tolerated members acting without proper authorization. Her leadership style was pragmatic but ruthless, and while it brought some short-term gains in terms of wealth and influence, it also sowed seeds of internal discord and mistrust. Many traditionalists within the Brotherhood saw her actions as betrayal, a dangerous path that risked the very soul of their order. This fracturing of ideology created instability, making the Brotherhood vulnerable to external enemies and internal betrayal. Into this volatile situation stepped Cicero, the keeper of the Night Mother's sanctuary, a figure as enigmatic as he was devoted. Cicero's obsession with the Night Mother was absolute. He saw himself as her unwavering protector and the guardian of the Brotherhood's true spiritual core. His eccentric and often unpredictable behavior reflected a deep fanaticism, but also a fierce commitment to preserving the old ways, the sacred rituals, and the original purpose of the Brotherhood. When the Night Mother was believed to have been lost or dormant, Cicero maintained the sanctuary and awaited her return, ensuring that the ceremonial traditions were never forgotten, even as the Brotherhood structure crumbled under Astrid's rule. The return of the Night Mother during this chaotic time was a pivotal moment. It revitalized the Brotherhood's spiritual foundation and challenged Astrid's pragmatic approach. The Night Mother's presence symbolized a return to the sacred covenant, reinforcing the belief that the Brotherhood's killings were not mere contracts, but divine acts ordained by Sithis through her. Cicero's role in this revival was critical. He became a catalyst for restoring the Brotherhood's reverence for tradition and the tenets, even if it meant opposing Astrid directly. The conflict between Astrid's faction, focused on survival through power and profit, and Cicero's faction, devoted to spiritual purity and ritual, encapsulates the tension that has defined the Brotherhood's more recent history. This clash of ideologies raised questions about loyalty, faith, and the true nature of the Brotherhood's purpose. Cicero's dedication to the Night Mother and his guardianship of the sanctuary stood as a reminder that the Brotherhood's strength came not from ambition or pragmatism, but from unwavering devotion to Sithis and their sacred contracts. The narrative of Astrid's betrayal and Cicero's fanaticism is more than just a tale of internal power struggles. It illustrates the delicate balance between order and chaos within the Brotherhood. Astrid's break with tradition led to a period of instability and near collapse, while Cicero's efforts helped to re-anchor the Brotherhood's identity around its spiritual core. This period in the Brotherhood's history highlights how fragile the organization can be when its foundational beliefs are challenged, and how vital the Night Mother remains as a symbol of unity and purpose. Ultimately, the legacy of Astrid and Cicero is one of conflict and renewal, showing that the Dark Brotherhood, despite its dark and secretive nature, is constantly evolving. The struggle between the practical and the sacred continues to shape its path, with the Night Mother's return serving as a powerful beacon for those who choose to honor the ancient tenets rather than abandon them. The assassination of Emperor Titus Mede II stands as one of the Dark Brotherhood's most notorious and expertly executed operations, marking a defining moment in the Brotherhood's long and shadowy history. This event not only showcased their unparalleled skill in stealth and subterfuge, but also demonstrated the immense political influence they wielded across Tamriel. Titus Mede II, the Emperor of the Third Empire, ruled from the imperial city with strength and pragmatism. Yet his reign also faced numerous threats, both from within and outside the empire. The Dark Brotherhood saw in him a target whose removal could significantly alter the political landscape. The contract to eliminate Emperor Mede II was shrouded in secrecy and demanded precision. It required infiltrating the heavily guarded White Gold Tower, the heart of imperial power, where no outsider could enter without suspicion. The Brotherhood employed their most skilled assassins and used their vast network of informants and contacts to gather intelligence on the Emperor's routines, guards, and weaknesses. The operation required months of preparation, with the assassins carefully observing patterns and timing their moves to exploit even the smallest lapse in security. The assassins involved were true professionals, blending into the shadows, using disguises, and striking silently before vanishing without a trace. The killing itself was swift and clean, a single dagger thrust that ended the Emperor's life and plunged the Empire into uncertainty. This assassination sent shockwaves throughout Tamriel, as the sudden death of the Emperor destabilized the political order and opened a power vacuum that various factions scrambled to fill. The Brotherhood's hand in this event remained hidden, with many unaware that it was the work of a secret cult rather than political rivals. Their ability to influence such high-level outcomes without exposure highlighted their mastery of secrecy and manipulation. The successful elimination of Titus Mede II was a testament to the Brotherhood's enduring presence and power, even in an age where kingdoms and empires grew more complex and fortified. However, this high-profile assassination also intensified the dangers facing the Brotherhood. Imperial authorities increased efforts to root out and destroy them, leading to harsher crackdowns and greater risks for members. This heightened pressure forced the Brotherhood to evolve once again, adapt their methods, and deepen their secrecy. In the wake of these challenges, the Dark Brotherhood faced a period of near collapse, but it would not remain a shadow of its former self for long. The rebirth of the Brotherhood under a new listener marked a significant turning point. This listener, whose identity often remains hidden even among the members, served as the spiritual and operational leader of the cult. Their role was to interpret the will of the Night Mother, assign contracts, and unify the disparate factions that made up the Brotherhood. The new listener brought fresh vision and strategy, revitalizing the Brotherhood's purpose and restoring discipline among its members. Under this leadership, the Brotherhood rebuilt its network of sanctuaries, re-established contact with shadow scales and silencers, and reasserted their dominance in the world of covert assassinations. The listener fostered a renewed commitment to the ancient tenets, emphasizing the sacred nature of their contracts and the necessity of unwavering secrecy. This rebirth was not just organizational, but also symbolic, signaling that despite persecutions and internal strife, the Dark Brotherhood's legacy would continue. The new listener's guidance helped the Brotherhood navigate the complex political and social climates of Tamriel, striking at targets that furthered their influence while avoiding unnecessary exposure. With each successful contract, the Brotherhood regained lost respect and fear, reminding all that their presence was an enduring and deadly force. This era of renewal also saw an expansion of their operational scope, including greater involvement in political machinations and deeper infiltration of noble houses and influential circles. The listener's leadership ensured that every assassination was carried out with precision and purpose, reinforcing the belief that the Dark Brotherhood was not merely a band of killers, but an instrument of fate guided by Sithis and the Night Mother. In summary, the assassination of Emperor Titus Mede II demonstrated the Brotherhood's lethal efficiency and profound impact on Tamriel's history, while the rebirth under a new listener ensured that their shadowy power would persist, adapting and thriving even in the face of relentless opposition. Together, these events underscore the Dark Brotherhood's unique position as a secret society capable of shaping empires from the shadows. Chapter 9. Notable Members and Legends. First, let's talk about Lucien Lachance. Lucien Lachance is one of the most memorable and compelling figures within the Dark Brotherhood's storied history, especially recognized by fans from the Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. He was the Speaker of the Shadinhal Sanctuary, a title that denotes not just a high-ranking assassin, but also a trusted voice between the listener and the Brotherhood's members. As Speaker, Lucien was responsible for delivering contracts, mentoring new recruits, and overseeing the delicate balance between fulfilling the Night Mother's will and maintaining order within the cult. His voice carried authority and respect, and his presence was a steadying force for the assassins under his command. What set Lucien apart was not just his skill in stealth and killing, but his unwavering loyalty to the Brotherhood's tenets. He embodied the ideal assassin, ruthless, precise, and deeply committed to the shadowy creed that demanded silence and obedience above all else. However, his story took a dramatic turn that cemented his place as both a leader and a martyr within the Brotherhood's legend. During the events of Oblivion, Lucien becomes the player's guide into the secretive world of the Dark Brotherhood. He personally recruits the player, initiating them into the cult and assigning some of the most important and challenging contracts. His calm, measured demeanor provides a grounding influence amid the deadly missions, and his speeches reveal a complex character who sees the Brotherhood not merely as a killing guild, but as a sacred order with a divine purpose. As the story unfolds, it becomes clear that Lucien is not only a man of conviction, but also a victim of betrayal. Despite his devotion, he becomes the target of an internal conspiracy within the Brotherhood. The infamous Black Hand, a secretive faction within the cult, turns against him, questioning his loyalty and ultimately orchestrating his assassination. This betrayal highlights the precarious nature of power and trust in the Dark Brotherhood, where loyalty is prized, but paranoia and treachery often lurk beneath the surface. Lucien's death is a pivotal moment that shakes the Shadinhal Sanctuary to its core. It sends a powerful message about the dangers of internal corruption and the fragile balance between authority and suspicion. Yet, even in death, Lucien's legacy lives on. His martyrdom inspires the player and other assassins to question the motives of those who wield power within the Brotherhood and to seek justice for his murder. The reverence with which Lucien is remembered by his followers speaks volumes about his impact. His image as the speaker who stood firm in the face of treachery elevates him beyond a mere assassin to a symbol of the Brotherhood's ideals and its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, Lucien's story serves as a cautionary tale about the cost of ambition and the brutal realities of life within the Brotherhood. While the cult demands absolute obedience, the undercurrents of power struggles and hidden agendas mean that even the most loyal can fall victim to deadly plots. His downfall underscores how the Dark Brotherhood is not just a monolithic group of killers, but a complex and dangerous organization rife with intrigue and danger at every level. Lucien Lachant's presence in the Oblivion questline is also significant, because it marks a high point in the Brotherhood's interaction with the player, blending narrative depth with immersive gameplay. Through him, players get an intimate look at the Brotherhood's rituals, hierarchy, and philosophy, all while being drawn into a world where trust is fragile and death is the only certainty. His mentorship is both practical and symbolic, guiding the player not only in assassination techniques, but also in understanding the weight of their new allegiance. In conclusion, Lucien Lachance stands as a towering figure within the Dark Brotherhood mythos, speaker, mentor, and martyr. His life and death illustrate the deadly interplay of loyalty and betrayal that defines the cult. Through his story, players gain insight into the Brotherhood's inner workings and witness the high stakes of power in a world ruled by shadows. Lucien's legacy continues to echo in the sanctuaries and hearts of those who walk the path of the assassin. Now, let's talk about Astrid. Astrid is one of the most intriguing and controversial figures in the history of the Dark Brotherhood, especially known for her prominent role in The Elder Scrolls V: Skyrim. As the leader of the Skyrim Sanctuary, she stands out not only for her ruthless efficiency as the listener, but also for her bold departure from many of the Brotherhood's long-standing traditions. Unlike the more rigid and secretive leaders of past sanctuaries, Astrid's leadership style is marked by pragmatism, manipulation, and a willingness to bend or outright break the tenets that have governed the Brotherhood for centuries. Her rise to power was rooted in a combination of cunning, charisma, and sheer force of will. When the player first encounters her, Astrid presents herself as calm and authoritative, guiding the initiate through the dark rites of the cult. Yet beneath that composed exterior lies a figure who has reshaped the Brotherhood's direction in Skyrim, often prioritizing survival and power over ritualistic purity. One of the most defining aspects of Astrid's tenure is her controversial decision to abandon the traditional reverence for the Night Mother and the strict adherence to the listener's role as her chosen voice. Where previous leaders held these elements sacred and untouchable, Astrid's pragmatism leads her to question and ultimately sideline some of these core beliefs in favor of more direct control over the Brotherhood's activities. This shift is most notably illustrated in the infamous questline involving the betrayal of the Night Mother herself. Astrid's decision to kill the Night Mother, a move that shocked many and challenged the very foundation of the Brotherhood's spiritual guidance, highlights her break from tradition. She viewed the Night Mother not as a sacred figure, but as a tool. Once that tool's usefulness ended, she eliminated it to seize greater power for herself and the sanctuary. This act of defiance against centuries of ritual shocked many assassins and fractured the Brotherhood's unity, igniting debates over loyalty, faith, and the true meaning of their dark calling. Furthermore, Astrid's leadership is defined by her complex relationship with Cicero, the keeper of the Night Mother's corpse, and a figure both devoted and unhinged. While Cicero's return to prominence signals a possible restoration of tradition and spiritual order, Astrid's earlier actions reveal a deep willingness to sacrifice even the Brotherhood's most sacred elements for political and practical gain. This tension between Astrid's pragmatic ruthlessness and Cicero's fanatic devotion creates one of the most dramatic internal conflicts within the Skyrim sanctuary. Astrid's role also extends beyond spiritual and internal politics. Under her leadership, the Skyrim sanctuary becomes a highly efficient organization, ruthless in carrying out contracts and expanding its influence despite the increasing dangers posed by external enemies and internal dissent. Her methods may be brutal, but they ensure the Brotherhood's survival during a time when many believed it was on the verge of collapse. The controversial decisions she made, especially regarding the Night Mother and the Tenets, underline a broader theme of loyalty versus power. Astrid's reign forces assassins within the Brotherhood to confront difficult questions about their purpose, whether to remain blindly faithful to ancient customs or adapt to changing times with more flexible, sometimes ruthless, leadership. In many ways, Astrid's leadership marks a turning point in the Dark Brotherhood's evolution. She embodies the idea that survival in a world of shifting alliances and political turmoil sometimes requires breaking with tradition and embracing darker, more pragmatic strategies. While her actions alienated some members, they also prevented the Brotherhood from fading into irrelevance during Skyrim's turbulent era. In conclusion, Astrid is a leader who redefined the Dark Brotherhood's identity through bold, often divisive choices. Her betrayal of tradition and abandonment of the Tenets challenged the cult's spiritual foundations while emphasizing survival and control above all else. Through her story, fans witness a complex figure navigating the shadows with ruthless ambition and pragmatism, shaping the Brotherhood's fate in ways that continue to spark debate among those who walk the path of the assassin. We also have to, of course, mention Cicero. Cicero is one of the most memorable and eccentric characters in the Dark Brotherhood, serving as the keeper of the Night Mother's corpse and a fiercely loyal, if mentally unstable, devotee. From the moment you meet him in Skyrim, it's clear Cicero is no ordinary assassin. His bizarre behavior, unsettling laughter, and poetic ramblings set him apart, making him both a source of dark humor and genuine tragedy within the Brotherhood. His devotion to the Night Mother is absolute. As keeper, Cicero's sacred duty is to protect the Night Mother's remains, ensuring they are never disturbed or desecrated. This role ties him deeply to the spiritual core of the Brotherhood, marking him as the living link between the assassins and their mysterious patron. Cicero believes the Night Mother is not just a symbol, but a divine figure guiding the Brotherhood's fate. His fervent loyalty manifests in both his actions and his words, often reciting cryptic and theatrical declarations that underline his unwavering faith. Despite this loyalty, Cicero's mental state is fragile, shaped by years of isolation and the heavy burden of his sacred charge. His erratic behavior ranges from gleeful madness to moments of unsettling clarity, making him unpredictable and dangerous. This instability is a reflection of the immense pressure placed on him and the psychological toll of guarding something so revered. Throughout Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood questline, Cicero's complexity unfolds. Initially encountered imprisoned in the Falkreath Sanctuary, his condition appears worsened by captivity and neglect. Upon release, Cicero resumes his duties with renewed zeal, but his madness becomes more pronounced. His devotion drives him to extremes, including violent outbursts and obsessive behaviors that unsettle even the hardened assassins around him. Cicero's relationship with Astrid, the leader of the Skyrim Sanctuary, is strained and emblematic of the broader tension between tradition and change within the Brotherhood. While Astrid embodies pragmatism and a break from old customs, Cicero clings to the ancient rituals and the Night Mother's sanctity. This ideological conflict reaches a climax when Cicero becomes the vessel for the Night Mother's return, a moment that promises a revival of the Brotherhood's spiritual authority, but also threatens to destabilize the sanctuary due to his volatile nature. Beyond his madness, Cicero is also a skilled assassin, trained and deadly. His theatricality masks a lethal efficiency, and he takes his role seriously despite his odd demeanor. His unique personality makes him unpredictable in combat, blending humor and menace in equal measure. Cicero's story is not just one of madness, but of tragic loyalty. He represents a faction within the Brotherhood, deeply committed to preserving the original tenets and the mystical connection to the Night Mother, standing in opposition to those like Astrid, who prioritize power and survival over faith. This clash highlights the internal struggles that threaten to tear the Brotherhood apart from within. In addition to his role in Skyrim, Cicero's character has become iconic among fans due to his distinctive voice, memorable quotes, and complex personality. He embodies the darker, more mysterious side of the Brotherhood, illustrating how devotion can be both a source of strength and a path to ruin. Ultimately, Cicero is a figure of contradiction, unstable yet loyal, theatrical yet deadly, devoted yet dangerous. His presence in the Dark Brotherhood reminds players of the delicate balance between faith and madness, tradition and change that defines the secretive assassin cult. His story adds depth and humanity to the Brotherhood, showing that beneath the shadows lie complicated individuals, bound by belief and haunted by their roles in a deadly world. Now let's talk about Babette. Babette is one of the most fascinating and unique members of the Dark Brotherhood found in Skyrim. Unlike most of her fellow assassins, Babette is a vampire, an ageless child who has lived for over 300 years, giving her a mysterious aura and an unusual perspective on life and death. Her youthful appearance contrasts sharply with her ancient experience, making her a striking figure in the Falkreath Sanctuary. Babette serves as a master alchemist and an expert assassin, known for her deadly skills with both poisons and blades. Despite her young looks, she is incredibly knowledgeable and wise, having witnessed centuries of history unfold around her. She's soft-spoken, almost shy, but beneath that quiet demeanor lies a lethal precision that few can match. Her long lifespan has allowed her to perfect the art of assassination and alchemy, making her a valuable asset to the Brotherhood. In gameplay terms, Babette is not only a skilled fighter, but also offers the player unique alchemical recipes and training, reflecting her deep knowledge of poisons and potions. This connection to alchemy is a core part of her character and adds a practical layer to her usefulness within the Dark Brotherhood. Babette's backstory is shrouded in mystery, with only hints scattered through her dialogue and interactions. We know she was turned into a vampire centuries ago, and has been part of the Brotherhood for a significant portion of her undead existence. This longevity gives her insight into the Brotherhood's history and traditions that younger assassins lack. Her vampirism also introduces interesting challenges and advantages. Being a vampire means she must avoid sunlight and navigate Skyrim's dangers differently from her mortal comrades. This element adds depth to her character and highlights the unique adaptations some members of the Brotherhood must make to survive. Despite her vampiric nature, Babette retains a surprising innocence and gentle personality. She often comes across as curious and even childlike in her mannerisms, which makes her interactions with other characters and the player more nuanced. This innocence contrasts sharply with the deadly nature of her profession and the dark deeds she carries out. Babette's role within the Brotherhood is both functional and symbolic. She represents the blending of darkness and subtlety, combining the supernatural with human skill. Her presence adds a layer of complexity to the Brotherhood's composition, showing that it includes not only humans, but also creatures of the night, all united by a shared purpose. Throughout the Dark Brotherhood questline in Skyrim, Babette remains a steadfast companion and ally. She is loyal to the Brotherhood's cause and will fight alongside the player when called upon. Her unwavering dedication, despite her unusual condition, underscores the theme of loyalty that runs throughout the assassin cult. Babette also challenges typical vampire stereotypes by being more compassionate and thoughtful, avoiding the usual portrayal of vampires as purely monstrous. This nuance makes her a memorable character who adds emotional depth to the Brotherhood's story. Overall, Babette stands out as one of Skyrim's most intriguing assassins. Her combination of ancient wisdom, vampiric traits, and quiet strength creates a compelling figure within the Dark Brotherhood. She embodies the idea that skill and loyalty come in many forms, and that even those who appear fragile or innocent can be deadly forces. Her story enriches the Brotherhood's narrative, showing how diverse and complex this secretive group truly is. And now one of my favorites, Garridon. Garridon is one of the lesser known but nonetheless fascinating figures in the history of the Dark Brotherhood, a name that echoes quietly through the shadows of Tamriel's violent past. Unlike the more famous assassins such as Lucien Lachance or Cicero, Garridon's story is more obscure, but it offers valuable insight into the Brotherhood's far-reaching influence and the deadly professionalism that defines its operatives. Garridon was active during the Second Era, a time marked by political instability and endless power struggles across Tamriel. While specific details about his origins and full list of contracts remain largely undocumented, records from scattered sources indicate he was a consummate killer who worked primarily within the borders of Cyrodiil and High Rock. His reputation rested on his cold efficiency and ability to vanish without a trace, a skill that earned him assignments considered too sensitive or high risk for other assassins. What sets Garridon apart from many other Brotherhood members is his apparent specialization in political assassinations, dealing with nobles, corrupt officials, and those who threaten the delicate balance of power in various regions. His work contributed to shaping the political landscape behind the scenes, even if his name was never publicly known. Besides Garridon, the Brotherhood's history includes many other shadowy figures whose stories have been lost to time or only briefly touched upon in in-game lore and texts. These lesser-known killers remind us that the Brotherhood was never a monolithic organization led solely by famous personalities, but a vast network of silent, skilled operatives spread across Tamriel, each playing their part in maintaining the cult's influence. Some of these assassins operated in far-flung regions like Morrowind, where the Brotherhood's presence was less overt, using stealth and cunning to eliminate targets while avoiding the suspicion of the local Morag Tong, a rival guild of assassins with its own traditions and codes. These obscure assassins often worked alone or in small cells, carrying out contracts that could involve political intrigue, personal vendettas, or contracts issued by mysterious patrons. Their effectiveness lay in their ability to remain completely anonymous and avoid drawing attention to the Brotherhood's overarching network. Garridon's legacy is a testament to this hidden strength, representing the countless skilled killers who maintained the Brotherhood's reach through precision and discretion rather than notoriety. Their actions were crucial to the survival and expansion of the Dark Brotherhood, especially during periods when the organization faced external threats or internal turmoil. What makes these lesser-known assassins particularly interesting is how their stories hint at the complex dynamics within the Brotherhood. They show how loyalty, professionalism, and the deadly art of assassination were valued above personal glory or recognition. Many of these killers lived and died in the shadows, their names preserved only in whispered legends or ancient tomes that few dared to read. Their work often involved morally ambiguous choices and navigating dangerous political landscapes where a single mistake could mean death, not just for themselves, but for the entire Brotherhood cell they belonged to. This sense of constant peril and the need for absolute secrecy shaped the ethos of the Brotherhood's operatives and set the tone for how assassination contracts were handled. Garridon and his peers also highlight the Brotherhood's ability to adapt and evolve through the ages, responding to changing political climates and shifting power structures by deploying assassins who fit the needs of the moment. Whether it was the fall of the Septim Empire, the chaos of the Interregnum, or the rise of new powers, assassins like Garridon operated in the shadows, quietly tipping the scales through targeted eliminations. In many ways, these lesser-known killers embody the true spirit of the Dark Brotherhood. They remind us that the cult's strength has always come from its capacity to blend into the fabric of Tamriel's societies, influencing events not through open warfare, but through silence, fear, and sudden, deadly precision. Garridan may not have the fame of a Lucien Lachance, but his impact was no less significant in shaping the history of the Brotherhood and Tamriel itself. Ultimately, the story of Garridan and other obscure assassins underscores the dark, secretive, and complex nature of the Brotherhood's operations. Their names may be lost to time, but their work continues to define what it means to be part of this ancient, deadly order. The Dark Brotherhood's shadowy history is preserved not only through whispered rumors and secret rites, but also in various in-universe books and records scattered throughout Tamriel, many of which offer rare glimpses into the lives and deeds of its assassins. These texts, often cloaked in secrecy and sometimes disguised as mundane tomes, serve as vital sources for understanding how the Brotherhood has shaped events behind the scenes. One of the most famous texts is the 5 Tenets of the Dark Brotherhood, which outlines the fundamental principles that every assassin is expected to follow. While it does not chronicle specific deeds, it provides insight into the ethos that drives the organization, emphasizing secrecy, obedience, and the sanctity of contracts. Beyond the tenets, there are several in-universe records that delve into individual assassins and key events. The Black Sacrament is a recurring ritual mentioned across the series, and texts like the Black Sacrament, a ritual guide, detail the secretive process by which clients summon the Brotherhood's deadly attention. These ritual guides reveal how deeply ingrained the Brotherhood's presence is in the social fabric of Tamriel, even if most are unaware of it. For more concrete accounts of assassins' deeds, players encounter records and journals within the games themselves. Lucien Lachance, for example, is featured prominently in the Elder Scrolls IV, Oblivion, through notes and dialogue that hint at his missions and ultimate fate. These fragmented accounts reveal how his leadership and eventual martyrdom became legendary among the Brotherhood's ranks. Other texts, such as The Dark Brotherhood, a history found in various libraries, provide a broader overview of the organization's origins, major assassinations, and notorious figures. This book summarizes the Brotherhood's rise from a cult worshipping the Night Mother to a feared and influential power that shapes politics through deadly means. In the Elder Scrolls III, Morrowind, players can discover letters and documents that indirectly reference the Brotherhood's activity on Vivardenfell, including warnings about rival groups like the Morag Tong. These records provide context for the covert wars between assassin guilds and their shifting allegiances, illustrating the complexity of the Brotherhood's presence beyond Cyrodiil. The Codex entry. Dark Brotherhood in Skyrim offers additional background, listing notable members and their influence throughout history. This codex often mentions assassins such as Cicero and Astrid, revealing their motivations and the internal conflicts that have shaped the Brotherhood's evolution. The presence of the Night Mother, a central figure to the Brotherhood's faith and operations, is also documented in various texts. The Night Mother's lullaby and related hymns describe her mysterious nature and the spiritual foundation of the Brotherhood's deadly purpose. These writings highlight how the cult blends faith and assassination into a singular, deadly mission. Additionally, several in-game quests lead players to uncover hidden records or diaries that shed light on individual contracts and assassinations. For instance, the Chaidenhal Sanctuary in Oblivion contains scrolls and notes revealing the internal politics of the Brotherhood, betrayals, and the handling of contracts. These first-hand documents provide a grounded, narrative-driven understanding of how the Brotherhood operates on the ground level. Some of the most compelling records are personal journals from assassins who question or reflect on their roles, such as Cicero's diary entries in Skyrim. These writings offer a rare emotional depth, revealing the psychological strain and fanatical devotion experienced by members of the Brotherhood. The psychological complexity found in these texts enriches the Brotherhood's portrayal beyond simple killers, showing the human element behind the masks. Historical chronicles outside the Brotherhood itself sometimes mention assassinations linked to the cult, such as the assassination of Emperor Titus Mede II, a pivotal event recorded in imperial histories and echoed in political discourse. These external sources confirm the Brotherhood's influence in shaping Tamriel's political landscape, even when the assassins' identities remain secret. In summary, the Dark Brotherhood's deeds are documented through a patchwork of ritual manuals, personal journals, historical chronicles, and hidden notes found throughout Tamriel. Each text adds layers to the story of this secretive guild, from their sacred rites to their most infamous assassinations. Together, these records provide a valuable window into how the Brotherhood has maintained its power for centuries, blending faith, secrecy, and deadly skill into an enduring legend. Chapter 10. The Shadowscales, Sithis' Chosen. The Argonian assassins, born under the Shadow constellation, hold a unique and deeply significant place within the Dark Brotherhood, embodying a rare fusion of natural destiny and cultural tradition that sets them apart from other members of the guild. In Black Marsh, the Argonian homeland, those born under this specific celestial sign are believed to be chosen by Sithis himself, the primordial force of darkness and death revered by the Brotherhood. From birth, these individuals are marked by fate, destined to serve as silent shadows in the eternal dance of life and death that defines the Brotherhood's purpose. Unlike many assassins who join the Brotherhood by choice or circumstance, these Argonian Shadowborn are raised within their native swamps and marshes under a strict regimen that intertwines the harsh realities of Black Marsh with the spiritual demands of serving Sithis. From a young age, they undergo rigorous training, designed to sharpen their natural agility, stealth, and resilience, traits that are already heightened by their heritage and the mystical influence of the Shadow constellation. This upbringing is not only physical, but deeply spiritual. It instills in them a profound respect for the balance between life and death, a balance they are sworn to maintain as agents of the Night Mother's will. Their training includes mastering the arts of silent killing, blending into the environment, and using the natural camouflage offered by Black Marsh's dense foliage and treacherous terrain. These assassins are taught to move like whispers on the wind, striking unseen and vanishing without trace. Their connection to Sithis is more intimate than that of many Brotherhood members, often expressed through unique rituals and ceremonies exclusive to their culture. These rites emphasize submission to the void and the acceptance of death as a sacred gift, preparing the Argonian assassin to carry out contracts with an almost spiritual fervor. The influence of the Shadow constellation is said to amplify their innate abilities, granting them exceptional intuition and a near supernatural ability to navigate darkness, both literal and metaphorical. This celestial link makes them exceptional trackers and silent killers, feared even among their Brotherhood peers for their effectiveness and eerie calm in the face of danger. The Argonian Shadowborn also serve as vital messengers and scouts for the Brotherhood, capable of traversing regions where few dare to go, thanks to their familiarity with the harsh environments of Black Marsh and their natural stealth. Their role extends beyond mere assassination. They are guardians of certain secret rites and knowledge passed down through generations, helping to maintain the Brotherhood's ancient traditions in ways few others can. Despite their deadly skills, these assassins often face prejudice both within and outside the Brotherhood. The wider guild, with its more human-centric origins, sometimes views Argonian practices as mysterious or even unsettling. Nevertheless, the undeniable results and the deep loyalty of the Shadowborn Argonians command respect. The presence of these assassins strengthens the Brotherhood's reach into regions where subtlety and adaptability are paramount, ensuring that no corner of Tamriel remains beyond the touch of Sithis' will. In summary, Argonian assassins born under the Shadow constellation are raised from birth in Black Marsh with a sacred purpose, to serve Sithis with unmatched dedication and skill. Their unique heritage, combined with intensive training and spiritual discipline, makes them some of the most formidable and respected members of the Dark Brotherhood. They embody the guild's lethal combination of faith, secrecy, and silent death, upholding the eternal contract between life and the void with quiet but deadly grace. The Argonian assassins, born under the Shadow constellation, once held a distinct and vital place within the Dark Brotherhood, their role deeply intertwined with both their cultural heritage and the Brotherhood's shadowy operations. These assassins were not merely members of the guild. They were living symbols of an ancient pact between the people of Black Marsh and the enigmatic forces of death embodied by Sithis and the Night Mother. Their connection to the Brotherhood was forged through centuries of shared beliefs and rituals, with the Argonians contributing unique skills and perspectives shaped by their harsh environment and mystical traditions. However, the eventual decline of this revered tradition was closely tied to the broader political and social upheavals that rocked Black Marsh over the ages. The old Argonian political structure, which had supported and preserved many of the customs that gave rise to these assassins, began to crumble under external pressures and internal strife. The disintegration of tribal alliances, invasions by foreign powers, and the steady encroachment of imperial and other outside influences destabilized the region. With the loss of centralized authority and the breakdown of traditional governance, the support networks and sacred spaces that nurtured the Shadowborn assassins started to vanish. As these political upheavals intensified, the clandestine ways of the Argonian assassins became increasingly difficult to maintain. Their training grounds, often hidden deep within the swamps and protected by tribal secrecy, were compromised by war and conquest. The once thriving ceremonies and rites dedicated to Sithis and the Night Mother were disrupted or lost altogether as the old ways were supplanted by newer, foreign religions and cultural shifts. The disbandment of the Argonian Shadowborn tradition was not a sudden event, but rather a gradual erosion. The surviving assassins found themselves isolated, lacking the institutional backing they once enjoyed. Recruitment dwindled as fewer young Argonians were born under the Shadow constellation or were initiated into the deadly craft with the same reverence and rigor. Without the collective strength of their tribes and political entities, these assassins struggled to preserve their identity and purpose. Some tried to integrate more fully with the wider Dark Brotherhood, but the unique practices and spiritual nuances of the Shadowborn made assimilation challenging. Their distinct approach to assassination, deeply rooted in Argonian mysticism and the natural world, set them apart and sometimes created friction within the predominantly human guild leadership. As the old Argonian orders faded, so too did the influence of their Shadowborn assassins within the Brotherhood. Their numbers diminished, and their legacy became a whispered memory, often overshadowed by the more visible human members of the guild. The extinction of the tradition marked not only the loss of a specialized cadre of killers, but also the fading of an ancient cultural expression of death and destiny. In the aftermath, few records remain to fully recount the deeds and ways of these assassins, leaving much to speculation and fragmentary lore scattered throughout Tamriel. While the Dark Brotherhood continues to thrive elsewhere, the specific line of Argonian assassins born under the Shadow constellation serves as a poignant reminder of how political turmoil and cultural disruption can erase even the most secretive and resilient traditions. Their story is one of loyalty, skill, and spirituality, ultimately undone by forces beyond their control. Despite this decline, their impact on the Brotherhood's history and their unique contribution to the guild's mystique remain undeniable, securing their place in the shadowy tapestry of Tamriel's darkest tales. Chapter 11: Decline and Resurrection. The Dark Brotherhood, once a formidable and secretive organization bound by strict tenets and unwavering loyalty, experienced a slow but steady disintegration of its core traditions due to a combination of betrayal, external persecution, and leadership failures that chipped away at its foundation over time. Betrayal from within proved particularly devastating. Trust, the lifeblood of any clandestine guild, was shattered repeatedly as ambitious members sought personal gain or power at the expense of the Brotherhood's unity. Such internal fractures sowed discord, making coordinated efforts difficult and undermining the very principles that held the order together. Externally, relentless persecution by rulers, religious authorities, and rival factions further weakened the Brotherhood. Constant pressure forced the sanctuaries, those vital hidden strongholds that offered sanctuary and training, to be abandoned or destroyed. Once safe havens, like the Falkreath and Cheydinhal sanctuaries, fell victim to these attacks, leaving assassins scattered and vulnerable. The loss of these centers deprived the Brotherhood not only of physical shelter, but also of crucial hubs for passing down knowledge, reinforcing discipline, and maintaining the rituals that had long defined the guild's identity. Leadership failures compounded these problems. At times, listeners and speakers either lacked the vision or the resolve to adapt effectively to changing political and social landscapes. Poor decisions and infighting at the highest levels led to fractured command structures, inconsistent enforcement of the tenets, and confusion among the ranks. This vacuum of strong leadership made it easier for enemies to exploit weaknesses and for dissent to grow within the Brotherhood's walls. Faith in the tenets, once the unquestioned code that guided every action, began to diminish as survival became the overriding concern. Assassins started bending or outright ignoring the rules in order to protect themselves or seize opportunities, eroding the moral and ritualistic framework that had united them. The sacred rites surrounding the Night Mother and the binding vows to cities were neglected or treated with skepticism by some, weakening the spiritual foundation that had long given the Brotherhood its unique cohesion. Over time, the Brotherhood transformed from a disciplined guild of assassins into a fractured collection of isolated killers struggling to cling to remnants of their heritage. The combination of betrayal, external assaults, and faltering leadership meant that what had once been a feared and respected shadow organization became a broken shadow of itself, with many of its traditions lost or diluted. This slow unraveling was not sudden, but the result of compounding failures and external pressures that gradually ate away at the very heart of the Brotherhood's existence. While isolated pockets of loyal assassins persisted, the loss of sanctuaries and the erosion of faith in the tenets marked a significant decline in the organization's power and mystique. The story of this decline serves as a cautionary tale within the lore, illustrating how even the most secretive and ancient orders are vulnerable to internal decay and external threats when their guiding principles and structures falter. The role of the listener and the Night Mother is absolutely central to the Dark Brotherhood's identity and its ability to restore order when chaos threatens its existence. The listener, as the spiritual and practical leader, serves as the direct conduit to the Night Mother, who is the divine figurehead and source of the Brotherhood's sacred mandate. The Night Mother, whose silent presence guides the assassin's actions, symbolizes the dark and unyielding will of Sithis, the god of death and shadow. The listener's unique ability to hear the Night Mother's whispered commands allows them to coordinate the Brotherhood's contracts and maintain cohesion among often fractious members. This relationship not only gives the Brotherhood a mystical legitimacy, but also functions as the glue that holds the organization together, especially during times of turmoil. In the Skyrim storyline, the Brotherhood experiences what can best be described as a symbolic death and rebirth. At the start of the game, the Dark Brotherhood is reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, broken and hunted after a betrayal that decimated its ranks. Sanctuaries lie abandoned, trust is shattered, and faith in the tenets has eroded. The arrival of the player character as the new listener marks the turning point where the Brotherhood is resurrected from near extinction. Through a series of contracts and challenges, the player re-establishes the sanctuaries, eliminates internal dissent, and restores the sacred connection to the Night Mother by recovering her remains. This restoration is more than just rebuilding physical locations. It is about renewing faith, reinforcing traditions, and reclaiming the Brotherhood's feared reputation. The Skyrim arc encapsulates this death and rebirth theme, demonstrating how even a fractured, nearly destroyed organization can be revived through strong leadership and renewed purpose. Looking ahead, questions about the Dark Brotherhood's relevance and true return remain open to interpretation. While the Skyrim storyline concludes with the Brotherhood restored and operating at full strength under new leadership, the very nature of the Brotherhood's existence, secretive, shadowy, and constantly hunted, means its survival is always precarious. Their return in Skyrim shows resilience and adaptability, suggesting the Brotherhood is far from obsolete. However, the modern world within Tamriel, with its changing political landscapes, evolving attitudes toward violence, and increased scrutiny from law enforcement and rival factions, presents ongoing challenges that will test the Brotherhood's ability to maintain its influence. Whether the Brotherhood can remain relevant may depend on its willingness to evolve while preserving core traditions and the spiritual connection to the Night Mother. The organization's enduring mystique and continued presence in Skyrim imply they are more than just a relic of the past. They are an active force in Tamriel's shadowy underworld. Still, their future is uncertain, as the balance between secrecy, loyalty, and survival remains delicate. The Skyrim storyline offers a hopeful but cautious vision of the Brotherhood's revival, presenting them as a living, breathing entity capable of rebirth, but always vulnerable to the forces that once nearly destroyed them. Chapter 12: The Brotherhood's Influence on Culture and Fear. The Dark Brotherhood occupies a unique and unsettling place in the public imagination across Tamriel, where its existence is often shrouded in myth, fear, and superstition. To the common people, the Brotherhood is a shadowy legend, whispered in hushed tones, a secret cult of assassins who move unseen, carrying out deaths that seem sudden, inevitable, and inexplicable. Tales of the Night Mother's eerie influence and the sacred contracts they fulfill have spread far and wide, generating both awe and terror. For many, the Brotherhood represents an unstoppable force of death itself, a dark divine instrument dispensing judgment without mercy or reason. The fear surrounding the Brotherhood is not just about their skills, but also about their inscrutable motivations and their apparent supernatural backing. This mystique feeds into superstitions that the Brotherhood can strike anywhere, anytime, and that no one, not even the powerful, can truly escape their reach. In villages, towns, and cities, stories abound of victims found dead with no apparent cause, often marked by signs believed to be the Brotherhood's calling card, such as the black handprint left on doors. These symbols serve as chilling reminders that the Brotherhood watches and will act when summoned, fueling paranoia and caution in everyday life. Because of this widespread fear, rulers and city authorities have long taken legal and practical measures to guard against the Brotherhood's lethal influence. Many cities enforce strict curfews and patrols designed to detect suspicious activities that might be linked to assassins. Guards are trained to recognize signs of infiltration, and unusual deaths often trigger thorough investigations, though the Brotherhood's stealth and cunning often frustrate such efforts. Some rulers have even issued public decrees forbidding dealings with the Brotherhood, making it illegal to hire assassins or to harbor known members. The punishments for such crimes can be severe, ranging from heavy fines to exile or execution, reflecting the seriousness with which governments view this threat. Additionally, certain cities maintain specialized forces or secret informants tasked specifically with uncovering Brotherhood agents. These groups work covertly to dismantle cells before assassinations can occur. Despite these efforts, the Brotherhood's secretive nature and vast network often allow it to operate under the radar, making enforcement difficult. The fear of retaliation also deters many from openly opposing or investigating the Brotherhood. In some regions, the law incorporates mystical protections against assassination, such as wards and blessings that are believed to confuse or repel the Brotherhood's members. Temples dedicated to various gods may provide sanctuaries that are considered safe havens from the assassins, places where even the Brotherhood hesitates to strike. The interplay between superstition and law creates a complex environment in which the Brotherhood thrives in the shadows, constantly adapting to evade detection and punishment. Overall, the Tamrielic public perception of the Dark Brotherhood is one of fearful respect and wary suspicion, with their very name inspiring a mix of dread and fascination. Legal and social measures reflect a society grappling with an invisible, pervasive menace, where the balance between order and chaos is maintained through vigilance, secrecy, and sometimes uneasy tolerance. This dynamic shapes the Brotherhood's ongoing story, reinforcing its role as an enduring, if feared, presence in the world of Tamriel. The Dark Brotherhood's impact on the everyday lives of Tamriel's common people is profound and often quietly pervasive. Among neighbors, friends, and family, there exists an unspoken fear, encapsulated in the chilling phrase, "We know." This whispered warning serves as a reminder that the Brotherhood's reach is not limited to the elite or the powerful. Anyone could be watched, targeted, or even betrayed by someone close. The idea that an assassin might be hiding behind a friendly face or lurking in the shadows of familiar places breeds suspicion and unease in communities. This fear of betrayal penetrates daily life, fostering an atmosphere where trust is fragile and paranoia can flourish. People become cautious about whom they confide in, and close relationships are sometimes strained by the mere possibility of hidden allegiances. This tension is part of the Brotherhood's psychological influence, as the threat of assassination is magnified not only by the act itself, but by the dread of not knowing when or where it will come from. This fear is a key tool in maintaining the Brotherhood's power, extending their influence beyond their actual deeds into the very minds and hearts of the populace. Beyond lived experience, the Dark Brotherhood has firmly embedded itself in Tamriel's literature, folktales, and urban legends, contributing to its mystique and the cultural understanding of death and secrecy. Bards and storytellers weave accounts of the Brotherhood's assassins into their narratives, sometimes depicting them as cold, merciless killers, other times as mysterious agents of fate. These stories often serve as cautionary tales, warning against greed, betrayal, or dishonor, reflecting the Brotherhood's role as arbiters of secret justice. In many tales, the assassins are supernatural figures, almost ghost-like in their silence and lethality, emphasizing the eerie and otherworldly aspect of their operations. These legends amplify the Brotherhood's reputation, making them figures of both fear and dark fascination. In some regions, children are told stories about the Brotherhood to discourage disobedience or to instill respect for the consequences of one's actions. The imagery associated with the Brotherhood, the black handprint, the Night Mother's presence, the whispered contracts, appears frequently in murals, plays, and oral traditions, reinforcing the idea that death by the Brotherhood is a destiny none can easily escape. Over time, these stories evolve, blending fact and fiction, yet always underscoring the ever-present shadow the Brotherhood casts over society. This cultural embedding means the Brotherhood's influence transcends actual killings, permeating Tamrielic society's collective psyche. In summary, the Dark Brotherhood affects the common people not only through its direct actions, but through the omnipresent fear of betrayal and the rich tapestry of stories and myths that surround it. This dual impact ensures the Brotherhood remains a powerful, unseen force that shapes social interactions and cultural norms across Tamriel, a shadowy presence felt in both whispered rumors and enduring legends. Chapter 13: Legacy of the Dark Brotherhood. The Dark Brotherhood's endurance across multiple Elder Scrolls games speaks to its compelling blend of mystery, danger, and complex morality that captures players' imaginations time and again. What makes this faction so memorable is not just their role as assassins, but the way they embody timeless themes of secrecy, loyalty, and power struggles. From their earliest appearances, the Brotherhood has been portrayed as more than just a group of killers. They are a shadowy cult, devoted to Sithis and the Night Mother, bound by ancient rites and a strict code. This fusion of religious devotion and lethal professionalism sets them apart and gives the faction a depth that keeps fans coming back. Their storylines are rich with betrayal, loyalty, and the struggle for survival, offering layers of intrigue that invite players to explore a darker side of Tamriel's politics and spirituality. This narrative richness allows the Brotherhood to evolve across games while maintaining core elements that fans recognize and appreciate. The lore of the Dark Brotherhood draws clear parallels to real-world secret societies, cults, and historical assassin groups, like the infamous Hashashin of the Middle Ages, or covert organizations throughout history. The Brotherhood operates in shadows, influencing events through silent and often deadly means. Their rituals, codes of conduct, and use of symbolism reflect many real-world practices seen in clandestine orders, adding a level of realism that grounds their fantastical elements. This connection to historical archetypes makes the Brotherhood feel familiar and believable, even within a fantasy setting. The use of fear, secrecy, and a powerful central figure like the Night Mother mirrors how real secret societies often revolve around mythology or charismatic leadership to maintain cohesion and control. This blending of fiction and historical inspiration creates a faction that resonates deeply with players who appreciate lore grounded in reality, even while immersed in a fictional world. The Brotherhood story across the Elder Scrolls series is a fascinating cycle of chaos, order, and chaos again, reflecting the faction's resilience and adaptability. Initially, the Brotherhood is presented as a powerful and feared organization, operating with a clear hierarchy and strict adherence to the tenets handed down from the Night Mother. This phase of relative order allows the Brotherhood to thrive, carrying out contracts with precision and maintaining secrecy. However, internal betrayals, external persecution, and leadership failures often plunge the faction into chaos, leading to fragmentation and near collapse. Skyrim's storyline serves as a symbolic rebirth, where the player's involvement helps restore the Brotherhood under a new listener, re-establishing order and purpose. Yet, even after such renewal, the cycle suggests that the Brotherhood's nature inevitably leans toward chaos due to the inherently dangerous and secretive work they do, and the volatile personalities involved. This ongoing transformation mirrors the fate of many real-world secret groups, which rise, fall, and rise again, shaped by internal strife and external pressures. This pattern of destruction and rebirth keeps the faction dynamic, fresh, and relevant across different games and eras within the Elder Scrolls universe. In summary, the Dark Brotherhood endures because it offers a rich, multifaceted faction that blends deep lore with relatable historical analogs. Their story, revolving around secrecy, faith, loyalty, and inevitable turmoil, creates a compelling narrative arc that evolves with each game while honoring its roots. This ongoing transformation from chaos to order and back again ensures the Brotherhood remains one of the most intriguing and enduring elements in the Elder Scrolls series, capturing players' fascination with the shadows and the thin line between devotion and destruction. Sithis stands at the heart of the Dark Brotherhood's belief system, representing the primordial void from which all things are born, and to which all things must eventually return. Unlike the gods of creation, Sithis is the embodiment of emptiness, chaos, and the infinite silence beyond life and death. For the Brotherhood, this void is not something to fear, but rather a symbol of ultimate freedom. By embracing Sithis, assassins accept the natural cycle of existence, the constant flow between order and oblivion. This surrender to the void is a rejection of conventional morality and the constraints of society. Instead, it offers a path to true liberation, where one's actions are dictated not by laws or emotions, but by the will to serve something greater, intangible, and eternal. Sithis' symbolic power lies in this paradox. The void is at once an end and a beginning, destruction and creation, absence and presence. It calls to those who find solace in the darkness, those who accept that life's meaning is fleeting, and that true peace comes with letting go. This philosophy is deeply woven into the rituals, oaths, and mindset of the Dark Brotherhood, guiding their deadly work with an eerie calm and sense of purpose. The Brotherhood's assassins, through their devotion to Sithis, become instruments of the void, carrying out tasks that weave death into the fabric of Tamriel's fate. Their loyalty is not to kingdoms or kings, but to the quiet inevitability that everything will return to the void. In this way, Sithis is not merely a deity, but a cosmic principle that shapes their worldview and actions. In the end, the Dark Brotherhood dwells in shadows, not only in the dark corners of Tamriel's cities and forests, but also in the minds of those who grapple with the idea of service beyond oneself. To truly serve Sithis is to embrace the unknown, to find meaning in emptiness, and to walk a path where life and death blur into one. It is this haunting duality, the power of the void as freedom, that keeps the Brotherhood alive in legend and spirit. They remind us that sometimes the greatest loyalty is not to what we see or touch, but to what lies beyond, the silent, endless shadow that waits for us all.